All right, we're live with the Total War Summer Championship. It's going to be cast in Warhammer 3 on the current patch. So that means only Warhammer 3 factions, but the winner of this tournament series is going to be moving on to the Grand Finals, where they will have early access to Warhammer 3's Immortal Empires, access to every single race and faction in the game, to try and win a $1,500 prize pool. I'm your host today, Enticity. I'll be here in the top right at any point in between matches, so that you're not staring at a boring old screen in front of you. And hopefully today goes pretty well. The tournament is starting in 10 minutes, and we're just starting off right now to help players along with the sign-up process. So if you're watching right now and you haven't checked in yet and you want to play this multiplayer tournament, it's open to all. You can go to the description and simply check in on the Total Tavern website. It's very simple and easy. Just make sure you refresh the page when the tournament starts and you should see the bracket updated, after which you can contact people on my Discord and yeah, play out your matches. Should be pretty straightforward. And hopefully nothing goes wrong today. Yes, I should clarify. Today it is a domination tournament. So that means it is the normal mode in Warhammer 3 right now, where yeah, you have the 3 capture points, and hopefully we can get a pretty nice cast today. Oh boy, how's it going, everybody? I see some people in my chat right now. Everyone on Twitch, I am watching you guys too. I see it is working, thank goodness. And we already have some people here. What's this? Due to lack of moderation team. Yeah, so the chat's emote only on the Twitch side of things. But if you do want to be able to chat with the rest of the crowd, you can hop on over to YouTube Enticity. Boom, right there on the right side. Way on the right. Yeah, that's my channel. If you haven't heard of me, I'm a Warhammer content creator. I cover some multiplayer content, especially recently, and a lot of general tips and tricks type videos, along with many types of challenge campaigns. You might know me from my friends. This is Total War campaign, which was quite fun, and many more different things, along with speedruns too. Overall, it's pretty fun. So, oh man, yeah, I'm going to be assuming most of you guys are fairly new to the multiplayer scene too. So starting off with the beginning games of the tournament, we're going to be taking it pretty easy and sort of just explaining the general rules of how domination works exactly. And I do expect the tournament to last quite a while, because I think right now we are at, oh boy, I think we're at like 70 signups. No, we're at 88 signups and counting. You can see the whole list over on the left hand side over there. It's a lot of people. And this tournament, it's expected to go on for about 6-ish hours, plus or minus 1 hour. Hopefully everything goes pretty smoothly. I'm saying that so often because I am super paranoid, but I'm quite excited overall. Oh, and my chat is on. I should probably turn that off for a more clean slate for everyone. There you go. Now, every once in a while, you can also expect me to be checking out the Discords and just making sure that everything is running pretty well. If you have any questions for me, over on my Discord in the Find Tournament Opponent channel, that's where I'm mostly going to be keeping my eye on for any questions that you guys might have. Yes, we're going through 80 players in one stream. Now, I'm not going to be casting every single game. Instead, we are simply going to be casting we're simply going to be casting as many games as possible up until the finals, which we will definitely be covering in full. This means we'll likely be able to get through one of the semifinals, and yeah, that's gonna be the day. So I'll be basically streaming as long as the players will be playing. And yeah, by the end of the day, I should probably pace myself, shouldn't I? Just so that we don't absolutely burn through ourselves before the end of the day. All right, now what's going on in chat? So far, it seems like there's not too many questions about the tournament, thankfully. And if you're sort of just hanging around right now, it's about 7 minutes. So now it's a good time to brew yourself a cup of coffee, maybe get some tea, stay hydrated, and then come back in once the games are going. Yeah, Lil Bokin. That's right, on the main stage. It's super exciting. We're on the Total War Twitch channel. Amazing. For a hot minute, you thought chat is back in Warhammer 3. Sadly not. Sadly not. So everyone's gonna have to communicate over on the Discord, but hopefully we do get that soon. Yeah, we're getting lots of people tuning in today. I'm pretty excited. That's right, coffee run. And suddenly, mass amounts of coffee started to be brewed. I'll be sticking with just some water today. Maybe a little bit of milk if I start starving midstream, because could go on for 7 hours if we're unlucky. Yeah, we need a hydrate bot. Indeed. Indeed we do. Just checking over at Twitch chat. We got lots of waving people, lots of excited people too. Nice, nice. I'm not forgetting you guys. You're all sort of just smushed together on my side monitor right now. It's gonna be great. I'll be bouncing around between you guys. If I'm looking in this direction, it means that I'm looking at chat. Both chats at the same time. If I'm looking a bit higher, that means I'm solving some crazy problem on Discord. And if I'm looking towards my left, it means something's going crazy bad with my stream UI. And it's time to panic. So hopefully we don't see too much of that today. Any notable players playing today? Indeed. So we can actually start going over that right now. And let's see. The list is way too small on the left-hand side. But we have a bunch of classics. If you guys are fans of Turns content, you may know Zyphos, legendary Wood Elf player in Warhammer 2. Been playing since Warhammer 1 and hasn't stopped since. Absolutely amazing guy. We have Zone, an up-and-coming new player to the scene who is looking to be one of the best domination players in the scene right now. We'll see if he actually makes it to the top though, as he is fairly new and we're still sort of gauging his consistency in the scene right now. Let's see, what else do we have? Do we have the legendary Houseplant? Houseplant. Let's see. No, we don't have Houseplant. He's one of the best domination players right now, but he could very well just be busy on this weekend. Lots of ODM members. We got Alfredino, Dactor. We got the Phoenix King, very old school player. I think he's been playing possibly longer than me. He's been around for a while. Blood Penguin, lots and lots of recognizable names today. I wish I could cover all of them. Papa Palpatine of Star Wars fame. It's great. Let's see. Yeah, man, Jesus, it's a long list. Hey, we even have Hadries. Really old school players coming back into the scene for this tournament. Yeah, and by the way, there are more details in the description below, but I guess I can go over some basic details. It's going to be 8 qualifiers, different casters for each one, which means you'll get so there'll be me for this week, and then over the coming next 4 weeks, you'll see 7 more qualifiers to try and join in, or to try and qualify for this tournament. You can also watch these streams, and that should be fairly good, a fairly high number of opportunities for people to try and make it to the grand finals. And yes, that's right, you can play in every single qualifier if you want to, unless you've already qualified, of course. Yeah, sadly no Human Boy. Let's see, Human Boy, yes, Human. Yeah, no Human Boy, yes. Yeah, I guess he might just, oh wait, no, yeah, I think he is busy today. I actually talked with him earlier, he is busy, so we'll hopefully see him for the next ones. By the way, we are starting in 3 minutes. That's right, we will be having Warhammer games in 3 glorious minutes. Oh boy, it's gonna be exciting. I cannot wait to do a deep dive into domination and how the game mode works as a whole. A lot of people, I think, there are a lot of misconceptions about the game mode going on, and I would really like to dive into the tactical side of things and sort of really show off what makes the mode very exciting. Of course, I'm a fan of both land battles and domination modes, but today we'll be mostly explaining domination. Human Boy, no. Very correct, Tapchanka. Oh man, do you have to win one of the qualifiers to qualify for the grand tournament? That is correct. You have to win one of the qualifiers. Second place in this tournament earns you nothing, which is pretty brutal, but you know, there's gonna be 8 tournaments. I'm sure the best of the best will find their way into the grand finals. Although, there could very well be a lot of upsets with this many signups. It's gonna be crazy, guys. Absolutely crazy. I see some friends Oh geez, I forgot what they're called. Things on the Twitch side of things. Yeah, we're gonna see Franz. We're gonna see Franz in the grand finals. That's gonna be amazing, guys. Although I wonder how strong the Empire is gonna be in Immortal Empires. One of the big problems in Domination is that slow infantry factions generally are slightly disadvantaged in the mode. Of course, Empire does have skirmishers, but yeah, they may have a hard time capturing points. We'll see. We'll see. Volkmar can probably just tank it out, right? I'm sort of getting ahead of myself during the... I'm getting ahead of myself for discussion side of things, but... yeah, the tournament hasn't actually started yet, so we're sort of just chilling here. All the early bird folk. Yeah, war wagons. Good old war wagons. They're basically war sleds beta, is how I like to think of them. But they did get buffed. They're a tiny bit faster now. Still just as bad in melee, I presume, but you know, if CA's keeping an eye on them, maybe they will become meta one day. Slow infantry disadvantage, yet Nurgle is so strong. That is true. Nurgle is different in that he has very strong infantry. But if we're talking about Empire, not exactly world renowned for having the best and strongest infantry in the world. I don't know, something Black Orcs and Dark Elves. That's going to be a lot better. You want infantry that are very tanky, that can win in a long grind. That is Nurgle in a nutshell. Definitely not Empire, but hey, maybe Flagellants could do it. Julius saying, hey, Enticity, are you playing too? Oh yeah, am I playing too? Well, for the Summer Championship, I will merely be taking the place as a caster, as for one, it's very stressful to be in tip-top tournament shape, and I already have enough to manage with this whole business over here. And I also wouldn't want to steal a qualification slot from someone, as I'm already thankfully partnered up with Creative Assembly. It'd be pretty cool to have other people have access to Immortal Empires to sort of experiment there. But alright, it is time. It is 1 p.m. my time, which means that the tournament has started. Last minute check-ins go now, or you will be auto-kicked from the tournament. And in 3, 2, 1, finalize, nope, generate bracket. There we go. So for those of you who are watching the stream who want to play, the bracket is now generated. If you want me to be casting your games today, all you have to do is make a multiplayer lobby and simply, I gotta start removing a bunch of this stuff. Yeah, all you have to do is generate a lobby, a multiplayer lobby, and have Enticity at the start to let me know that it is part of this tournament, and then make sure you have a spectator slot so that we can actually go ahead and cast your games. Let's see, there we go, we'll close that. And then the glorious logo, we're gonna bring it up here just so that I don't accidentally spoil everyone's armies. But in theory, that shouldn't be a problem. And let's get started. All right. At here. Tournament has started. Find your opponents. All right. It begins. It begins. What will we be seeing first today? All right. Let's see. Can I refresh the list? Why is my list absolutely empty right now? It's because do I have to restart? There we go. There they are. And we do have a lobby. Sweet. So let's go ahead and spectate that. Password, nice. The classic, most secure password in the world. It begins. Another question. Are you participating yourself? No, I am simply casting today. All right. Nice. So I can go ahead to the map setup. Go ahead and close the logo. And now we wait. Now remember, Demons of Chaos is not part of the faction selection today, as they have a very large roster, and instead it's going to be everyone but the Demons of Chaos. So the 4 demon factions and the 4 non-demon factions. It's going to be Elder Alpha versus Pale Ale. And this is going to be our first best of 3 where we can basically go over how things run over here. We'll slowly dive into more tactics as the day goes on, but the way that the tournament works, you have a pick or you have a pick and ban system, and it's going to be best of 3s all the way through until a best of 5 in the finals today. Starting off, one player is going to be picking 2 factions, I believe. Let's go ahead and double check. Let's see here. Yes. One player picks 2 factions. Those are their pool that they'll be choosing from. The next player will be choosing 1 faction to counter both of them. And then the first player is going to be picking 1 out of these 2 factions to try and beat the counter. Very, very simple. And generally leads to pretty good matchups. Whoopsie daisies, did not mean to click there. I gotta be real careful today. Anyways, yeah, that's how the pick and ban system works. So we'll see them sort of figuring out how they do that. Generally you can pick 2 factions that are pretty weak to getting countered. But overall, it does generate some pretty even matchups. And it'll be the same for the next one. And then the ace match is a little bit different. It's going to be a pick 3 system where you also get a ban. But otherwise, pretty straightforward. And yeah, they're basically just looking to counter each other as hard as possible, trying to avoid bad matchups. At the moment, what's it? I think they're just in discussions for picking up their faction, so we can sort of wait. The mode is also going to be on domination, not land battle, so we're also waiting for them to set that up. Whew, big Sarge, and congratulations on hosting. Yeah, it's very exciting, man. Very, very exciting. Oh man, and let's see. I do have another tool that I need to adjust at some point, which is sort of the win counter for these players, and I can sort of get that set up once we're actually in the game. Ooh, but yeah. While we wait, I guess. Oh, actually, it seems like they have selected their faction so far, and the map is set. So round 1 for this tournament is going to be Arnheim. Arnheim is one of the more flat maps for Warhammer, and generally favors ranged faction play. You can see over here we do have a very large lane in the center and a flank lane on the side. We'll go over the mechanics of the game mode in a second, but it does make a lot of sense that we are seeing 2 of the most heavy ranged factions in the game. Cathay, with slightly less sturdy infantry. They're much more prone to routing. This could be a little bit of a problem for actually having battlefield, or for being able to hold an area for a long time, but they do generally have much more firepower than glorious Kislev. Kislev in general, they're sort of the complete opposite way. They have infantry that will perform much better, especially in melee, but they do lack on ranged a little bit compared to Cathay, specifically in the artillery department. And we'll see if Pale Ale decides to go heavy on that front. Alternatively, there is also the recently buffed Crane Gunners. And Crane Gunners in general right now are insanely strong anti-infantry tools. If we do see them taken, we'll have to see how Kislev decides to deal with them. They do have generally superior cavalry options, and if they do win on the mobility front, they could very well just overrun those very, very squishy Crane Gunners. Of course, there's also a bunch of other fan-favorite units like the Terracotta Sentinel, which I don't think we'll really see too much in this matchup, as it will get shot down relatively quickly. And I guess artillery, Hellstorm Rocket Battery, Cathay Edition could very well be seen, and possibly even Little Grom as a counter to cannons on the Cathay side. But I don't think I'm missing too many other units, right? Are we fans of Warbear Riders? I don't know what units people generally like for these factions, as I mostly just stick to the meta. Yeah, Crane Gunners and Flame Rockets. Very, very Empire-esque, it's true. Although neither side really has too many skirmishers. Of course, Kislev is one of the best skirmishing factions in the game right now, but they're quite hard to make work when it comes to when you're fighting another ranged heavy faction. Looks like they are both locked in then, and Pale Ale, first one to ready up, is going to be putting on the pressure on Elder Alpha. Of course, there's no actual rush to set up your armies, but of course, we don't want to stall for too long. This could be a very, very long tournament day. And it looks like, there we go, he is ready. Wonderful. So that means I can go ahead and hop out of the camera position, and we can get into casting this game. All right. So on Arnheim, we're going to be seeing the initial armies for our two players here. On the Cathay side, a lot of artillery, and on the Kislev side, a healthy amount of infantry. Actually, 5 units of Zargard is going to be rather strong on the melee front, and far superior than the Cathay infantry right now. The only advantage that they have in terms of infantry is that they have more units, and that means they can probably block up these guys in combat while their range units get a lot of damage in. Of course, they have cavalry too, and Cathay's going to need a solution for that. But as we load into the first match of today, let's go over how the domination game mode actually works. As many of you guys, probably just general fans of Warhammer as a whole, are not too familiar with this system, we can go over the details as soon as our players load in, of course. And this might take a hot second, maybe like a half a minute in the worst case scenario. Yeah, no cav for Cathay. It's true, they only do have 2 cavalry options, technically a third in the air. But overall, they can have a pretty rough time depending on what they face up against. They're pretty similarly priced to the Kislev cavalry, so they can sort of trade evenly, but if Kislev decides to go very heavy on their own mobility, that would surely really just shut down anything that Cathay can bring to bear. Usually they are more of an infantry focused faction. And it's true, yeah, this map is also a little bit strange for cavalry, as many front lines generally can cover the entire width of this lane over here, and it can make it pretty difficult for cavalry to actually slip around and find their flanks. Generally in domination, many of the maps do make it pretty difficult for cavalry to do their classic hammer and anvil. And it looks like he is just about loaded in. Very nice. We can see some of the units now, and we are in. All right, for the first game of today, it is going to be a domination match between Pale Ale and his opponent, Elder Alpha 42. Let's see, can I get this thing? Just gotta check this. Nice, wonderful. And there we go. There we go. Janky win counter is set up. Wonderful, wonderful. So the way the domination mode works is that you have 3 capture points. If you control 1 capture point, it's going to be giving you 5 victory tickets a second. First player to get to 5,000 victory tickets wins the game, and it is as simple as that. There's reinforcements that you can summon via supplies, and this will be ticking up every second. And along with that, there's basically not too much other than that. There's a few other minor details, like the points will be unlocking in 3 minutes, and generally the way this mode plays out is that players are not trying to suicide units to capture these points. This game mode is is generally quite trading heavy, so instead of looking at the victory tickets up top to see who is ahead, it is much better to see who is trading better in value, and that will be represented in this value in the top left. We'll sort of be going over that as the game starts. And generally, we're going to be seeing a pretty prolonged engagement from both players. For the Cathay side, the artillery is going to be controlling this middle space, which is pretty good, as controlling 2 points means you'll be getting victory tickets much faster than your opponent, twice as fast even, which means that the onus is on Kislev to try and make a play to eventually capture one of these points. Now, these 2 lanes are connected by this middle ramp, and most likely Kislev will be traveling down here to try and put some pressure on, along with summoning some units on these reinforcement points to also attack from multiple angles. Now, an interesting thing about the reinforcement points too, Vanguard is a fairly useful stat here, since it does let you summon in your units from a good distance forwards. This is going to be pretty nice for summoning in emergency troops, but it doesn't actually make the units trade any better. So we'll keep an eye out on that to see what's summoned. Over on the high ground for Cathay, it's looking like we're going to be seeing a summon of 2 spearmen, and I believe that's a halberd unit. Let's see. Indeed, it is going to be a Jade Warrior Halberd, a pretty strong squad. One of the good advantages they have is that they can keep the cavalry away from them. Generally, not much is going to be bothering them, but they can't really capture this point just yet. The numerous amount of elite Zargard units are just going to be a little bit too tough to crack in this situation. And right away, we're going to be seeing a pretty nice Talon spell being dropped and a good dodge from Elder Alpha, taking barely no damage. Overall, a pretty nice play. In terms of general spell meta, you can go ahead and take a look at this. It's a pretty standard kit for the Lord of Yin. She has this very strong item over here, which essentially will let her cast spells all throughout the game, and a nice spell kit to constantly proc this passive. So you'll be seeing a lot more spells coming out from Cathay instead of Kislev. Oh, and we do have an interesting engagement all the way over here. It looks like the Kislev are cavalry actually trying to play pretty aggressively here, but a summon of peasant horsemen will be blocking them up and possibly allowing them to get caught by some spears. Overall, this is a pretty good trade for Cathay as long as the cavalry isn't able to escape. But we are seeing they are looping around now and probably looking to hit up these cannons. In the meantime, also the Snow Leopard doing some nice dodging here and sort of avoiding damage. You might be wondering why even have a Snow Leopard here if it's never going to see melee, and that's because it actually captures these points rather quickly. Really good for contesting them if you have most of your army on the high ground. And indeed, the cavalry do escape, which is very nice for them, and soon enough we will be seeing these points unlock, and we'll see how quickly they actually get captured. That will determine how the rest of this game plays out, and sort of what plays the players need to make to actually pull out a victory. Right now, we are seeing an interesting trade happen in the back lines of Cathay. The cavalry are moving far towards the back, and geez, these names. And Cathay is actually deciding to chase with their infantry. This sort of conga line of infantry moving towards the back. They will ensure that they'll get a pretty nice trade in the back area here, but it also means that the infantry will not be able to support the front line, and Kislev, seemingly aware of this, is going to be moving their forces down onto the low ground, and with so many units in the back sort of distracted on the Cathay side, this army is going to be ever so slightly larger, and thus they will have a pretty nice advantage in this engagement. The Snow Leopard also manages to slip through too, and that is a pretty nice pick, shutting down one of the cannon pieces, but not going to be enough to stop it from firing in the meantime. Although a very nice spell does drop, that gets an insane amount of value, and you can see already a pretty nice value lead on the side of our blue player here. Although the victory tickets are being won by our red player, if you lose your entire army, that's not going to work out too well for you. If you don't have an army, you can easily lose all your capture points, and that means you're not going to be progressing towards that victory condition. A little bit of a slip by too, with the cavalry managing to maneuver around through the forest and hitting up the artillery pieces. Is going to be another pretty nice pick for Kislev, and this should be a pretty nice advantage for them. With both artillery pieces down, it's going to be a melee grind fest, which is almost perfect for all of the Zargard here. Luke the Duke saying this won't end well. Well, I'm not honestly too sure which side it's going to end best for. It really depends on whether or not Cathay can bring in some range support to help with the trading. And you can see right now, Kislev is rapidly starting to trade up in this situation. There are some spells dropping, probably another Talons of the Night going to be dropping down soon on this blob, as soon as it's off cooldown. But it seems a little bit too far away, and the Zargard, despite getting chipped down quite a bit earlier, are barely losing any HP right now. Basically, all of these units of infantry have no armor piercing, so all in all, it's a pretty bad matchup. Not to mention a pretty nice summon of cavalry from Kislev. I did say both sides have fairly even levels of strength of cavalry, but Kislev, just being able to bring in so much more, is going to be taking a pretty nice advantage in terms of map control right now. At the moment too, for all of the points, it looks like it's going to be 2 points in the favor of Cathay, but if Kislev does win this fight over the long run, that won't really matter. Points aren't high enough to really pressure any player to do anything else except for trade. We also see Longma Riders, a very nice mobile unit for Cathay. They're going to be trying to shut down the cavalry, and given that they do have infantry support, this could be a pretty nice swing in the favor of the blue player. If most of the cavalry goes down and they sort of secure their infantry advantage, this could be very good, although it looks like a good amount of the cavalry do make it out. And I would say right now the advantage is mostly in the favor of Kislev, except for this pretty brutal pick, this Ice Witch getting chased down by the Blood Dragon Lord. She is not a fighter at all, and she only just barely manages to escape. But if she does go down, that's going to be a huge leadership debuff and a huge AoE dropping right in the middle of all of that cavalry. It looks like Cathay should be able to start coming out on top, especially with huge trades like that, and especially if this Ice Witch goes down. Magic is so important in this matchup, and without it and without the leadership, we should be seeing a lot of these units start to rout off. And at the moment, there is enough damage to take out the Zargard too, as long as that Blood Dragon Lord actually manages to stay alive. She's at about half HP right now, so not in too much danger of getting picked off. Let's go ahead and zoom out and take stock of the battlefield. Right now, we are seeing fairly even trades go on, and the points are going up pretty evenly. Still, no player is really incentivized to hold the points for any extended period of time, so they're both still looking to get good trades. And right now, we're seeing just an enormous amount of infantry on the Cathay side, and a pretty nice range advantage for Kislev. As for their lord, it looks like they are going to be going down, at the very least routing off the battlefield, and there is an opportunity here where either the Long Marauders or the Dragon Lord chase her off. That would be probably one of the more high priority plays for Cathay, and we'll see if Kislev can sort of deny that. In the meantime, they're also pushing pretty aggressively with their infantry, and we are seeing a nice ranged summon in the back. You might be wondering why the Crane Gunners and Crossbowmen instead of more melee, and that is because range units generally have a very nice, they do a very, very nice job at maintaining an advantage. And this is sort of signaling to the Kislev player that the Cathay, our blue player over here, feels like they are pretty stable in this situation, and they sort of just want to hunker down and hold out for the late game. If you're behind, these guys could easily get overrun by cavalry, but if we take a look around, it seems like all of the Kislev cavalry has more or less been run down. By the way, thank you very much, Corin Doggins, for the donation. Let's see, saying, happy to see Warhammer 3. Yeah, it's very exciting, man. But back to the game, I'll get to that in a second. We are seeing Little Grom getting shut down by the Long Marauders, but generally a pretty bad trade. They take a lot of damage, and basically all of the support being summoned is going to be driving them off. Not to mention Little Grom does not actually have an infantry crew, and they can pretty easily get engaged in combat without being too worried about staying in the fight. Not to mention they also fire a shot as the Long Marauders disengage, and this is going to be a minor win on the Kislev side. If we look at the general battlefield too, we are seeing the victory tickets. They are ahead for Kislev, but they are slightly behind on value, but actually catching up pretty rapidly, surprisingly enough. This means that essentially it's up to Cathay to try and push their advantage and try and knock them off the point before it's too late. If this continues to tick up, it's going to come down to a triple cap situation where for Cathay to win it, and this can be pretty hard for such a slow infantry faction. It looks like the vast amounts of Zargard have been whittled down though, and they should. I would predict they will eventually get knocked off. As long as these Crane Gunners manage to stay alive, it's going to be pretty hard for any amount of infantry to actually stay on this point. And if you take a look at the range of this unit, they neatly cover basically the entirety of the point in the very, very safe pocket of the reinforcement points. This is a really nice strategy to make sure that basically you're not going to be losing your very, very expensive range units. As for the Dragon Lord, she's continuing to cast spells. You can see another one dropping on these Kossars, and they're looking to be routing off with generally an infantry advantage for Cathay. Although the Blood Dragon Lord does get very, very low, and she is within range of getting sniped out by Little Grom. It doesn't look like it's targeting her right now, but she actually routs away. And this is pretty bad for our Cathay player here. as they very, very much want this Lord around for the entire battle. She's basically an infinite source of spells, and every minute that she's gone is basically one less Talons of the Night to cast. And it looks like she may even rout off. We'll check back on her in a second, but real quick, let's take a look at the middle fight. It looks like, against all odds, Kislev is managing to hold it for quite a while. And not only that, they're also holding it while maintaining a fairly even army trade. If they can keep this up for the rest of the game, and in fact, if they keep this up for about 4 more minutes, that will actually be the victory for them. So Cathay's, they're going to be scrambling to try and get in. All forces off the second point have been moved off, since generally Cathay's not going, or generally Kislev, our red player, is not going to be able to capture this too quickly. And it's basically all hands on deck. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lord does stabilize, but if you look at her leadership, only 5 leadership means that a gust of wind is gonna get her to rout off again. It might be too risky to bring her back into the battlefield, so she might just sort of stay there and just provide general leadership for the rest of the army. In the meantime, many of the range units are starting to move up, and there is a decision to be made on the Cathay side of things, our blue player. They can either move up with their infantry to try and capture the point faster, but this will mean that they'll do less damage with their range units. The general idea being that you're choosing to either get more value or to get more victory points. And honestly, right now, they do very much want to have victory points as a little bit more, and they'll have to capture this third area. Definitely not an easy position to take because of this choke point and general lack of support on the high ground already. But the capture point is slowly ticking upwards, and there's no Kislev infantry on site or in sight to actually slow this down at all. It seems like it should go in the way of Cathay, but will it be fast enough? If you take a look at these points over here, if it gets captured by the time the red player is at 4,000 points, it means that they're going to be able to win off of this third point alone. So this means that Cathay is going to have to actually make an engagement on the high ground, and we'll be seeing the battle sort of shifting towards that area. Will it happen? We'll see, we'll see. I'm a little bit skeptical given how close the trading is. It means that the pressure on the middle area will likely be continuing, and Kislev sort of has 2 options. Our red player can either dive over here and pressure this capture point, and then if Cathay overcommits on the high ground, they'll steal this and still win the round. Alternatively, they can also hunker down on the middle and try to slow down this capture or potentially retake it, or they can really garrison up the high ground. The high ground is much harder to garrison because there's no units up there already, and the low ground is a bit difficult because it's already owned by Cathay. So we have a few options here. Let's see what we see on the Kislev side. So far it seems like they're reinforcing the middle. Cathay's continuing to try and capture it, and actually, disaster for Cathay. It looks like the middle actually gets held. Routing units do not hold the point, and they don't capture the point either, and it's slowly being retaken by Kislev. Point ownership will stay for whoever owns it until it is fully captured. So Kislev is fully enjoying the capture points right now from there. And it seems like Cathay simply did not have enough to retake the point in moving on there. It seems like Kislev actually managed to take a gold value. And that should be it. I don't really see a way that that Cathay can come back from this situation. Despite a fairly decent value lead early on, their infantry is simply too slow, and at this pace, it's going to take less than a minute for the victory tickets to go in the favor of Kislev. Looks like his opponent knows it, and the game is complete. Look at that, pretty nice back and forth game. We did see the gambit of going for the range units. Generally, they do very well at getting you value, but despite paying for themselves, being able to shoot an opponent off a point is not enough to actually capture it. And upon moving all of the infantry, Kislev did use their ranged advantage to get value back and eventually secure the point. Nice touch on Little Grom too. Looks like the chariots did quite well. And overall, a pretty fun game. Pretty fun game, nice, which means that we can now transition to going into comments. And a nice one on the map setup screen. So it looks like I won't be spoiling anyone's armies. Very, very, very nice. Now the next map I believe is going to be Battle for Itza, which is going to be a much more open map than this. I'll go over the details once the battle starts. All right. In the meantime, I can also thank the generous donation from Corn Doggins for the $10, saying, happy to see Warhammer 3 multiplayer tournaments persisting until Immortal Empires. The game will really go crazy then, and I hope to bring back... and they hope they bring back quick land battles. That would be pretty cool. Although I do hope that they find a way to remove the cheese that happened all the way through Warhammer 2. But in general, I do very much enjoy land battles. And there we go. We have the second map set. Now both players have played their factions, and because of how the tournament works, you can only play the same faction once per round. So Pale Ale will have to change their faction, and Elder Alpha will have to play a different faction too. We'll see how the picks and bans actually play out. But in the meantime, we can discuss the map details. This map is much wider than the previous map, and we have 3 capture points dead center. So you can basically attack every area in about the same amount of time, except for the fact that this map has a pretty unique forest blocking your movement onto the high ground. So that could dissuade players or encourage them to go there because of the slower reinforcement time for large units. Generally, this map favors a lot of ranged heavy play, and it's also pretty close quarters, so sometimes you'll see the occasional rush, although it is quite rare. And it looks like the factions are picked. It's going to be Tzeentch into Cathay. Very interesting matchup. Both of them very shooty factions, very similar to the previous matchup, except for the fact that Tzeentch generally has a much worse shooting than any of the above factions. They're worse than Cathay, they're worse than Kislev, and this is because... Oh wait, I forgot. I should put up the score. I should put up the score after the game. Let's see. It was Elder Alpha that took the first win. There we go. Yeah, I'll bring that up after. But yeah, for Tzeentch, generally they have a lot less shooting, but they have the superior melee capabilities for Cathay. And much like the similar game, we could see that coming into play, where they can pretty easily secure these capture points. Just arrived, what did you miss? You missed a pretty nice Kislev vs Cathay game. I've said those names so often now, they're starting to mix up in my mind. But yeah, it was pretty nice. We saw mass Zarguard being brought up against Cathay, and a healthy amount of cavalry play to make sure that the very elite infantry didn't get shot up. Close shots would be great. Yeah, I'll see if I can get a few of those. Generally, this is a very tactical format, but during sort of breaks during the battle, and when there's not too much else going on, I'll get some zoom-ins. I know you guys probably enjoy that quite a bit. Yeah, this is the second game. We are 30 minutes into the tournament, and generally, yeah, it can happen. Let's see. Let me just deal with some moderation stuff real quick. It can be reversed. Yummy if the battle goes the other way, and I'll change it. There we go. Sorry, just gotta do some moderation real quick. There's a little bit of management that I have to do at the same time. But you know, we're waiting for the matches, so I sort of have a quick second to do that. All right, and let's go ahead and bounce back here. All right, and I think I've mostly managed it. Actually, let's see if I can. Is turn around? I'll see if I can manage him. But yeah, we're sort of just managing right now while we fix this up. Unfortunately, I'm one of the only people that can actually access the scores and such for this, so I just need a quick second to work that out. In the meantime, feel free to send any questions about matchups or the game as a whole, and then I'll get over those as soon as I'm done resolving any of these issues. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and scroll down, and I gotta get this fixed up. Expecting to see Sentinels this game? Oh, actually, Sentinels, strangely enough, are actually pretty good in a matchup against Tzeentch. Strangely, yeah, Tzeentch is actually pretty bad at armor piercing, and will regularly have a very difficult time at taking down terracottas if they're sufficiently defended. Of course, if we see a bunch of pink horrors just firing away at it, it will still eventually go down. Alright, so what is this game? If I go over here, will this do it? I think it will. Alright. Then if I save this, I think we're good. I think we're good. I need to really make sure that I don't muck up the tournament results at all. Let's see. What is going on here? If I do it like this. There we go. And then I save this, then it should be fixed. Yeah, 2 Cathay games right away is actually pretty interesting. I think that's just a result of Cathay having their recent buffs, especially to crane gunners and their cavalry. They do stand a much better chance than they did before. Let's see. So if I get rid of this, then I think we're good. Oh man. And if I refresh this page, then nice. I think I have fixed it, guys. Have I fixed it? Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Well, I guess I'll hear about it in a second. How did the cavalry get buffed? Oh, they got a bonus to charge bonus. So they do an extra 7 damage every time they make contact. And this is actually a pretty large change to their damage overall. Let's see, pale. What's happening to my bracket? Where are my contestants? Let's see, if I do Control F, pale. Let's see. Did everything break? I sure hope everything didn't break. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to check this in a second. Ah, jeez. Can people check the brackets to make sure it's normal? All right, let's go ahead and message over there. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Anyways, let's get into this match. I'll keep an eye on moderation after. Oh boy. And right now we can go over the general matchup and army composition. Oh boy. All right, let's open up the score. It's going to be 1 win for Elder Alpha. And right now we are seeing a pretty interesting Zinj build. It's going to be a mass melee core with basically just 1 blue horror. We have a Herald. He has some AoE spells. Generally looks like pretty standard kit, and also a pretty nasty AoE. Cathay's gonna have to be very careful not to walk into that. And generally their main advantage here is they can win any melee fight as long as they're not getting disrupted by a lot of ranged. 7 damage is actually quite a bit for every entity. Yeah, that is correct. It is it's roughly like 10% damage on most infantry. So on the charge, they're taking off an extra 10% of their HP. In the meantime, if you take a look at Cathay, we also see another Dragon Lord, and this time going for a bit more of a thinner kit than the last one. So she won't have a lot of Winds of Magic regeneration, and is sort of just going to be throwing down a couple of spells, generally keeping her cheap so that much more infantry can be taken. And we are seeing the Terracotta Sentinel, one of the big game changers here, as it will be able to help win any melee engagements. And yeah, just generally being able to secure victory over the long run. It just has to be very careful though not to get shot down by any blues or pink horrors over the course of the battle. Oh boy, and it looks like the bracket got mucked up. I'm gonna have to fix that. Let's see if I can get that fixed. I'll need to look for a way to try and revert that. Unfortunately, Turin isn't here, so I don't have much way to actually fix it right now. Oh boy, this is gonna be a lot of management after this game. But first of all, we will continue to cast this match, and right now both sides are going to be focusing on managing these capture points. All right, and it seems like Tzeentch is going to be playing pretty passively, as generally they don't want to sort of get engaged right now. Overall, I would say Cathay has a slight advantage, especially with the terracotta, but Tzeentch has a pretty good mobility advantage, and generally they're showing off their control over the battlefield right now. All right, and actually, you know what? This, oh boy, this tournament bracket could just do me. I tried to fix up one of the matches, but it may have broken a lot. It may have broken a lot. That is unnerving. That is massively unnerving. I guess while we wait for the battle to get underway, I should probably really make sure that this is fixed here. Let's see if I go to the actual bracket. 1 second, guys. Go here to tournaments. It looks like the signups are still good, but one of the matches has been removed. That could be a little bit of a problem. In the meantime, we'll zoom in and take a look at some good spells. We're going to be hitting up some infantry units here. And if I go over to the matches, honestly, it is giving me some trouble right now. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Let's see who got knocked out. If you were removed from the tournament, at me here. Let me know if what looks different. All right, there we go. That should be good. Anyways, I'll finish casting this game and then we'll work on moderation in a second. So taking a look at this battle, it's going to be a pretty nice Tzeentch engagement. We had a nice AoE dropping on all of the infantry, and looks like the blue horrors of Tzeentch are getting a good amount of damage on the terracotta sentinel. The herald in the sky is also laying on a lot of spells, and the blue fire is going to be sundering its armor, generally doing a lot of damage. In the meantime, Cathay's infantry did not really manage to get a lot of ranged support, and it looks like Tzeentch is going to be winning this melee fight pretty handily, especially with all of this support. The blues will go down, but not in time to really help. A few spells drop, but generally this fight is going pretty well in the favor of Tzeentch. Over here on the left-hand side, we're seeing basically a stalemate, and it looks like Cathay will be able to capture one of the points, but this could be quite disastrous if these units over here end up getting wiped out. Already we are seeing a value lead for Tzeentch, and that's going to be pretty good for them in this battle. And it looks like the bracket is really broken. I might have to switch to a different tournament system at this point. I might have to switch to a different mode. This is disastrous. Oh my gosh. I might switch to challenge. Alright, anyways, crisis aside, we'll continue casting this game, and then I'll have to do some management for people who are playing in the tournament. This is very unfortunate, but anyways, we do see the capturing in the back going quite well. The Terracotta Sentinel is going down. It has its armor massively sundered due to those spawn of Tzeentch, and generally they're going to be doing quite good. They won't go down anytime soon, and this is going to be a very nice trade for Tzeentch. Over here on the side, we are seeing Cathay forces have been more or less completely annihilated, and essentially they only have their cavalry corps left. These guys are not going to trade very well for the sides of... They're not going to trade very well in general against all of the monstrous infantry and infantry, so it's mostly going to be relying on the summons for Cathay and how well they do on that front. See, let's scroll back up here. Yeah, I need help with the bracket. Alright, there we go. Doing some more management. If you go ahead and look over here, cavalry's generally going to have a pretty hard time dealing with the Furies specifically, because overall, they're going to be able to countercharge the cavalry on anything they get engaged on. So even though they get a little bit of damage on the charge, generally I think Tzeentch is going to be taking a pretty nice lead here. Big Tzeentch blob, not sure if Cathay has any way to capitalize on it. At this point, generally, it's looking pretty bad. Cathay's going to need to find some sort of nice engagement to pull them back. And overall, I would say it's probably going to have to be some sort of ranged heavy play that they can keep defended. But with all of the Furies, they're going to have to deal with those first. And potentially they could take them out in a big engagement over here. They have a lot of their cavalry engaged. And right now it looks like they are overwhelming these Furies. They will have to be careful if the infantry decides to go back, but it's not entirely over for Cathay just yet. Yeah, I'll try and get some closer ups. If we actually zoom all the way in here, we can see that overall it looks like the fight is going in the favor of, I would say probably Cathay due to their armor, but it is very much a knife's edge on who will actually win it over here. If we back up over here to this fight with the Spawn and Forsaken, they are slowly getting ground down, sort of committed to this fight due to fully being surrounded, and a pretty nice bombardment spell getting dropped on top of, it looks like the Cathay Lord. Although they are quite high on HP, they generally shouldn't have to worry too much. But if the missile does land on the Terracotta, he is going to be taking a decent amount of damage and very nearly goes down because of that. This is going to be a nice saving grace for Tzeentch, and they do finally get a few units summoned towards the back. If these guys manage to pull off the cavalry, they may be able to tip the tide in the favor of Cathay. Or in the favor of Tzeentch. Sorry, I'm a little bit flustered right now. I need to check up on the management of the tournament side after this. But we'll figure it out after. Over here, it looks like the cavalry do manage to escape, and we are seeing a summon for Cathay, and actually deciding to go and stick with the melee grind units. Obviously, it'd be pretty hard to defend their range units because of the Chaos Knights, but it means that it won't really have a huge like value cap that they can potentially get. Generally, melee units will get you a flat amount of value, but potentially this doesn't really matter. The forces of Cathay are actually gaining back in value as this grind goes on, and partially because just generally their infantry are not really routing. They have a lot of support behind them, and most of the damage went into the Terracotta Sentinel. This is looking pretty bad for the Forsaken, but the Chaos Knights, they do finally charge in, and we are seeing a few breaks on the Cathay side. Meanwhile, the Tzeentch Furies are going down, and this is going to be slowly working out an advantage for the forces of Cathay. They should probably be able to start summoning in some range units to support once these guys fully crumble away. Let's see. Taking a look at some more updates. Okay, I'll figure that out after. Oh, right. Back to the match. We are seeing the trading is actually neck and neck, but Cathay does have a pretty nice value lead in terms of actual capture points. And if the trading continues to go, Tzeentch is not a very quick faction in terms of capturing points. And even if they do eventually pull back in value here, it's not going to be very great for them if Cathay just holds out for long enough, and they can even start sacrificing units to pull that advantage. If we take a look at this flank over here, Cathay's doing some pretty nice distraction tactics, some very beat up peasant horsemen, just keeping these blue hordes busy. And even though technically it's a bad trade, it does slow them down from helping out in this much more major engagement. Overall, trading continues to just go in a pretty nice melee grind, and a very nice spell does drop on the Spawn and Forsaken. Won't really be doing a ton of damage, but every little bit helps, as it could very well get them to rout a lot faster. In the meantime, over here, Chaos Knights of Tzeentch getting countercharged by Jade Lancers, but they're very high armor will be able to keep them quite safe. And and overall, it looks like Tzeentch is finally starting to pull a bit of a lead. Will they actually be able to capture the points anytime soon, though, is yet to be seen. They do have a unit of Forsaken, and I think they will be able to capture this area pretty soon. Can you shut down the running program in the background? Oh, there shouldn't be anything running. Shouldn't be too much delay. Most of the lag is probably just due to the connection between the players. All right. In the meantime, the engagement goes on. We do actually see a desummon of units for the Tzeentch side, and mostly it's just a melee grind. Overall, I don't think really any advantage is going to be gained here anytime soon, especially with the lack of range. It's going to be a grind fest for at least probably a few more minutes. 2 to 3 minutes means that Cathay is going to be getting a very nice advantage on the victory tickets, and they'll be about 2/3 of the way up in value by the time this gets sorted out. At this point, we'll have to see how much Tzeentch can actually get captured, but so far, it looks like they will at least be able to secure the capture points. The question is, will it actually help them out very much if this fight goes badly for them? This is a very high HP unit of Forsaken, and the fact that they're not able to really help in this fight is going to be a very, very big problem, as everything over here is extremely low on HP. Their only support are these blue horrors in the distance, but with them getting shut down by the Jade Lancers, I don't think we'll really see too much help coming out from them. Unit of Furies does get summoned, but generally they won't really be able to do too much damage to these Jade Lancers. If you take a look at the charge, this HP value shouldn't really go down by too much when they dive in. Mostly they're just looking to break the leadership, and charge comes in, and generally not that much damage at all. There you go. Finally does tick. They might be able to take out 1/4 of their HP, but looks like it's not going to be enough, and the stalling will continue with the points still pretty heavily in the favor of Cathay. If we bounce back over here, most of the units are getting cleaned up now. Even the Chaos Knights, and even a pretty nice cavalry pull. They disengage from the Knights, and it looks like they want to charge in onto these blue horrors over here. Will they actually engage? That has yet to be seen. We'll keep an eye on that in a second. Over here, the Forsaken continuing to capture the point. It is going to take quite a while though, but if they do manage to capture this point and hold 2 for the rest of the game, that will still be a win for Tzeentch. So not a terrible play as long as this army doesn't get wiped out, and it doesn't look like they will anytime soon. If you go back over here, the cavalry are continuing to hold, generally not too much of a problem. And a Terracotta gets resummoned. Now this is a pretty nice sort of change in the balance of power for Cathay, but it has to manage to get onto one of these points, and it needs to avoid getting shut down by the many blue horrors in the distance. It could potentially take huge amounts of damage, and it definitely wouldn't want to see that. Over here on the left hand side, the spawn are continuing to go down, and now the tables have sort of turned. If you consider the fact that Tzeentch has finally taken 2 capture points, it's now on the onus of Cathay to try and retake one of these, and these spawn don't really go down very quickly. In fact, the player, even realizing this, just forced disengaging from the low HP spawn, but it's not really going to be enough to shut down these Forsaken. Yeah, the lag is pretty brutal this game. I'll see if I can find a match that is less laggy in the future. Meanwhile, over here, we're looking to see pretty nice lines of fire for Tzeentch by the looks of it. The blue horror is finally able to get into a nice firing angle, and the Terracotta does come in. It looks like it will be shutting down one. Only one blue horror will be able to fire back on it, and sort of knowing that they need more ranged firepower, we are seeing another one getting summoned in the back. This is going to be pretty nice for Tzeentch, and I don't really foresee this point getting taken by the red player anytime soon. Is the title clickbait or serious? It is serious. The winner of this tournament will get early access to Immortal Empires. It's great. If you double back over here, Tzeentch has finally won this point over here, And it seems like they are actually starting to take an advantage. Now, we do have to keep in mind, in domination mode, there is a comeback mechanic that triggers when you have 1,000 points less than your opponent. This has been active for roughly 2 minutes-ish, maybe a bit under, and it'll amount to almost like 600 to 400 extra points for the Tzeentch player. Basically an extra unit of blue horrors, and we'll see if they actually have a large impact here. Generally, I would expect that they would, but we'll keep an eye on it. How do I take part? Well, this tournament is already running, but for future tournaments, there will be 7 more qualifiers after this, and you can take part in any of them as it is an open tournament. That's right, there is a link in the description. If you take a look over here, it looks like Tzeentch has very well secured this battle now, and basically it's just a single unit of, I believe these are, let's see, these are peasant horsemen by the looks of it. There we go. They're going to be trying to retake this point, but there's no way that they'll actually be able to take it fast enough. Cavalry is very slow at capturing points, and with infantry ready to support, they're not going to be winning this fight or capturing the point anytime soon. Meanwhile, in the middle, Tzeentch does actually get shoved off the point. This unit of Forsaken would be really good capture weight here, but they're just barely not on there just yet. Instead, taking a fight against these Celestial Dragon Guard, actually much more elite infantry for Cathay. But overall, it looks like this fight is going for Tzeentch. In the best case scenario, they win the fight while maintaining the point, and in the worst case, they lose the point. But even if they do, they should be able to retake it shortly after. It would just be a result in a slight deficit in victory points. Are there many matches happening at the same time? There are a ton of matches happening right now. And we'll be bouncing to some other ones in a short second. Yeah, it's access to Immortal Empire's multiplayer specifically. That is correct. So in that sense, there is a little bit of clickbait there. But if you are invested in multiplayer, it is a pretty good deal. Now, for Tzeentch, we do see a huge volley of blue fire getting launched at the Terracotta. It's going to be doing a lot of damage to him, but probably won't be taking him off the battlefield immediately. It's going to take at least another range unit to take him out, maybe some spawn, or cycle charging from this Herald. And this is going to be pretty bad for our Tzeentch player here. If he doesn't manage to retake this point anytime soon, it's going to look worse and worse for him over time. He actually doesn't have that much time left to capture this point, and even if he does take it in, about 2 minutes, he'll still have to do a triple cap to win the game, and our Tzeentch player knows this. They're going to be pushing very hard onto the capture point to try and steal it. That means bringing in the blue horrors. They're not going to be shooting the Terracotta and just all pooling on. As for our Cathay player, the Terracotta is actually just barely not on the point, which means that he won't be able to slow it down, instead opting to get a lot more value here and just staying in combat. But generally, because he doesn't have very high damage, I expect Tzeentch to hold this area for quite a long amount of time. That's true. The lag is pretty bad for this one. I'll have to take a look at it. But over here, we do see the Furies have dived on in, and they're going to be blocking up these Spearmen. Furies will be dying pretty quickly though, and generally won't really be helping out too much other than allowing the Tzeentch army to get into position. Over on the high ground, there's basically no contest going over here, and we only see basically one blue horror of Tzeentch to take that. I don't expect them to do too much. And the breath attack does drop over here on the left-hand side, where the Forsaken don't really take too much damage. One of the main problems, or one of the main downsides with the Dragon's Breath ability, it simply doesn't do that much damage to armor, which actually consists of most of the Tzeentch army in this game. As for the middle point, it is secured. If you look at over here, the second point is also secured, but will our Tzeentch player be able to hold the points long enough to win the game? At the current moment, they are going to be winning, assuming that no points change hands. So we're taking a look at the Cathay side of things and figuring out how well they can. They're trying to figure out if they can actually retake the points. But right now, they are behind in value. Generally, they don't have too many units left on the battlefield, and Tzeentch has been getting a few extra points from being behind on victory tickets. This amounts to almost like 1,000 gold at this point, which makes their army quite significantly larger than the Cathay side of things. Of course, killing the Furies is going to be evening things up a little bit, so I wouldn't count them out just yet. Now, in the meantime, I guess we just sort of wait. This lag is terrible. But overall, I would say judging by the battlefield right now, I'd probably put my money down on the Tzeentch side of things. We do see a summon for Cathay. It's going to be basic Jade Warriors, but the composition right now, I would say, is pretty favored on the Tzeentch side of things. These Forsaken will trade up into basically everything on the battlefield right now, and in an emergency, they could even bring a second unit of Forsaken towards the middle to defend if they wanted to. Basically, I guess the biggest plays Cathay could make is maybe their magic, but sadly for them, their magic is now routing off the battlefield, or potentially some ranged or cavalry heavy play. The cavalry is quite expensive though, so I don't expect to see them anytime soon. And the Terracotta, despite being a very hard to kill unit, he's more or less just getting ignored right now, and generally doesn't seem like he's going to be too much of a problem for Tzeentch. Over the course of the rest of the battle, he may only kill 2 units, or alternatively, he could very well get focused down too. That's going to be a pretty big problem for Cathay. Alternatively, it looks like Tzeentch actually not even focusing on the middle point, going for another gambit instead, trying to capture the second further point, and this is a pretty important play. If they manage to capture this point, then the game is basically over for Cathay. But if Cathay manages to defend this while trading up at the same time, this is a means for Cathay to come back here. Although it will be quite difficult given that they only have a single unit of cavalry to try and slow down the capture weight of 2 blue horrors. That's going to be pretty difficult, and it seems like Tzeentch will be able to take this unless we see another unit of cavalry get summoned. Back towards the center, it looks like more units of infantry are being summoned, and even a peasant spearman being sent up top here, but it means that not much is actually going to be helping over here. And without that unit of spearmen, I don't know if Cathay is going to be able to take this fast enough. It's going to be a close one, and Tzeentch is slowly going to be gaining up in value. Yeah, peasant horsemen will have a very hard time doing a lot of damage, but one of the main advantages that they do have is that many of these blue horrors are just trying to scramble onto the point, and in their rush to just try and get on top, they're going to be getting punished by a pretty nice charge from these peasant horsemen. They're going to be stopping they're going to be stopping one of the units from reaching the point immediately, and the other unit, although they are on the point, they're going to be taking pretty heavy losses. That's going to be quite bad for them, but they will most assuredly be able to capture this point, and that's going to be getting a pretty nice victory point lead for Tzeentch. Another unit of Furies is spawned too, basically ensuring that no ranged play for Cathay will come out, and potentially they could just be used as a stalling tool to shut down these infantry that are trying to rush to cap the center. Generally, I think these Furies should be able to do it, and given a roughly 2-minute countdown for Cathay to capture a point, I would say the favor is for Tzeentch in this battle. Over here, we just double check this point. Looks like there's no contest over there, and the Furies are coming out. Now, very importantly, we're going to see what they engage onto. They could charge the infantry in the back and rout them off the point, or alternatively, they could bounce over here. Another spell coming off for Tzeentch too. Very nice Warp Flame being applied, and the pink fire of Tzeentch is generally very good against unarmored infantry. This is going to be taking out about a quarter of the peasant HP off. That is pretty brutal. 2 more of those, and those guys are basically off the battlefield. Back on the main point, we have the Terracotta Sentinel. He's continuing to try and help out, but sadly, even though he is going to be there for the rest of the battle, it looks like he's not going to be able to stall for long enough. The peasant spears still trying to make it to this point, and the peasant horsemen, they have done pretty well for themselves. More cavalry is pulling on in. The question is, how quickly can this unit of spears actually make it onto this point. I would say it's roughly 30 seconds to get on there, and by the time they do, Cathay's going to be so far behind they basically have to capture all 3 points to win the game. Over in the middle, they have a decent chance of capturing it soon enough, as it is slowly ticking up in their favor. But over here, it's basically impossible. These Forsaken and Spawn have locked this area down for basically the entire battle, and generally they're not too worried about any forces coming there anytime soon. As for over here, it looks like, yeah, I'm not too sure. Let's see. Do we have any reinforcements for Zinch? We do have a unit of Forsaken. That's going to be securing the middle point. And I think overall, this is a pretty nice win for Zinch. Although a little bit laggy, sadly. Another unit of Jade Warriors gets summoned, and now we're even seeing the Herald come into melee. Now, because he is a flying unit, he doesn't really have a lot of capture weight. In fact, he has 0 capture weight. And instead, what he's doing, he's basically risking his life here to slow down the capture of Cathay. Any damage that he does will bring it down ever so slightly, and that help is going to be much better than if he had been hanging around in the air. Over here, it looks like the Blue Horrors, they are even getting some pretty nice shots off on the cavalry, despite being in melee. Some good target fire action, and that's even going to be routing off the Peasant Horsemen. This is almost disastrous for Cathay, as now they're not even going to be winning this fight on the high ground. Definitely quite brutal, and even these Peasant Spearmen could very well go down to the Blue Horrors. All the way back here, we're looking at, actually Cathay does finally manage to capture it, but they have lost their lead and victory tickets, and it's not going to be enough. They still need to swipe a second point somewhere, and none of their units can get there in time. They could summon cavalry, they'll get there quickly, but they won't capture quickly, and no flying units will be able to help them either. So it looks like it will be going into the ace match. Unfortunately, I do have quite a few technical difficulties to cover. So after this battle, we're going to be taking a quick break to figure out some problems on the tournament side of things. After all of that gets fixed, we'll be back in for this cast, and the tournament will still go on for quite a while. So if you guys want to take a break now's a pretty good time. I'm expecting like a maybe it could be like a 10-ish minute delay, I would say, before everything gets resolved. So hopefully it's not too much of a problem, and then we can continue to just simply casting. All right. Over this battle is completely over. Oh boy. Oh, greatest apologies those guys. This is a rather large tournament, but so far pretty nice games. Although they did play out pretty slowly. I think there were some pretty nice plays from both players. We did see a double loss from Cathay though, which is pretty brutal for them. Sadly, their faction they do run into a lot of issues holding points, but we'll see if sometime today, if they do manage to come out on top during any of these battles. All right, now, real quick, I have some things to sort out. You guys feel free to take a quick break. We will be back in roughly 10 to 20 minutes as I figure out exactly what went wrong in the bracket. Greatest apologies, and I'll see you guys in a second. All right, we're back. Thankfully, the problem was not as disastrous as I had thought. And we have someone managing the broken side of the bracket. So tournament should progress smoothly. And we should be able to continue casting. Wonderful. Oh my gosh. Special thanks to the people at CA who are on emergency notice to help out in case something exploded. And in this case, they actually did run in with the fire extinguisher and are going to be helping me out. Thank goodness for CA. Let's go ahead and actually get back into some games now. I'm going to leave the blocker up so that we don't accidentally just hop into someone's random game. Or hop into someone's game and just spoil the entire their builds and such. We definitely would not want that. And I can move on to actually finding some matches to cast. Wonderful. So the hosts manage how the tournaments play out. CA sort of do the rules. So I decided to do best of 3 just because it seemed like the tournament wouldn't go for too long. The rough estimate being 6 to 7 hours, which would have been like a long tournament that people have done before. All right. Let's see. What do we got? Do we have any matches? I did see there was a match here. Is it possible to join? I think it is. Can we spectate it? Yeah, and then hopefully this best of 3 is not too laggy. But yeah, thankfully, so basically some behind the scenes. Yeah, there was a bit of a problem with misreported scores. So I went in to try and fix that, and then it ended up just deleting the entire tiny section of the bracket there. So it's too much of a problem to try and just patch that right now. And instead, there's just a person that's going to be manually watching that bracket and making sure that the right players find the right people to face up against, which makes life so much easier. Oh my gosh. All right. Now, let's see if we can find a match real quick. I'm just going to be continuing to refresh this lobby. And if you are playing in the tournament right now and you want to have your game cast, feel free to let me know and I will hop right on in. Best use for White Lions? Man, that is a deep Warhammer 2 question. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's see. Oh, I think we do have a match coming up. All right. Can you make a lobby and open a spec slot? Let's see if we have it. It would be great. But yeah, White Lions. On the topic of White Lions, generally they're pretty bad, unfortunately. They're pretty good damage. They have pretty nice missile resist, but they're not too great in melee. So in effect, they sort of act like worse cavalry. But they're not that much worse. Essentially, any situation where cavalry is good, you can also make White Lions work pretty well. Let's see if I can see. Yeah, we're just waiting for that lobby to pop up. Whew. Oh, you're on CA stream, no chat there? Yeah, it's because I had no moderators. So they left it for emotes only. For those of you guys who have been watching the stream, if you want to come in and chat, you can find me on YouTube. If you simply search up Enticity, I will show up. And you can just hop into the stream through there. I wonder what's the hype around White Lions though? Are they truly a very exciting unit to many? I guess on the high elf roster, like, you know, there's phoenixes and dragons. White Lions are pretty hype. Ah, okay. Looks like I can watch this match, perhaps. No, they don't have a spec slot. Unfortunate. Okay, nice. And it looks like the problem is being resolved. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. What's it? If something is bad for high elves, it really... Oh yeah, if something is bad for high elves, then it must be really bad. No, but high elves are pretty good. High elves are really good because they can really accentuate the strength of a unit with their healing, which is really good. It's just that, you know, there's many other units in the high elf roster that will generally perform better. Like maybe I could see in maybe a few rosters the White Lions doing okay. But just so often you would much rather have cavalry. And then that's always a big issue. Let's see, man, where are these games? We had a ton of them earlier, but we'll find them soon enough. They're cool looking but don't perform super well. They do look very cool, it's true, yeah. There is let's see. This one. There's a lobby simply labeled tournament. I would assume it's for this tournament, but I don't know if that's the best one. Yeah, we'll just sort of chill with chat for now. Hey, nice, and we do have confirmation. We will be getting into a lobby. It looks like it's gonna be F-Pod against Imba. We'll call him just Imba. Looks pretty good. Whew. Ooh, man. Just gotta calm down from the events of earlier today. We do still have a pretty long tournament ahead of ourselves. Geez, we're less than 1/3 of the way through this one. So I'll be very careful to pace myself. But as soon as everything's figured out, there shouldn't be too many problems. Let's see. We were talking about white lions or the white lions with axes. Oh yeah, that's true. I was talking about white lion, like the mobile white lions, not the axe variants. The axe guys are actually pretty good. As one of the only armor-piercing melee units for the high elves in relatively cheap price. They're also just amazing because of their well, yeah, they're just the cheapest armor-piercing unit. You see them taking a lot against dwarves because they have crazy high missile resist. Of course, this doesn't really apply to Warhammer 3 as they're not in yet, but you know, when they eventually get added, that will be quite important. The problem is that, again, like outside of those specific scenarios, they have a much harder time actually winning fights. Their melee stats aren't too great. Sweet. As soon as we get a spectator slot, we should be able to jump right on in. Wonderful, wonderful. And to see now that flying units can finally land, how do you think it will impact the vampire counts with their air force? It will let them go sort of harder on the air force for sure. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at let's see, what is this lobby called? Is it sorry, just 1 second, just finding the lobby name. Can't see the lobby. Use spectate. We might just join another one. I see a few lobbies popping up where we should be able to join. One of them does have a spectator slot, which does help us a lot. Yeah, but being able to ground units is very, very good. Yeah, because generally vampire counts, the thing is, I don't think it really saves them at all, because most people that would go for an air force they're generally ranged. That's the main problem. So whether you're landed or in the air, you'll still get abused pretty hard. What's the lobby called? All right, let's see. If we can't find this one, we can always just join this one. You know what? Let's just join this one. Should be much easier. If it's, let's see. Oh no, this is. It would be a little bit too laggy. Unfortunately, we can't play that one. Vargeists advancing on foot than Vargeists? Oh, like you mean Terrorgeists. Vargeists are already on the ground, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, guys, open the spectator slots. We want to watch your games. Let's see, what do we have? We have I see one simply labeled Blood Penguin. Okay. I know how to find this. Apparently, the lobby name is just a bunch of random letters. Well, I guess that's why we couldn't find the lobby. But we did it. We found it. Alright. Remember, guys, if you do want your game cast in this tournament, the best way to do that is to make your lobby easily identifiable by adding Enticity to the title. That is what you want to do. Alright. Anyways, let's go ahead and close this logo. We can finally get into the game. So this is best of 3 against Imba and FPod. I've seen FPod play a few games before. Haven't seen Imba around. But should be a pretty fun game. We have yet another Cathay game against Khorne. Now, up till the last patch, Khorne was... Whenever. Up until the last patch, Khorne was definitely the favored to win. Khorne was a huge favorite to win before, as his infantry is vastly superior to Cathay, and he's a much more mobile faction. When it comes to when it comes to now, not too much has changed. Very, very little has changed. In general, Cathay, they do have a stronger firing line, specifically crane gunners, in that they do insane damage to Khorne's infantry. They even have shield penetrating abilities, which makes them very good against the usual anti-missile units of Khorne. And generally, they will just absolutely win the day. And it seems like the Cathay player does realize this and takes a whole whopping 3 crane gunners. Now, if these are not shut down quickly, they will rapidly get a ton of value, and that would be the end of Khorne. But it doesn't mean that Khorne is without options here. Khorne has multiple very fast units, Khorne dogs as we like to call them, the Bloodhounds of Khorne, normal dogs, and also Furies. Furies probably being the best option here. But will they get summoned, and will they be able to maneuver past the Longma Riders? Longma Riders are a great option, and we'll be taking a look at their sort of maneuvering to see how well they actually do. These guys are pretty great since they can absolutely just annihilate Furies, no problem. The fight, it will take such a short amount of time. They will basically, they will kill Furies in seconds if they can actually get their hands on them. And that's a bit of the problem. If 2 Furies come in from 2 different angles at the same time, it's going to be pretty hard for these guys to defend such a wide defensive gun line. Potentially, maybe another Longma could get summoned. And then in that case, Khorne would want to summon dogs. So we'll see if they actually do get engaged on. One artillery piece, one grand cannon in the back is going to be holding down the middle point and also offering a little bit of support on the third point. Now, as I imagine, many of you guys are pretty new to Domination, probably had a few cycling ins of people, so let's go over the general mechanics again. The players are racing in victory tickets. You need 5,000 to win, and for each point you control, you're going to be getting 5 of these every second. So generally, that is what you need to do to win the game specifically, but it's not actually going to show who's ahead in the match. That is mostly going to be based on who has more units and who can actually capture the points such that they'll get to 5,000 tickets first. And that's going to be a pretty important distinction for our players today. As the battle begins, I expect not too many engagements to go on. If you take a look at this narrow passage over here, the Khorne warriors, if they do decide to move into this area, they're going to get absolutely shredded to bits. They definitely do not want to do that. They'll be waiting for more mobility to get on the field first. In the meantime, Cathay, I would expect probably some more defensive units getting summoned for the range, and indeed, we do see that some peasant spearmen coming on in to make sure that these crane gunners will be firing for the entirety of the battle. Yeah, this is a glorious kill zone for Cathay. If they do manage to get enough good shots here, it's going to be the end of Khorne. But we do see a very smart play here, focusing the forces along the flank points. It's going to be splitting up these forces a bit. And this is one of the things about Cathay. They're all about unity. And if they have to split between different points, the defensive formations are going to be getting a lot worse than they would usually had they sort of stuck together. Should be quite good for Khorne once they sort of split apart. In the worst case scenario, Khorne does not manage to split them up. Like if they just sit here and take too many shots, then they're gonna get absolutely just rolled over by Cathay. So there's definitely a few ways this can play out. And as for the income side of things, looks like generally not too much is actually being spent for Khorne. For Cathay, they double down on the Longma Riders, and this is basically just securing an anti-Fury defense. So we'll need to see at least 3 Furies to shut down these Crane Gunners. A pretty large investment for Khorne, but not really too much. They're quite cheap overall. Someone in chat saying, I like Khorne on the cob. Very... oh, man, I love chat, man. It's such a nice mix. But anyways, we are seeing some dogs getting in, some Khorne dogs summoned by Khorne. Flesh Hounds. These guys are one of the strongest units in multiplayer currently. They are also a really nice model, unique model for dog units. And very, very hard to kill, it turns out. They're going to be going for a long flank. And if you take a look at their sort of, their path over here, it is pretty wide open. They could easily slip in through here. They could potentially go down this path. And not to mention, more summons could just plow right through in between here. The main problem with sort of going a big ol' Crane Gunner and Longma Rider sack is that you are really suffering on the infantry front. Not a lot of Peasant Spearmen to really help out. And this sort of opens up more opportunities for Khorne's deadly engagement. Optimally, they'll all be attacking at the same time. That could be pretty good, but what is pretty bad for Khorne is that the Talons of the Night are going to be just absolutely annihilating these Khorne warriors. We already see quite a few dead bodies on the ground, and their HP gets dropped down to about 1/4 for one of these units. That is an absolutely devastating trade. For context here, 1,000 gold value behind is pretty bad. That is like one big play that you are now behind that you have to make up for now. 2,000 gold behind means that if your opponent plays perfectly the rest of the game, there's no way you're gonna come back. And at about 3,000 gold behind, you start running into the problem where there's almost no chance to come back, generally speaking. And we are seeing the first play from Khorne come out. The Furies diving in at the same time on top of all of these Crane Gunners, some friendly fire from the cannons, actually barely missing. And what's going to be taking out the Furies? We see a nice charge from the Longma Riders. Like I said, they die in seconds, and the Crane Gunners are actually going to be making it out with decent HP values left. Another big Longma charge annihilates these Furies, and this is pretty bad for Khorne. It would have been nice to have some dogs here, but they come in slightly too late, and an emergency summon on the flank. The Jade Lancers are going to be stopping these dogs from shutting down any of the range, and now we get to see the Crane Gunners lay into these units, already firing into the Chaos Spawn, getting in pretty good damage, but they more so want to be firing in at the infantry, as their piercing shots will just generally do more damage there than the Spawn. Can you replenish ammo via resummon? You can. So if they do ever run out, we will see that, and the retarget drops on those Chaos Warriors, and immediately a quarter HP goes down. Now, it's not over for Khorne yet. Despite pretty heavy losses on the dog side of things, we're seeing generally a pretty nice push in from here. The Chaos Spawn are doing well, and if the infantry do manage to make it onto these range units, that's a pretty good trade for Khorne. Whether or not they will, though, is yet to be seen, because Miao Ying up in the sky, she's gonna be harassing these guys, dropping another huge AoE. That is insane value. Cathay with the 4,000 gold lead now. And all those Khorne warriors looking pretty beat up. They're gonna be routing very soon, but it looks like one of them is going to be reaching those Crane Gunners. This is a kill zone, though, against basically a machine gun nest, with these Peasant Spears acting as the barbed wire in this analogy to funnel them in. And it looks like it works pretty well, except for one of the very expensive Crane Gunners gets shut down. Another problem, though, The longbow riders are just constantly countercharging everything that is moving on in, and that means that Khorne is dedicating huge amounts of money to try and shut down these units, and generally, it's not coming out as a very good trade. Khorne harvesting season indeed, and all the way over here we're seeing a pretty bad fight too. Many of these units on the flank getting routed off, probably due to these Iron Hail gunners shooting them down. In the meantime, one halberd is now off the battlefield, getting run down by the peasants of Cathay, and over here a cavalry charge on the spawn, not really going to do a lot of damage, but more than enough to keep these guys in place for the crane gunners to shred them apart. These guys are already facing down. You can see the target fire, and even worse, another Talons of the Knight's going to be dropping. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. It's going to be pretty disgusting here. Their HP is probably dropping dramatically. And yeah, just like that, most of the Khorne warriors are gone. Now, a little bit of a misplay, a tiny bit of friendly fire on the Jade Lancers. They get absolutely annihilated, I will say, brought down to below half HP. Miao Ying apparently not caring about her cavalry forces today. But we're seeing a pretty bad situation for Khorne right now. Taking a look at what they need to get their value back. About 5,000 value. This means if Khorne manages to somehow shut down every range unit in the Cathay roster, they'll only be slightly behind. That's a pretty bad place to be. Taking a look at their actual units around the map, it's not too great. They don't have many, but there is a single saving grace for Khorne. Take a look at the victory tickets up here. It's not over just yet, because Khorne actually has had all 3 capture points for the entire game. And this now poses a very specific problem for Cathay. Can they capture these points before Khorne manages to race to 5,000? Cathay does have extremely slow infantry units, and a point like this one all the way over here, look at that distance. This unit of peasant spearmen, we're going to check back in on them in about 2 minutes to see if they actually make it there on time. Meanwhile, over here in the middle, they will be capturing it, it seems, just barely. It's a bit of a grind, but if they get one more unit here, it should cap. Oh, actually, no, it goes in the favor of Khorne. That's pretty bad. And all the way over here, they do manage to capture 1 point. This is going to slow down Khorne by a little bit. And if we do some quick math, it's going to take a little bit over 2 minutes before Khorne manages to win the game off 2 points. So if they capture this point in 1 minute, they buy themselves another 2 minutes to capture this last one. So not impossible to still see a Khorne win after all of this trading. And just like that, we see a Chaos Warrior getting summoned to race onto this point. They will be able to defend it against those spears in time. And this middle point is still being held. Oh no, this could very well be a disaster for Cathay, as even though they still managed to get a huge advantage, Khorne just being able to stall them out and capture all 3 points might very well just do it. We are now under the 2 minute mark, and if we take a look at the infantry, is there even enough infantry for Cathay to win it? I don't think so. A unit of dogs being summoned too, and this is brilliant, because they're going to reach these peasants much, much faster than the warriors. So they'll just be stalling them, and then the warriors will finish the job. And Cathay, without a summon in sight to capture this 3rd point, it's gonna be looking pretty dicey. Yeah, a very hard commit on the missiles. And this is sort of the problem with going too defensive in domination mode. If you want to sit back in a defensive situation, you will get a lot of value, but you can pretty easily fall behind because you just don't have a lot of capture weight. This is the main downside of enjoying such a nice position. Just not having any of that map control. It's just so problematic. And look at that, the dogs alone stopping these spearmen from capping. And even if point number 2 were to be captured immediately right now, it would only take 1 minute before Khorne manages to win it, which is absolutely brutal for the forces of Cathay. And this is why you want to play very patient when you're facing up against these range builds. You're basically telling them, you have to push forwards. You can't sit back in your little defensive boxes, or you will be punished. In this case, our Cathay player not being able to clear out the Khorne forces fast enough, and the punishment does come in. Longbow riders, they're clearing out the enemy. They're trading pretty well, but it's not going to be enough. And Khorne manages to barely sneak by the victory on the last victory point. Poor Cathay. Poor Cathay with a third loss today. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal, and that's gonna be game. Oh my gosh. That is a rough experience indeed. If you look at the value of these units, absolutely insane. These crane gunners getting a lot of damage, but domination is a mode on capture points. You want to be able to, your goal is going to be changing based on the situation that you are in. And in this case, our player wasn't able to adapt fast enough. And this is one of the main reasons why Khorne is one of the best factions in domination. It's because they play very aggressively. And generally these aggressive factions will do much better than the others. That's true. I did say 3,000 gold behind generally equals no chance. Unless you fall behind in victory points. The optimal situation for Cathay would have been to play much more forwards and not worry about the capture points too much. But as a caster, I am obligated not to do too much backseat casting. These players, they're the ones actually playing for the prize. I am simply here to cover the news. At least that's generally what I aim for. Oh man, that was brutal though. That was brutal. I lost track of the victory tickets for 1 second. 1 second, but being triple capped is crazy. So you need 5,000 points to win, and if your opponent has 3 capture points, they're getting 900 every single minute that goes by. Which means that in about 5 minutes, the game's gonna be over if you don't secure a point fast enough. All right. Now I do see people talking about how generally it can be pretty unfortunate to play for value and to still lose. Generally, the idea is it's sort of like an anti-corner camping sort of mechanism, if you think about it, right? You are punished more and more the more defensively you play, and the more defensively you play, the more value you can get. So it's a nice sort of balancing act, but you have to be very aware of it, which does make the match or make the mode a lot more. You have a lot more to think about while playing the mode, and hopefully I can convey all of that information to you guys over the course of the day. Anti-corner camping, very true, Spartan, very true. Oh my gosh, the puns in chat, they only amplify with more people that show up. All right, but that's a third game loss for Cathay today. Pretty rough. We saw generally a lot of these matches, we're seeing that their infantry are faltering pretty hard often. It's not the best case, not the best place to be in, but if they do ever see an update, some fast infantry could very well change the whole dynamic of this. And yeah, a lot of air units, a lot of these high value units, they'll see a little bit less play in domination over units that are sort of more staunch. For example, the high elves, you might want to go for more spears instead of ranged units. Is that meme too old? Am I just digging up a dead meme? Anyways, what do we have? It looks like, oh my gosh, another Cathay game. The Madmen. The absolute Madmen. All right, so we're going to be seeing yet another Cathay game. It's going to be, let's see. So the last one was we're at Imba 1 and F-Pod null. So here's the thing. Despite what we have seen over the tournament so far, the players have still decided to go for Cathay. Perhaps F-Pod has some sort of plan here. Maybe he just thinks Imba made a misplay last game. Or maybe Slayer is correct and people just enjoy losing. We will see. We will see. This could very well also just be the first Cathay win of the day. I'm not sure. Oh man, the early stages of a tournament always very exciting, as you will see a lot more sort of experimental play, which is always fun, because sometimes you will see just surprise victories come out of it. We'll be keeping an eye though. F-Pod playing as Tzeentch. Pretty interesting pick. We did see this matchup earlier at good old times 1/4 speed, and this time This time I expect probably a similar idea from the Tzeentch side of things. Tzeentch is one of the best factions in Domination right now, although not the best, but mostly because they have two dynamics to them. They have the ranged heavy dynamic that most people will generally do when they think of Tzeentch, and then they have a very melee focused strength, which is pretty unexpected. Most people don't think of Tzeentch as a big fighty faction, but with Forsaken, but with Spawn and Furies, they can actually put up a pretty good fight in melee against many factions. And Cathay's gonna have to account for both of them. When you're playing against Cathay, it's pretty, you don't have much to worry about. You know there's gonna be maybe a Terracotta, and other than that, it's mass infantry. So sort of the ball is in the court of Tzeentch, I would say, heading on into this match. And indeed, we do see a pretty melee-centric build with a nice sprinkling of blue horrors, who are going to be more or less just providing pretty nice cover support. These guys are one of the most cost-efficient units in the game because of their range attacks, but much like the largest stars in the universe, this analogy, if they shine bright, they're gonna burn out very quickly. So blue horrors are great for winning a fight, but they're not really great for holding a point over the long run. We're gonna need to see a switch either to pink horrors or a transition into heavier infantry to try and actually hold this territory as long as possible. In the meantime, we also see cannons, Bubba's Big Blast, already disapproving of the cannons early. They're pretty good in land battles against Tzeentch, but will they be enough in Domination? They're pretty low DPS, and they're gonna be suffering the same things that we saw last game. Cannons in general, let me just adjust this real quick. Where does this fit best? There we go. That'll do. Oh man, my player win rate UI needs some tweaking, but we'll live with it. Anyways, in general, cannons, they suffer the same problems as last game. They are really good at giving you good value, but they're not that good at actually winning you any territory, right? They're just gonna give cover support for the entire game, but you need infantry on the point to actually hold it. And in this case, it looks like it's going to be a value-centric build to start off. In the meantime, on the Tzeentch side of things, they're going pretty wide. Is this going to play out the same way as the Corrin game? Probably not. It'll probably have a few differences. But we have a very wide spread by Tzeentch. Now, generally, this can be pretty dangerous if you're being rushed. But if you take a look at Cathay, the roster is not exactly the most rushed type of roster ever. You don't have these guys screaming blood for the blood god, and generally they're not going to do too well. Essentially, the most aggressive units are these Longma Riders, and if they do decide to dive in on these guys, likely they're going to get shot up and caught up in the crossfire. We're not going to sing that because YouTube will take me off this stream immediately. So, in the meantime, we also have all of the melee force up here, and this is a pretty good play. They avoid the cannons, and they can easily capture this point, and they have a pretty nice flank down this path over here if Cathay decides to push up. Basically ensuring that Tzeentch has the almost full dominance in terms of map control right now. If we had to draw a line in terms of where we imagine map control to be, it's about here, right? Tzeentch can push up all the way up to this line and be pretty happy. Cathay, if they move into this area, it becomes a no man's land. Pretty dangerous for them. So the onus is on Cathay. Oh no, the lag. The onus is on Cathay to try and figure out how to push up that line a little bit further up. This means either pushing up with cannons, making some infantry summons, which we do see, or perhaps even just army wiping Tzeentch with enough DPS. A few good options here, but at the moment, I would say Tzeentch is in a pretty nice position. And right now, we're keeping an eye on Cathay to see what they actually do. This is also pretty good for Tzeentch because one tech you can do, you can hold unit in reserves and wait for your opponent to summon before you counter. In this case, Tzeentch going for the Screamers, and that's probably for these Great Longma Riders, which does give Cathay an opportunity to summon something that cannot easily be taken out. These cannons also getting decent value against the blue horrors. They knock out the shield, but not too much else. Not too much else. It's these guys are pretty cheap if you take a look at the value. Only 300 gold. Not very much considering that this guy spamming out the blue fire is going to be doing a lot better. And hey, look at that. It's the favorite spell of Cathay. Good old dragon hands coming on in. But this unit's pretty cheap. It doesn't matter very much that they take damage. And looking at that value, only like a few hundred extra. It's a pretty nice animation, but we've seen before, it's not going to win Cathay any games. As for their actual play, we see range units getting summoned in. Now this goes into the theory that if my enemy stops existing, I'll be able to capture all the points. This will work sometimes, but not all the times, as we saw in the last game. And we're seeing the first battle already being taken. And it's going to be Screamers against Long Marauders up in the air. The big bird in the mix. Look at that big old mosh pit with Furies in the back. They're going to be doing quite well here. Overall, well, you know, the Furies in the back will do better than usual, but this fight's actually not going very well because Longbow Riders are pretty good Kings of the Air. Their biggest threat is the Exalted Lord of Change, and if they keep staying in this fight, it's going to go pretty well in the favor of Tzeentch. In the meantime, we do see a summon here, Ancestral Warriors. These guys are temporary, they'll last about a minute, and they're not actually going to stall the capture of this point. Summons do not actually, they don't capture points at all, and they're doing pretty well there, but Cathay has actually managed to push their advantage, and they did capture the middle point. This is good for them, along with this fight over here. It's going to be looking like just a pretty even trade. Both sides are sort of taking horrendous losses here, which is actually, I would say, in the favor of Tzeentch. As these armies go down, Tzeentch will get the air advantage because of the Lord of Change, and that means business like this is going to start happening. Furies on top of the Jade Warriors, shutting them down, giving them a hard time, and that air superiority is just going to be great. Although in this case, with the Furies sort of picking pretty bad fights, this could result in a bad trade for Tzeentch. Look at that, barely any damage on the Jade Warriors. They didn't need to be shut down at that point, and that's a lot of damage wasted. As for this flank over here, they have not really been doing too much. They've taken the long route around the mountain, and they're just now getting into the fight. But that's still pretty good for Tzeentch, I would say, as he's about to take out a lot of this value here. Cathay could potentially be stuck there for the better part of this battle, and if that happens, we might see another triple cap situation for Tzeentch. In the meantime, the dragon-blooded lord just fleeing the battlefield away from the Lord of Change. Just like that, she's gone. The leadership's about to tank for Cathay. Just like that, there goes a third of their leadership. And this guy, he's still at full HP. Not a worry in the world because his shields are also maxed out. He's pretty happy about the current situation of things, and the Spawn and Forsaken are very happy about the current situation of things. These guys are absolutely annihilating everything. They're just caught up in a blob. They're getting charged by some cavalry, but these guys very high leadership, and it's a mass rout from Cathay too. Had their lord lived, these guys would have stayed in the fight, but it's a horrendous trade for Cathay. Really, really, really terrible for him, especially considering this match where Cathay was sort of going for a value type of game with sort of losing a lot of their high value targets. Tzeentch could potentially just win on the capture weight. We'll see how it goes though. The losses and the difference in value is not that huge. That means that there is a lot of potential to come back here. Only a few good engagements could swing it in the favor of Cathay, especially here. They'll be taking better trades because of the reinforcement points. All the way over here, Forsaken are on the middle point. They're not going to win against Celestial Dragon Guard very quickly, and these are one of the only units for Cathay that will hold for a very long time. They trade well into Forsaken, and generally the only thing that they're worried about is getting shot to death. And if we take a look around, not a lot of range units for Tzeentch. In the meantime, we also have the slowest cap known to man. It is a single Peasant Horseman, struggling to capture this point. They do want to capture it quickly, but you know, they'll settle for eventually. The game's not going to end anytime soon, so not really too much of a problem. What is more of a problem is that the Forsaken spawn blob over here has just been causing havoc in the backline, and that means these guys are not going to be getting any reinforcements anytime soon. Huge pink fire of Tzeentch comes down, roasting them a little bit, but they're very armored, so generally not too much damage. And you know what? The mobility is actually cleaning up a lot of these guys. I would not count Cathay out just yet, as they are actually starting to trade up pretty well. And soon enough, they may even get a few extra points from being behind in the victory tickets. Right now, though, pretty inconsequential. And we do see a couple more cavalry units coming into support. Nice play from Cathay, ignoring this spawn Forsaken blob to help out the fight in the center and to actually push for pretty good map control. Blue fire is pretty busted, I will say. It's very good against large targets. And actually, fun fact, Blue Fire of Tzeentch has anti-large on it, despite the tooltip not saying it. Now this fight over here, we have Long Marauders fighting against Furies. You might think the Furies will win in this fight, but Long Marauders are actually pretty good against Furies. We're going to see how long this fight actually goes for. And this is one of the ways Cathay could pretty easily secure an advantage here. If you look at the value, they're actually getting pretty even. And despite the Long Marauders getting charged and starting at no HP, they took out a quarter of the health off the Furies and all of their shields. Not really too bad of a situation for these guys, considering they were basically on death's bed. Over here, Celestial Dragon Guard are doing great, fighting one of the best targets, Chaos Spawn. And over here, it's the other way around. Cavalry trying to fight Chaos Spawn, and that is a very bad fight for them. But what is a bigger problem for Tzeentch? The bigger problem is that they do not have any of these points really secured, except for maybe this one on the far side. If you look at the value, if Cathay manages to hold 2 points for the rest of the game, it's gonna be a win for Cathay. A rare enough sight, an actual win for Cathay, but let's not call it too quickly just yet, because they just barely don't manage to capture this point. This is actually pretty huge, because this is potentially an extra, few hundred points they could have gone here. If the game does go down to the wire, we'll know that what happened here managed to affect the game. If you take a look over here, some more Forsaken, sort of stopping this area, but the Terracotta finally comes out. The Tzeentch army so far have been pretty light on ranged, and given that they've sort of been getting out-traded in many situations here, they can't really keep these guys firing. There's just so much infantry. I don't think this Terracotta is going to go down, and almost assuredly it's going to secure this point for a very, very long time. More Furies getting summoned in here, and although Furies are good, we're starting to see one of the problems with Furies. So Furies are really good at getting into the fight very quickly and sort of changing the tide of battle in your favor, but they don't actually trade especially well. As we've seen all of the Fury engagements here, with each Fury engagement, Tzeentch is falling further and further behind in value. And that's because, they're just generally not that good fighters unless they're in very optimal situations. And right now, Cathay's been doing a pretty good job shutting them down. In the middle fight, the Blue Horrors, they do get shut down by the Jade Warriors. They will eventually lose this, and this should be a pretty good win for Cathay up top, but it'll take a while. Thankfully, they do have the point in the middle here. The fighting has gone pretty well in that the Dragon Guard are finally down, but the mighty Terracotta, passing right through all of these Blue Horrors with not a care in the world. He's going to be holding down this point, and he might hold it long enough, but I think Tzeentch is actually going to barely pull it back. Oh my gosh, no. Tzeentch just barely doesn't manage to cap it in time. Terracottas, they do have insane capture weight, and if you want a guy to hold a point for a long time, he's your man. But a very nice Pink Fire of Tzeentch routes off both peasant units at the same time, and they're off the battlefield. The capture weight is gone, and Tzeentch manages to pull back a 2-point lead. This is pretty big for Tzeentch over here. They don't have this point, but Cathay did commit a lot there. And now the turntables. Cathay is now the one that is sort of sweating, and they're sweating quite a bit because they have to capture one of these points within roughly a minute for them to actually pull out a victory here. And if we take a look at the battlefield once again, the Banes of Cathay, they just have no capture weight anywhere on the field. Tzeentch coming back massively back in power, and with all the cavalry dead, a single unit of flamers is going to be melting the face off of this Terracotta. Oh my goodness, this is very bad. This is hugely bad for Cathay. What was once a pretty dominant lead, getting pretty bad. I think I'm not sure exactly what ended up working out so badly for them. I guess just the Exalted Lord of Change, and probably probably their infantry just starting to fall apart. They are performing a lot worse than you would expect because of the Dead Lord. So they're constantly routing off the battlefield. And the 2 units of peasant spears that were supposed to support this fight got routed off immediately by a single spell. Honestly, that might just be it. And with no magic to actually support, it's gonna be a Tzeentch victory. Brutal, absolutely brutal for Cathay. Once again, getting knocked off the battlefield. I think we have the curse of Cathay starting to come in, because we've seen them played 3-4 times now, and yeah, they haven't really been able to scrap it through. It's just absolutely brutal trying to move on to those points. But of course, there were many plays there that Tzeentch managed to get a good advantage on. Blue fire on the Lord, huge damage, routed her off. That is a huge and major play. Shutting down the cannons is also very big. And then after that, once the armies sort of started getting way too small to actually shut down the ranged firepower, a single unit of flamers really melted down that terracotta. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. And that's going to be a win for FPod. Trading out wins. It is now going to be 1-1 for our 2 opponents. Very nice. An ace match. And not too much lag too, which is amazing. All right, now just checking for updates. Let's see. All right. Nice, guys. I'm happy to announce nothing is on fire. Nothing burned down to the ground between games. We did it. We have a stream on our hands. Amazing. All right, what do we have? What's in the ace match? Now, neither player can play Cathay anymore, as they have already played Cathay, which means they are going to have to switch it up a little bit. We saw Tzeentch played for 1 player, and in the previous game, we saw... It was Khorne? Was that the Khorne game, or was that before? I think that was the Khorne game. I think it was. Man, all the games are starting to meld together now. But yeah, Khorne, not being able to play Khorne is a little bit of a problem. Khorne's one of the best counter pick factions in the game right now. And if they're off your roster, it's gonna hurt a little bit, as especially moving into the ace match. And that was Imba that was playing as them. So already, I would say probably FPod has the advantage here. Probably FPod has that advantage. Now, we could see a Khorne versus Tzeentch game. That's actually a very fun matchup. There's a lot going on there for sure. Yeah, Imba goes. If Imba goes, well, Imba can't go Khorne. He played Khorne last game. So I'm still feeling it like an FPod Khorne is the way to go. But the picks and bans can be brutal. We might see Khorne get banned. That's correct. You cannot replay a faction. Now, for this map, this is also a very interesting map. Funnily enough, it is very favored for Nurgle. Especially Nurgle into Khorne, which we might see. These choke points, very nice. It means that you can't easily be outmaneuvered because of these wings on the side. And Nurgle can just sort of just move very slowly but surely onto the points he wants to capture. Instead, though, we see a Slaanesh and Kislev matchup. Very interesting. This matchup overall, I would say is very heavily favored on the side of Kislev. Very heavily favored on the side of Kislev. Slaanesh generally regarded by many players to be one of the worst factions in the game. But I wouldn't put it past FPod to not have some sort of shenanigans to pull it back. Here's the thing though. There's a couple Kislev builds that'll really give them trouble. And the main problem that you see here is that Slaanesh, one of their main strengths is charging units in the back, breaking a unit's leadership. Their faction passive benefits from routing units. But Kislev, they basically shut all of that down because they have a passive on their entire army that lets them become unbreakable for 30 seconds when they're about to rout. This means Slaanesh gets no army passive. They also do not benefit from... They also don't benefit from charging units in the back and breaking their leadership, because they have 30 seconds to sort of stabilize themselves. And overall, that's pretty bad. Now, of course, you can't go the Slaanesh memes, right? You can't go the full infantry melee build as we have seen before. But it definitely does have weaknesses. Kislev has some very powerful anti-infantry spells if they're unarmored. And when it comes to Slaanesh, basically no one has armor. They want to show off their bodies at the expense of their survivability in combat, and it's going to be pretty rough. Now, alternatively, Slaanesh could also go for perhaps very heavy single entity play, maybe a mass cavalry play, just win the mobility and just really try and surround the infantry as well as you can. As for the Kislev side, I would expect pretty infantry heavy. Kossars are great in general. Just spamming them out. That's like generally what you could see, but there's a few ways you can take it on both sides. The lack of Nurgle is very surprising. That's true. Nurgle is still one of the strongest factions, I would think. Although much more difficult to play than they were in the previous patch, so we'll see how they do. Also, by the way, while we wait for these guys to actually get into the game, I'll just give myself a quick second to bring up the channel. If you guys are watching on Twitch right now and you want to talk in chat, or you want to check out the Enticity channel in general, that's my YouTube channel. You can look it up on YouTube. I cover Warhammer content, some multiplayer stuff. We've done streams, and I also play a bunch of challenge campaigns. So if you guys are interested in that and just spamming me with infinite questions, I will happily answer. So there's always that. Now, in the meantime, I guess they're just setting up their builds. This is a high-stakes tournament after all. This game determines who will move on and who will be getting knocked out. But hopefully it doesn't take too long. In fact, you know what? I expect it'll take like at least a minute to get into the game. So let's just take a quick break. You know, let's just take a quick 1 minute break. I'll be back in 60 seconds. You guys can count in chat if you really want. Don't get banned by Nightbot. And I'll see you guys once we're back in the game. And just like that, they're ready. Okay, you know what? Okay, never mind. I was gonna take the break, but now they're already in. What's a man to do? Just in case they deploy the army super quickly, we'll stick around. But hey, if you want to take 1 minute, usually these games don't get underway super quickly, so we'll settle for this. Anyways, let's get my camera out of the way. Let's focus on the match at hand. Yeah, that was a very quick 60 seconds, I know, like... Oh my gosh, Nightbot won't ban you? Well, you know, if you put in just a few too many caps in your messages, Nightbot will smite you out of existence. So you should be worried about that. Although for the people on Twitch, feel free to spam all the emotes. I'm sure CA doesn't have a version of Nightbot, right? Let's just see those emotes go wild, and then we'll figure out if you start getting temporarily banned. Then we'll know. Anyways, let's take a look at the armies here. For F-Pod, my goodness, he actually did it. The mass infantry Slaanesh. We're seeing marauders into the horizon. The ROR newly added demonettes. These guys will grind down everything that they find in melee. And glorious Nakari. Oh, where'd he go? Where'd he go? There we go. There's Nakari in the flesh, coming in to annihilate all the single entities and heroes for Kislev. Let's see if they actually have enough to actually survive that onslaught, or if they're going to go very wide. In this case, it looks like, indeed, Kislev going for an extremely wide build, almost even maxed out on the range units. Now, this is a pretty slow build compared to Slaanesh. They are very good at controlling territory, but not very good at actually securing it. I see all the hearts in on the Twitch chat, amazing. But yeah, they're not very good at securing territory. There's a big problem where generally they just walk very slow. Archers will take a while to trade up, but Kislev do have a hidden option. If we do see the snow leopards getting summoned in, they will be much better than what we've seen from Cathay. When you are ahead as Kislev, if you summon in the Snow Leopards, they will be able to steal points very quickly. Strangely enough, they do have infantry capture weight, and they are extremely cheap. So if you even get like a 2,000 gold value, you spam out like 3 of them, and you'll easily be taking your advantage. We also have a Boyar. Good old, ooh, the Axe of Tor. I believe this is a strong missile spell. We'll see if it actually does that much damage. Well, technically it's some bombardment, but you know, missile from the sky, same thing. Yeah, the RORs are really interesting. They will win in any single melee fight they take. They'll beat Warbear Riders, they'll beat infantry, they'll beat your cavalry. But the thing is, if they get shot at all, they're gonna be melting oh so quickly. So it really depends on how good of an engagement they can actually take. And I'm not too sure how good of one they can take. Honestly, there's a lot of range here, and if you look at this choke point, it's pretty good for Cathay. Slaanesh, on the other hand, they could wait it out. They could just sort of hang back here and let Kislev overextend for a better surround. Or alternatively, they might want to play for points. Now, like we said, the gambit that the players are choosing here is value or points. It's very hard to get both at the same time. And if you decide to take a fight here, you're playing for points. And we'll see how that plays out. Although no shots are actually firing just yet. Perhaps both players are going for value. No, Slaanesh looks like they are creeping up. And this is a pretty risky maneuver. Not a terrible one, though. It just means that if Kislev manages to get too much value on points, Slaanesh might be running out of units towards the later half of the game. Over here in the distance, this unit of Marauders is vastly overwhelmed, but you know, you can lose in this fight, and they're not even taking the engagement, and instead just take a very nice fight over here. It looks like potentially the units are getting ready to move on in, but it's a bit of a slow engagement. We have cavalry moving on in. They should be able to do good. These guys are shielded, so they will be able to hold for a decent amount of time. But one of the major problems is that this is a very nice defensive position for Kislev. They have reinforcements to catch you out. And look at this, the double reinforcements. This cavalry is getting just annihilated. Those poor Seekers getting destroyed by a much cheaper cavalry. But Nakari finally comes in. And this can be a pretty good trade for Slaanesh. For a possibly bad trade, let's take a look at this. Fury's getting annihilated by the great weapons. They're good at getting there early, they're not good at staying for very long. And we're seeing a lot of ranged units actually firing right now, with the Exalted Demonettes not really finding a good trade. They may very well get focus fire down, and Kislev turns their range to start firing on in. Meanwhile, in the distance, fighting is going still pretty good. But take a look at this. Take a look at this. One of the most expensive, squishiest units on the Slaanesh roster. In about like 10 seconds, getting brought down to half HP. This is what you would call pretty brutal for Slaanesh. Yeah, and what damage did they even do? What is their value? Oh my goodness, they've barely made 1/5 of the value that they costed, and that's very, very bad. There's some Furies, they do dive in to try and distract the Kossars, but it's about 3 Furies too short to actually support, and look at that, the Demonettes are already gone. Absolutely brutal in terms of a trade. Some more infantry trying to pour on in, but the fight over here is already mostly secured. I don't imagine these guys will be winning that anytime soon. But Nakari, always a big unit to sort of swing the battle in, since it can snipe single entities so well, could potentially do well. Has taken a lot of damage though, and a brutal Zargard summon. It's going to be very bad for Slaanesh. These guys will be able to win against basically everything here, and that's pretty bad considering how far the support is. Fighting in your opponent's spawn area is generally going to be a pretty bad trade for you, but if we take a look at the capture points, we see 1 capture point here being held, and we see 1 capture point here. So Slaanesh essentially making the trade that we mentioned earlier, which is going for this value. But given that it's so early in the game, that doesn't really cause too much pressure, and Kislev pretty easily retake the point essentially right after that battle. Pretty brutal engagement so far. Yeah, Kislev with the double value than Slaanesh. Now technically we did see this earlier, and the person behind did still manage to win, but that was a game that had progressed much, much, much further. Some de-summoning in the distance. That's just going to be refunding a basically dead unit. And over here, these poor marauders, they're cowering in the woods, trying to run away from the heavy fire of this Kislev infantry. Yeah, the choke points are very brutal for Slaanesh. I will say I was quite surprised by the Slaanesh pick. It is a very hard matchup. And over here, the fighting continues, but here's the thing. Kislev can instantly summon whatever units are best for this situation, while Slaanesh has to basically predict what will be summoned a minute beforehand. Very rough situation to be in, but despite that, they're still trading decently well over here. They're only they're 3,000 gold behind though, which is roughly the price of an entire Nakari. Quite brutal. And another Snow Leopard getting summoned. Now this is technically a bad fight with the Snow Leopard, but Nakari opting to go for waiting for the cavalry support. There we go. A single shot, annihilating the HP on the Snow Leopard. I expect this next attack to get it to rout almost instantly. There you go. And this is why you don't send Snow Leopards in onto Nakari. He will rip their faces off. Literally 3-shot. That is insane. I believe he's getting some combat buffs right now, most likely. No, just a frostbite, but turning around and sniping out the other Snow Leopard. This is grounds for a comeback. This is grounds for one. That is about 1,000 value, essentially for free for Slaanesh. Despite that, they're about 3,000 gold behind still, because if you take a look over here, all their units are having a pretty rough time taking any fight. Poor cavalry getting shot down by this gun line, but potentially, you know, we are seeing a little bit of blobbing here. They are flanked by Slaanesh, and we do know Slaanesh does very much like coming at you from behind. If there is a big enough engagement on these lines of infantry, that would actually bring Slaanesh back up in value. Take a look at that already. Coming back ever so slightly, but we do have a pretty nice trio of units here to make engaging these guys pretty difficult. Let's see what the summons are for Slaanesh. Some units over here playing for points once again, going for this capture point. Still, not the worst idea in the world, but will it actually pay off? Time will tell. Time will tell. If the fighting is very close, it's very good to have the points. If the fighting is very uneven, generally that means that you want to be fighting units instead. Over here we are seeing Furies do engage, and most of these units are not firing. So for this pocket over here, who are doing quite well. Still 2,000 points down, and the victory tickets sort of say... the onus is on Slaanesh to try and come back. But if you have to come back in value and points, it's going to be pretty difficult. Perhaps Nakari will snipe out this Boyar though, as he is actually getting pretty low on HP. Over here, beautiful surround of these units, but these armored Kossars, suddenly infinite leadership for 30 seconds. That's going to help them hold there for about 3 volleys of these range units, and a lot of damage does drop down. It's going to be hammering this position. Alright, sorry, just checking to make sure that there's no fires, and thankfully there are no fires thanks to the wonderful CA members that are helping me run this tournament. Anyways, back to the actual battle. These guys got annihilated by that surround, but it was still a pretty scary trade. Nakari took a lot of missile fire, and these guys, they're almost out of ammunition. Nakari going down, slaps 2 Snow Leopards like they're nothing, but the basic Kossar infantry being a little bit too scary. Meanwhile, Boyar over here, capturing this point, and this is one of the problems that we're seeing. This it seems like the gambit. Oh, Nakari dies too. That's brutal. But the gambit of going for this point means that this point fell a little bit faster, and that means that overall it ended up being a pretty bad victory point trade for our poor Slaanesh's forces here. There was a very nice whip here indeed, and over here it looks like, oh my gosh, Slaanesh with the 0 pixel hold just barely keeps it together over here. They will actually be able to hold this area for a little bit longer. That is awesome. That means that Slaanesh will be able to hold back on the points a little bit. Now they just have to come back 3,000 points in value. Shouldn't be too difficult from what we've seen so far. All right, let's see. I'll check in the bracket in a moment. All right. Anyways, So, what was I saying? Yes, Slanesh very far behind, and no victory points. Oh boy, this is brutal. Yeah, the ice car did actually do pretty good, but at this point in the battlefield, I think we are pretty safe to say Kislev has won it. There were just a few too many bad trades, and this is the thing about domination. Most of the time, especially early in the game, you do want to focus on that value play, and especially against many of the factions, except for Cathay, the grand exception, who you'll win against apparently if you do anything. Oh, I can't wait to see a Cathay win today. They are actually, they do have a bit of teeth, but maybe by the finals. We'll keep an eye on it. All right. In the meantime, over here, we have glorious... What do we got? We have some pretty beat up infantry here. They would have gone hounded off by these marauders, but another cavalry summon is going to be very good. Cathay, I always mix up their names. Kislev, despite being a rather infantry-heavy faction, generally, towards the later stages of the game, transition into a more mobile type of playstyle, summoning in units like the Griffin Legion, who absolutely annihilate these poor Slanesh cavalry. Oh my gosh, that was a beautiful trade, and that's going to be pretty good for Kislev. Another summon of cavalry come on in, and this point over here, it looks like even that is going to be another loss for Slanesh at this point. About 5,000 gold behind, and we're seeing basically no more units over here. As the armies get smaller, your lead will be more and more felt on the battlefield. We're definitely seeing this over here. GG, guys. And Kislev will be taking the victory, moving on up in the bracket. Let's go ahead and take a look at how the tournament has sort of progressed right now. It seems like we have about 3 more stages. No, 4 more. 4 more rounds to go. So that means we have like 4 hours. It's about 4 hours to do this. Shouldn't be too long, right? All right, but well played. Well played to FPod. You did well. But Imba actually moving up in the tournament. Very well. Look at that. All right. Very, very good. Good job, Imba. And I hope to see you further in the tournament. Let's go ahead and back up a tiny bit. We'll go back into the lobbies and see if we can find a match before taking our glorious 1-minute break that we've been searching for so long. Please buff Slanesh. Honestly, I do feel like Slanesh could get a bit of a buff, sadly, but... Alright, let's take a look at this. Apparently no matches are being hosted right now. Is this, I think I just need to refresh it. Non-friend games is grayed out. That is worrying. That is worrying. Let's see, let's just keep refreshing this. Can I hide my shame with the logo? Interesting. Interesting. Maybe if I restart Warhammer, we'll get it. While we find a game, though, this is the perfect time to take a break. If you guys want to grab some water. If you want to ask questions, now is the time. Yeah, Nurgle is actually very good. You would be surprised. You'd be very surprised. All right. How is this list going? We are still connected. Maybe if I host a battle and exit. There we go. I did it. It's fixed. Is this domination or wait, QP? I don't know what QP is, but this is a domination tournament, as it would be impossible to host a tournament for land battle. I simply cannot manage all of that at the same time. All right. Let's see. Can we get a match? Can we get a match? Yeah, Nurgle is among the top strongest factions. It's sort of crazy. One of the strongest things that Nurgle has going for him is that he has very, very strong infantry. Surprisingly so. Most people will take Furies as Nurgle, Nurglings, Toads, all of those you generally want to avoid. And you want to more so focus on Plague Bearers. Plague Bearers and Spawn should be your bread and butter. And if you start doing that, you should be pretty good. In fact, I even have a stream of that on my YouTube channel. I think I had a 6-1 win ratio playing as Nurgle. It's great, guys. Just one of his major counters is Khorne, surprisingly enough. We'll see if we actually find any of that in this here tournament. All right, is this a match that we can join? Let's see. All right. Oh no, it's the same match that we were just watching. Never mind. Never mind. All right, let's keep looking then. Yeah, Plague Bearers, they're the Saurus Warriors of Game 3. Indeed, indeed. Whew, oh man. Kugath is one of the best lords right now. Yeah, Kugath with his buff on the Mortis engines, insane. Absolutely insane. He's a menace. It's an absolute menace in melee. His biggest weakness though is that he's very, very slow. One of the slowest lords. Let's see, I'm just checking to make sure the bracket is all good. I think it is. Wonderful. All right. Anyone playing right now? Let's see. Is Razel versus Stinger, is this part of the tournament? Let's see. Let's go ahead and Razel. I think it is. Nope. No, it's not. This is... Wait, is it? Razel versus Stinger. I don't see him in the tournament bracket. Perhaps this is part of the bug that we saw earlier. Let's see. Stinger. Stingers 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Oh, Razel is there. Oh, sweet. Let's watch this game then. Let's see. How do I get in there? There we go. Let's pop out here. Razel versus Stinger. Yeah, let's do it. Nice. So we have another match. Wonderful. All right, and it's gonna be Kislev against Khorne. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, he's really up there in the brackets. So that means that now I'm gonna take the 1 minute break. 60 seconds, guys. It looks like Kislev against Khorne, and Razel and Stingers are both very high level players. This should be a good one. See you in a minute. All right, we're back. We're back. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Exactly 60 seconds. Totally. All right, let's go ahead and hide this score. We won't really be needing that right now. And we can hide the logo and myself. Wonderful. Ooh. So, let's get on and explain how this matchup actually works. It's a pretty interesting matchup. As of right now. Sorry, just taking a drink. This matchup is pretty interesting. So the dynamic, it's quite similar to it can be similar to Khorne versus Cathay, except to a more minor extent. In this case, Khorne is sorry. In this case, Khorne is generally much more mobile. They have more map control. But Kislev can pretty easily trade up into Khorne. So if Kislev really want to, if they really want to just sit back and get a lot of value, that is definitely in the books. On the other hand, they are a little bit slower than Khorne. So after they get value, they still have to capture the points, except for the fact that they do have the glorious snow leopards that we mentioned earlier. Not to mention, they also have very aggressive skirmishing units like the sleds, and I would expect those guys to do pretty well, as if Khorne doesn't have the right tools. For Khorne, their bread and butter is mostly going to be their infantry, probably a lot of spawn, and probably quite a few units of bloodhounds. That's most likely what we'll see. We could also see just an insane amount of sled spam, and then in that case, Khorne is basically incentivized to capture the points and to just weather the storm as long as possible, which is not an impossible thing. I would say quite likely that we will see that. We're seeing some pretty long load times from Razel. Perhaps he is missing an SSD. Hopefully he can win this tournament and buy a better processor. Or not processor, but you know what I mean. By the way, pro tip, if you do want Warhammer to load extremely quickly, SSDs are the way to go. Anyways, over here for the battle, we are seeing a lot of guns for Kislev. This should be quite fun. Gun lines are really good. We see some armored infantry for Stinger, and oh, a Little Grom. Little Grom's an interesting choice. I will say slightly off meta. We'll see how well it does here and his plans for it, along with an Ice Witch bringing on the Blizzard. This is pretty great. Very similar to Talons of the Night in terms of damage, at only a slight up cost in Winds of Magic. For Khorne, we're seeing a very aggressive infantry frontline. And this is generally what you want against mass sleds. You have a lot of silver shields, and that's going to be keeping these guys pretty safe. Of course, cultists with summons. You'll be seeing these guys, basically their goal for this entire battle is to try and jump on top of these Streltsy. If they summon on top of them and grind them down in melee, they essentially shut down their entire value. And these guys are basically the perfect unit for the job in this case. We also have, let's see, a basic generic Lord, Herald of Khorne. For those of you new to the multiplayer meta, this guy's great because of his constant AoE buffs. He's really good at dictating where you will be winning your melee fight. He'll very, very likely be seeing Khorne win anywhere that this guy is. So here we go, no heavy war sled spam. And two choices for Khorne right now. They can either play very passively and tank the damage of the Little Grom, or they can play very aggressively and just try to fight this army near their near their spawn points. This is obviously a bad trade for Khorne, but it basically ensures that they'll have map advantage for a good few minutes. In this case, it looks like they're going for a pretty aggressive setup towards the middle at the start, and not committing too many forces over here. Now, this might seem strange to many, but overall, in general, you want to be focusing on value early on, as we've seen in many of the games except for one. Generally, you want to make sure you have all hands on deck to take proper engagement so that later in the game your opponent doesn't have full control over how things play out. But I very much suspect that the Little Grom here is very much forcing the play of Khorne, forcing them to try and advance forwards, and so far it's done quite a bit of damage, especially to the spawn. It rampaged one of them, and they're going to be chasing these warbearers for quite a while. As their rampage, it does last a really long time. As for the cultists, they tried to get in, but one of them actually gets hammered by the Streltsy, and they're already down to half HP. This is pretty good for the Kislev side of things so far. And Khorne is not looking too good in the trades, but this is only the beginning of the fight. Once their melee begins, it's going to be a big difference. And one Khorne warrior finally chasing down one of the Streltsy. This is a good win for Khorne, and even some dogs to finish the job. Meanwhile, over here, the summon going down. They're going to charge these infantry in the back. This is pretty good because you get a 2-for-1 trade. If you kill off the front line, you also allow your front line to shut down their ranged. Pretty good trade, and while that happens, a really nice summon on top of these guys, and that's the majority of the Kislev range now shut down. The question is how this battle will evolve over the next little bit of time. We have a lot of melee, which is very favorable for Khorne, but we are fighting in Kislev spawn points, so they can summon more or less whatever units that they want to. Over here, Little Grom just in time gets shut down by the cultists. And if you take a look at the Zargard, generally actually winning these fights. Yeah, they are winning these fights against the cultists, or not the cultists, but the Chaos Warriors. And it looks like they will actually be able to hold, but holding for nothing, it seems, as still most of the range units are getting shut down. With only one Zargard pushing forwards, this is a little bit scary for them. If they do get surrounded and caught out, we would expect quite a bit of value loss over there. Meanwhile, we have a single Snow Leopard. They're going to be fighting these the hero squad here. It does do pretty well. Not going to die as fast as it did versus Nakari, but also not really going to be winning very well either. We've said multiple times today, Snow Leopards are not a good unit for trading unless they have a lot of support, and it's getting mulched there by the hero squad, and it's not getting the range support because of the cultists harassing those back lines. One of the best units to do that. Over here, we have Zargard facing off against Halbers and Spawn. I predict that Zargard will lose it, but we'll keep an eye on that. And all the way over here, the Warbear Riders, unfortunately, getting shredded by the Dogs of Khorne Fleshhounds. They are amazing against basically every unit. And this is a pretty nice win for Khorne. The trading's actually going pretty even so far, with less than 1,000 gold difference. And Little Grom getting pretty low, but we are seeing a little bit of a kill box here. 4 units facing towards these heroes at the same time. They can't occupy all of them, and Razel does see this. He's going to be pulling away as he does realize he's in danger. He's in danger. He's chuckling all the way back home. A little bit of dodging. The Herald does barely make it outside alive, but not before taking a lot of damage. The cultists are having a rough time too. And you can see some pretty nice jukes. Pretty nice jukes. You can actually dodge powder units, but you have to be very on point to do that. In the meantime, the Streltsy, or the Zargar, they do get shut down. And all the way over here, Warbear Riders also down. This is going to be a pretty nice lead for Khorne. So we're pretty good. All the way over here, we're looking at these Streltsy. They actually managed to barely win against the Chaos Warriors, but Khorne's pretty happy about this trade. This is, yeah. Both of the units are basically non-functional at this point, and since the Streltsy are slightly more expensive, slightly more important, Khorne's pretty happy about this. Over here, we see a cultist with support now, with the Snow Leopard actually fighting him. Now the Snow Leopard's going to be a lot happier, but just in the nick of time, some Furies come in at the most inopportune moment for Kislev, only to continue flying past. Brutal, but no, they double back, and now they're going to be charging these Kossars. And once again, we're seeing the Khorne mobility aggressive playstyle coming out on top here, as Khorne has a pretty dominant control of the map, and they can continue to take trades all the way back here while they start to farm up these points. Yeah, so basically now, Kislev's, not Cathay's, objective is to clear out Khorne as quickly as possible off of this area. Doesn't matter how they do it, but they need to be able to do that so that they can start spreading out on the points. Alternatively, they focus very hard on value trading, and then they'll just triple cap. Over here, we do see the Blizzard drop, a nice dodge on the Khorne side of things, and we are now starting to see these players, they're getting a little bit more scary here. Very nice dodging on spells and abilities, very nice dodging on their missile fire, but we still see the Herald getting pretty beat up. He has helped these Khorne warriors do quite well, but he has no healing, and he's slowly getting chipped down over time by these summons, or these reinforcements coming in for Kislev. Pretty bad state for them. Kislev is also slowly trading up in value, but take a look at this. Like I said earlier, 900 victory tickets every single minute that goes by. That means in roughly 3 minutes, this game is gonna be more or less done. And that is not a lot of time for Kislev to come back. This battle's lasted 7 minutes already. But, you know, there is a chance. The Snow Leopard moves on in. A nice volley from the Streltsy, and potentially the Snow Leopard, the good kitty, coming on in, potentially sniping out this guy. It does take a single hit, but he's going to be crumbling down, and this is pretty huge for Kislev. This is one step out of many that they need to take to start coming back here, as low leadership units are going to be routing off much faster. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But we've now hit the 3-minute mark. At 3 minutes exactly, Kislev is going to be losing. They need to capture a point to change that up. Another Blizzard drops, getting in a pretty good amount of damage. It's hitting up some of the Zargard too, though, unfortunately, but they don't take that much from the spell. In the back, the Snow Leopard, one of them, getting caught up in infantry. This is a bad fight for it, as they have just abysmal HP values, basically no HP at all. And, oh dear, look at this. The Kislev Lord, the Ice Witch of Tempest, also does get caught up. This is pretty bad. We did see a couple good trades against Khorne, but now it's pretty even. Khorne has all the victory points, which means we have two options for Razel. He can either continue to send units onto this fight, which potentially leads to him taking some pretty bad losses, or he could just hunker down on one of these points and just let just let Kislev try to struggle and to capture all 3 points at once. It looks like his opponent realizes it's basically impossible to split out and do that, and he's going to concede early, as Khorne had a pretty nice advantage at that point. That was a pretty nice game, though. Nice rush in by Khorne. A little bit of falling behind in value, but getting into melee and pulling it through. This is why Khorne is so scary in domination right now. They just have such good battlefield presence that they can shove you around however much they want. Very, very nice. Let's go ahead and update them scores. Let's see, Stingers, there we go. And then Razel. Nice. And it is 1 for Razel, and presumably 0 for Stingers. I believe. Okay, pretty good. Oh, there we go. Let's reveal that score. Nice. Where do I put this bad boy? Do I just put it here? Sure, why not? Good enough. Yeah, the Kislev Lord dying was pretty rough, but in general, I think it was that initial engagement on all of that ranged firepower. They just weren't able to keep shooting for long enough, and that ended up being a pretty big problem for them. All right, nice. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the bracket again. Looks like everything is moving pretty smoothly. On this round, we have yeah, we're on what, round 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, nice. Everything is good to go. All right. Let's see, what round is this? So this is round 2 for them. I need to figure out if this is the final match for them or what. Let's see. So Razel, Stinger on round 3. That means that was match number 1. So match number 2 is going to be on Death Pass. We've seen it before. It's a very nice choke point map. So we have the same situation as before. You can get a pretty nice gun line in this choke point, but actually moving in to capture it is a much more difficult situation. Many people would say ranged factions are pretty comfortable here, but in general, I would sort of beg to differ. This map really spreads out ranged factions, and overall, they'll just have a very hard time capturing points after getting value. So I would expect them to sort of build around that. Perhaps we'll see some Khorne from Stinger. Perhaps we'll also see some Nurgle action, potentially, maybe even Slaanesh. We'll keep an eye on it. In the meantime, let's take a look at chat again. I see some people being pretty excited about Streltsy. I do actually feel like Streltsy are meta right now for Kislev, I would say. I would say they're quite good. How's Slaanesh nowadays? Well, if you've seen the game earlier, Slaanesh is suffering a little bit. That would be my vote. If Slaanesh doesn't get a buff next patch, I would be surprised. I would be quite surprised. Yeah, Slaanesh suffers from a couple weak points in their roster, where they really lack armor, and they really lack. They lack ranged, and those two things make them pretty easily abusable. Still not a faction that you can't get wins on, but definitely not meta. Yeah, Streltsy and Warbearers versus Khorne. Definitely pretty good. I would question the Warbearers though. They're quite expensive, and they still lose to Khorne dogs pretty hard. So you have to be careful with them if you do take them. Streltsy, though, are amazing, especially on a map like Itza, which is a shame. A shame that we saw Kislev lose. It seems like right now, so far, our predictions of the meta are going quite well. Khorne has been winning all of their matches, which is pretty good, but we haven't seen any Nurgle yet. I would love to see some Nurgle games. Yeah, Khorne has good armor piercing, lots of large units to stop mass. Basically, compared to Slaanesh, Khorne is just Slaanesh plus. They have more HP, they have armor, fewer gaps in their roster, and they'll trade very well in melee, which strangely enough Slaanesh does not oftentimes. Winner gets Immortal Empires early, says John. Is that a threat or a promise? It's a promise, you know. Although it will be a little bit janky, but it's also pretty nice because it means that CA will get some nice early testing to make sure that when Immortal Empires does come out, everything isn't broken. Or maybe better put, fewer things will be broken, and that'll be glorious. What's the best matchup against Khorne? You could say, some people would say Nurgle. I would say Kislev does okay against Khorne, and Tzeentch also does okay against Khorne. But I would almost always put my money on Khorne in all of these matchups, unless the meta has shifted recently. There's a chance that possibly an Ogre Maneater ranged build could do well. But yeah, they're a menace right now. And right now we see Razel going for the Tzeentch pick. Very interesting. Now Tzeentch is one of those factions that can win any matchup that they face up against. They're not especially bad in any matchup, but they are very good in some matchups. And this basically ensures Stinger's not going to play Nurgle. If he plays Nurgle into Tzeentch, I will throw up on stream. There's no way. That would be one of the worst decisions he's ever made, unless he has some insane shenanigans. So, assuming that doesn't happen, I would expect probably a ranged faction of some sort. Kislev is pretty good. I'm not gonna say Cathay. Just if people go for Cathay, just please no, please end their suffering. We can't stand it too long. Yeah, just go Nurgle, go an all Toad army. Yeah, I'll throw up on stream. I'll do it on command. Maybe not today though, as the CA is watching, and presumably that is not action that they want to see here. Although it is very Nurgle-esque, you know? We're sort of just supporting Grandfather Nurgle. Will Stingers do it just to spite me? Maybe he's watching the stream. But yeah, some other options against Tzeentch is also the mirror, which is very fun. Tzeentch on Tzeentch action. Many people don't like mirrors. I actually find them pretty palatable because of Make Rider face. Anyways, I do find mirrors pretty palatable, just because generally it's a lot of like knife's edge movements that you see on both sides, and as long as we read into that correctly, there's a lot going on. Is Stinger's going Khorne again? Oh yeah, no, of course, yeah. He was playing as Kislev last game, so he can't play Khorne. Never mind. So this is a pretty good matchup. Actually, one of the more even non-mirror matches in Warhammer 3. You have one faction that is very good at trading, and you have another one that is very good at commanding ground. But Tzeentch is sort of different in that Tzeentch trades very aggressively. Tzeentch can trade well into your army while playing pretty far forwards. He doesn't rely on artillery. He relies on short-range units like flamers to get value. And because of that, if Tzeentch starts to come and get a lead on trading, Tzeentch will just pretty quickly capture the points right after that. And that is one of the main advantages we'll see here. As for Khorne, he's going to be trying to get into a melee fight and shut down those flamers. Basically, the entire matchup revolves around shutting down these very high DPS units. And that's what we're mostly going to be focusing on today. Should be pretty exciting. Championship on the 9th and 10th will use a build that has access to each race. Yeah. Once these guys have qualified in the grand finals, hosted by CA, they will be playing on the Immortal Empires beta early access. They'll have 10 days to train to get as good as possible, and hopefully we see some pretty good games. Now, given that Immortal Empires has like more than 20 factions, it's like 25 factions or something, 27. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take more than 10 days to master that game, I will admit. So perhaps it's not gonna be the highest level faction play you could imagine. It's definitely gonna be very fun, especially since it's been so long since we've seen those factions in a big tournament. It's 22. Oh, okay, it's 22. Look at that. Correct. That is a lot better than 7. It is many times more than 7. Now, already we're seeing Khorne, a pretty sneaky shenanigans play. This shows that these players are much more aware of the meta than your usual quick battler. We're going to be seeing dogs, basic dog units as the Lord of Khorne. You might be wondering why, and that is because they have the army loss penalty tied to them. So if the dogs die, your entire army is going to be getting hit by a big ol' -8 leadership, except you can de-summon your lord, and they'll be basically safe in the summoning pool for the entire battle. This is essentially the play that will be done immediately once the game starts. And the reason this happens is because Tzeentch is so commanding in the Air Force, so strong at sniping out your lords. Most players will just sort of settle for a no lord type strategy. The downside is that, for one, you don't have a strong powerhouse unit anymore, so your melee grind is going to go much worse. And number two, you're going to be losing 200 gold value. When you refund your unit, you only get about 50% back, and dogs cost 400 gold. So they're gonna be a little bit of a loss, but the fact that Tzeentch won't be able to snipe your lord is going to be the main benefit. You can see already hiding in the forest, getting ready to run off the map at a moment's notice. As for Tzeentch, we're seeing, the Exalted Pink Horrors. ROR, very expensive unit, but quite strong here. This is different from the usual blues that we see in this army, as they are so crazy expensive. It's like all the concentrated fire has been merged into a single unit, and they're going to be over here and trying to fire away. Seems a little bit sketchy because now, instead of shutting down 3 units, Khorne only has to shut down 1. And doesn't that make it easier for these guys to just get murdered instantly? Well, the answer is no. I should shut off my camera real quick. There we go. The answer is no, because these guys have 48 melee defense. Compare them to Longbeards. One of the tankiest units in the game. Their melee defense is actually creeping up on one of the tankiest dwarf units in Warhammer 2. These guys will happily face up against Furies and win it with even a little bit of support. And because of that, it's very easy for Khorne to accidentally overcommit and lose units on these guys. This is going to be a very, very important thing during this match, and whether or not these guys die quickly or eat up a ton of value is going to be more or less a deciding factor here. All the way over here, we are seeing some usual skirmishing from Tzeentch. Tzeentch, the changer of ways, the most annoying faction to face up against. He's just gonna scoot on over and start harassing these heroes. Very standard opener for Tzeentch. He's not gonna do that much damage, as heroes are quite quick, but if we do see some blue fires come out, that would be good. But he's actually a metal caster, going for final transmutation instead. A little bit unorthodox, but not a bad lore of magic. We'll see how much value he actually gets throughout the game. All right. Oh yeah, that's right. We do have gore beasts in the distance. I see Slayer extremely excited about those. Yeah, we'll see how well they do. One of the biggest problems to chariots is mass, and Tzeentch this time around did bring some pretty heavy units. 3 units with spawn in the distance. They're going to be pretty easily just holding the line, making sure these guys don't get run over by the gore beast chariots. All the way over here, what are we looking at? Some more spawn for Khorne, and it's a pretty conservative play for Khorne right now. There is a theory in domination where essentially you just sort of hang back for a while and just capture the points at the last possible second. Because if you know you're going to be trading bad into your enemy's army, you might as well have a larger army and not feel as bad about losing, 1,000 gold and falling a little bit behind. If you start trading early, it means that those damage values are going to be much, much more felt. You definitely don't want to see that all the time. All right. Nice. Sorry, just getting a message. All right, cool. So if you take a look over here, we're seeing so I have some admin stuff to do. Let's see. do that after this match. If we take a look over here, we're going to be seeing a lot of, yeah, just basically just skirmishing. We do see a unit of Fury summoned for Khorne, but they take a nasty volley from these Exalteds. They are not going to be easy to disengage, or easy to engage here. And already a little bit of a down trade for Khorne, but generally pretty low. Not too much of a problem. And a continued stalled engagement. So this means the Khorne player feels that they don't really want to take this fight. They know that going in there is going to result in bad trades, and I would agree in that situation. Over here, Gorby's Chariots getting charged by the Screamers of Tzeentch. They're anti-large, armor-piercing, pretty good unit for these guys, and it looks like they're going to be not taking too much damage. Gorby simply retreat away, and they're perfectly fine. You have formation. All right, sorry, just back to managing stuff. Anyways, back to the game. Yeah, generally it's just a little bit of skirmish right now. Most stuff won't really happen, and Khorne is sort of on a clock right now. So their goal, they've already captured 1 point, which means that they have roughly about 4 minutes to capture their second point. They have a rather large army already set up, so they can afford to fall behind in value a little bit. And it looks like the first engagement. It looks like the first engagement is going to be over here in the middle area. Now, Tzeentch deciding to pull back. If he fully gives up this point, then it's going to be on the onus of Tzeentch to try and come back in this situation. And that's going to be a little bit scary for Tzeentch, but it could be a gambit that he decides to go ahead and take. Overall, I would say, based on the army sizes, I would say Tzeentch could probably hold his ground here, but we'll see what the players decide to actually do. If we go over and take a look at reinforcements, yeah, we got basically nothing for Khorne, and Khorne's sort of getting stopped up over here. So here's the main fight. We have a single cultist diving on through, dodges most of the blue fire shots, and all the way over here, we're seeing a summon dropped on the spawn of Tzeentch, but oh my gosh, it just completely plow through those bloodletters like it's nothing. And they do actually make it to the proper fight. With many missiles going down, it's going to be a focus fire on the spawn of Khorne. Look at that HP drop. Instantly sent into Rampage. And another volley should be able to take them down to half HP. Probably less, honestly. And there you go. All the way down to half HP. But a summon does go down. Some of the range of Tzeentch is going to die off. But look at that. Those Furies basically accomplishing nothing on those Exalted Pink Horrors. That very high melee defense helping them out. But the Gorby's Chariots come on in. Will they be able to turn the tide of the battle? Let's go ahead and see. And the first charge comes in. They slam through, right through the Exalted Pinks. And this is a very nice engagement for Khorne. They're going to be, yeah, just absolutely plowing through. And that disrupts the entire firing line for about a volley, almost deleting the blue horrors. And this is a really nice engagement for Stingers. Meanwhile, some dogs manage to get through too, and now we have to wonder, is Khorne going to win the frontline fight? It looks like maybe just barely. It's a little bit too close to be fully decided yet, as many of the Tzeentch units are still fighting. But with the range now down, I would expect these guys to sort of double back and hit up the rest of the units over here. And that should be enough of a tipping point for Khorne to come out on top here. Looks like the Herald even getting caught up in melee against a cultist. And overall, it's looking pretty bad for the side of Tzeentch. They do have a few more units, and that's basically gonna be it. It's just a single unit of Pink Horrors. They really would want a lot more melee here. Final Transmutation does drop though, and it hits up 2 units of Khorne Warriors. Gonna be chunking them down a bit, and at the very least, this does hold the point for a little bit longer. Over here, there's no contest over there. And over here, it looks like Khorne has actually lost this fight. If you take a look at the value trading too, Tzeentch is actually falling behind now. He did take some pretty nice fights here, but this was a pretty hefty commitment for a relatively small Khorne force that relocated to the other side of the map. And the Gorby's chariots, very high armor, very high damage. They're going to be plowing through pretty easily, and Tzeentch seems to not really have an answer for them. Blue Fire Volley goes in, but the armor saves them. But here we go, a nice counter. The Screamers get sent in, and it looks like there's nothing to really help these guys out. They're doing a good amount of damage, and the Gorbeasts have to retreat. Thankfully, they do have some pretty high mass, and they do disengage without too much damage once again. Man, an absolute pain for Tzeentch. These high micro chariots are really punishing them. And finally, the Exalted Pinks falling to basically just the Gorby's chariots. Khorne finally takes a middle point, and if you look at that, perfect timing. At the 4-minute mark, having the first point. At the 8-minute mark, the second one. Khorne is in a very decisive lead now, basically only needing to hold 2 points for the rest of the game to pull out a victory. This basically fully puts the ball in Tzeentch's court, and you do see an instant disengage from Khorne, because fighting over here is going to be trading much worse than fighting over here. And you can basically force Tzeentch to run into you now that you have the 2 points. Pretty interesting game so far. Tzeentch has managed to stabilize their position though, and we are seeing a good number of blues that are sort of skirmishing around here. They're generally in a pretty good place. Except for about 2 of them. One of them just got freed up because of the cultists going down. So now they have a good amount of time to try and capture this. Decent amount of time. But there is a little bit of a problem. All hands were on deck for these guys to try and fight here. And actually, Khorne's Lord Warhounds actually come in to steal the point. Now, Warhounds are interesting in that they're one of the only monstrous units that have infantry level capture weight. So they're stealing this point extremely quickly, and by choosing not to desummon them, they're actually making a rather large play here. And just like that, Tzeentch is looking to be in a very rough situation. Committing more forces to try and deal with this means that the middle fight is going to go much worse. And I think Stinger's done it. With a pretty decisive win here. But perhaps not. Let's see. Oh, look at that. The dogs did get desummoned right before they died, so he's not suffering any Lord loss penalty. You can see over here, leadership is at its highest. And now it's a very scary situation for Tzeentch. So, essentially what he has to do, he has to manage to steal one of these points almost very quickly, and then steal the other 2 in quick succession. But if you take a look at the trades, it's not going very well. And generally, Tzeentch doesn't have enough mobility. I think this is more or less done for unless we see a pretty massive misplay from Khorne. He'd have to lose basically the chariots and the cultists if he wants to win it. And I don't think that's going to be enough. All the way over here, we do see an emergency. This is basically a desperation type play where you're just trying to send units in here. You know they're going to get ground up by any summons that get brought in, but you have to do it because you know you have to capture all 3 points to pull out the win. And in this case, yeah, they're not going to get through those dogs in the slightest. All the way back over here, a couple units of blue horrors managed to make it through, and it seems like the Screamers will be able to shut down one of the Gorby's chariots. This is the first point for Tzeentch, but all of these units of infantry are so beat up, it means they're not going to capture very quickly. With the Gorby's plowing through, yeah, they're not going to really be able to get here too quickly. This is going to take roughly 1 minute to capture with such low HP units, and Tzeentch is basically on a 2-minute clock at this point. The Gorby's do technically go down, but I do not think this patch over here will be able to be cleared in 2 minutes, yet the fight still goes on. Tzeentch going for another spawn summon over here. They'll trade about evenly into this group. That fight will take a while though, but perhaps they could force path themselves onto the point. They would actually have a fairly nice capture weight. Over here, not too much fighting going on, and all the way over here we do see this point slowly but surely getting captured. But I don't think that's gonna do it. It's a very large victory lead for Khorne now. Tzeentch could take 2 capture points, and Khorne would still win it. Over here, a few more summons. The Herald trying to fly across, but I think this is gonna be it. GG. Very nice fighting on both sides. I really liked the stalled engagement for Khorne. And then after that, the fight just went really well. The chariot micro was through the roof. Pretty rare unit, just because of how difficult they can be to make work. But Stingers really showing that that you can do it. They just had so much disruption over the course of the game. Look at that, 200 kills almost, 20,000 points of damage, and very much so paying for themselves. That was very, very nice micro. I think without that, Tzeentch probably would have had a much bigger lead. But yeah, very nice. And the Herald, just not enough to snipe them out. So GG. All right. All right, nice. So that's a pretty good game. Pretty good game. I was really happy to see the dogs go for the quick cap. And yeah, look at those two chariots. Crazy good value. The cultists, of course, very nice disruption tools. And in this case, Tzeentch just didn't have any flamers either. So their frontline fighting was a little bit scarier. Although the pink horrors still did pretty good, it was just a little bit of edging out for Khorne. Very nice game. Now, I'm going to do some quick administration stuff. And then we can dive back on in. All right, this will take one quick second. In the meantime, we'll probably have like a good few minutes before the next match. Nice, nice, nice. And let's see. Let's go back to the tournament page. And I'll just be sort of managing this while they pick up their new factions. Oh, let's go ahead and get the camera too, just so we have a little bit of life going on. But yeah, Khorne so far with the 100% win rate in this tournament, right? That's insane. All right. And admin stuff. Oh, admin stuff. Yeah, this the whole tournament stuff is Oh, actually no. Okay. Looks like it's all good. Okay, never mind. We're good. We got no administration stuff. All right, I think we're good. Never mind. As you were, no emergencies. All right, how's it going, guys? What's going on in chat? I see chat's been popping off today. Ooh, oh man. Ooh, how many? We still have a few rounds of this, but yeah, so far some pretty nice games. Now the question is, both of these players have played as Khorne. One has played as Tzeentch, one has played as Kislev. Both of those are pretty good. Tzeentch, though, is a very nice counter to Nurgle. So I would say Stinger has a decent chance of going for Nurgle this round. If he subscribes to the same pick ban meta as me, then that's what he would be doing. And there wouldn't be too much to beat him. The question is whether or not he actually wants to play Nurgle in this situation. Of course, that is my own opinion that I feel Nurgle is very strong here. So, we'll see how that goes. I think we have a decent chance of seeing Kislev, too. Pretty low chance of Cathay. Maybe Ogres, but pretty low, too. Yeah, so those are some factions I would be interested in seeing. Is the tournament all factions? This one is Warhammer 3 exclusive. The next one is going to be good old, the next one is gonna be good old, what's it? the grand finals is going to be on Immortal Empires beta. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, long stream, guys, long stream. Anyways, I think we're good. All right, so now we continue onwards. Let's go ahead and check the bracket while we wait. So it looks like the bracket is progressing pretty smoothly. I think yeah, I think we're all good. Just have to make sure that the bracket hasn't exploded and that it's all fine. Yeah. Okay, good. Good stuff. Let's see, and then these guys are facing up over there. All right. All right, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Let me do a little bit more administration stuff. Apologies for the caster admin duality, but such is the way of things when we are but such a humble streamer. Let's see. So the bracket. Is it up to date? Or do we to okay, let's go ahead and message and check. And then I think we're good. Ooh, all right. Let's see. So what? These guys would face up there, and then that's fine. Yeah. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. Do we have matchups yet? We don't. Looks like they're still going through their ace match. Nice. That means I have a little bit more time. Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I think the fire has been successfully put out. The fires have been successfully put out and the building has been repaired too. How wonderful. I think all the brackets should be great now. All right, that means that we can just basically, that means I can basically stop focusing on the emergency side of things and I can finally start moving into just normal caster corner again. Amazing. All right, yeah, I'm just getting updates from everybody. Cool. And then we have Turin behind the scenes helping me out too. Amazing. All right, so what's going on in chat, Jer? Saying, couldn't you, Enticity, join another tournament to play and try to qualify? Technically, like maybe, but I wouldn't really want to qualify because it means that if I end up qualifying, it means that someone else is not getting Immortal Empire's early access. So that feels sort of bad. But also, a much bigger thing is just simply takes so long. It takes a lot of time to actually become tournament ready. So I wouldn't really be able to train up to be in peak condition without sacrificing a bit of YouTube and streaming, which I do enjoy. I would say I enjoy that more than just being a pure competitor. All right, nice. And I think that's all the management done. Alrighty. So what do we have for this match? It looks like we have a Cathay pick from Razel. It seems like the man has chosen death, or he's ready to show us all how to actually play Cathay. I would be excited to watch either situation, but preferably I would want to see him actually pull out a victory. Cathy's in a very strange situation right now, in that essentially before Cathay could not trade well and they couldn't capture points. Now they can trade well, but they still can't capture points. So it's a little bit still janky for them. I think there's a chance that we'll see a meta shift where they will actually be pretty great. Maybe Razel's just figured something out. I don't know. We'll see. It also depends on what Stingers does. All right, nice. Anyways, where were we? Yes. We're talking about Cathay. So, we have a few options here. Cathay could very well go for a pure value trading idea. So they just, they kill everything in roughly, you know, like 7 minutes, and then they just full cap. But the thing is, if their opponent knows what they're doing, it's very likely that they will delay an engagement to make sure that they'll never get full army wiped. Excuse me. That's sort of the general gist of things that you want to do. Or you force Cathay to move a lot more forwards, which will make them trade a lot worse. Let's see. Alright, there we go. Just working out a few things. But yeah, so that's sort of what we're keeping an eye out for. Oh, and it looks like Ogre Kingdoms. So, not a terrible matchup. Ogre Kingdoms are a faction that is faster than Khorne, but they're much worse in melee. So this opens up opportunities for Cathay to potentially simply just trade up into the Ogre Kingdoms by bringing out melee units. Quite a possibility. They could do that. Alternatively, we may also see them go for I guess they could go mass range too. This does run into a few problems. Ogre Kingdoms, they do have a rather wide variety of builds. And actually, this is the first Ogre Kingdoms game that we have today. So let's go over a general idea of what units that they have. Ogre Kingdoms. Let's see here. Here we go. Yeah, Ogre Kingdoms are very interesting. They have Stonehorns, which is probably the scariest major threat for Cathay to deal with. They also have Ogre Bulls, who are extremely mobile and can capture more or less any point that they want to. And that's basically it. They have some ranged, right? They can go lead belchers, but of course cannons are very, very brutal against that. They also have Noblar Trappers as a ranged option, which is very good if Cathay goes too hard on the melee front side of things. So there's definitely a good handful of options here. Generally though, in domination, I would put my money on Ogre Kingdoms, except for the fact that this map is actually pretty favored for Cathay. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, the greatest thing about Cathay is that they have Grand Cannons. And Grand Cannons overall, they, on this map, can pretty easily secure you your 2 points. After that, you just spam infantry and hold them for as long as possible. And then you can sneak out a win. It just really depends on how well the Ogres either avoid the cannons or deal with them as a problem. They don't have any flying units like Furies, so it's probably going to have to be a melee dive-in to actually shut them down, which is, of course, quite difficult. Alright, what's it? To qualify for a tournament. What's it? Where everyone... Okay, sorry, I'm just reading chat real quick. Anyways, looks like Razel's done setting up. It's going to be Stingers going on up next. What will he bring? I'm pretty interested. Oh, JJ Classic, thank you for the $2. With no comment, just a behind the scenes clipboard. Anyways, here we go. We're diving on in, and oh my gosh, it is an Ogre meme build. It's gonna be a triple scrap launcher build with hunters. So Ogre's essentially deciding, I'm not going to trade very well in melee. Instead, I'm just going to focus on the ranged pressure, and it looks like that's what he's gonna do. So I'm going to, we're gonna keep an eye on those units and see how well they do. They will get zoned out by the Cathay cannons, which is obviously the biggest problem there. But with enough micro, Ogres can do pretty well for themselves. Yeah, Ogre scrap launchers generally are quite strong. Yeah, scrap launchers, they're really good for trading out in value, But the thing is, they take about the entire battle to pay for themselves. So it's a little bit sketchy. Now there is something that has been brought up. This battle, there is a little bit of a deciding factor here in that Stingers actually does not have enough time to play the rest of the tournament. So he may or may not have lower stakes here. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, if this manages to win, I would be very surprised. You do actually see a pretty similar build style when it comes to... yeah, you can use them as chariots, but they'll still dodge cannons. You do see a similar playstyle in land battles, where scrap launchers are able to kite out Cathay because there's no capture points. You basically have all the time in the world to get your value. In this case, because it's domination, Cathay will be pretty... It'll be pretty easy for Cathay to secure all of their capture points. And that's going to be a bit of a problem for the Ogre Kingdoms. Now, they have brought Double Stonehorn, and this, as a disruption tool for Cathay, could be the winning factor. We'll see how much value they actually get, and how well they can actually punish the infantry for playing so far forwards. And as for Cathay, it's going to be a pretty typical build, maybe a little bit more ranged than I would have expected. We see 3 Iron Hail Gunners, but if they can stay safe and continue firing for any amount of time, they're going to melt those stone horns. So a lot sort of rides on these guys being able to stay alive. If they do die though, I would say Ogre Kingdoms probably has a pretty nice lead here. Reinforcements we are unsure of for now, but we will be seeing them soon enough. Overall, taking a look at these builds, I would still put my money on the Cathay side of things. Ogres right now have literally no infantry, which means that it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy for Cathay to simply just play very aggressively. You know, no Ogre Bulls are going to be flanking these guys, and for every Ogre Bull that gets summoned, Cathay will just be able to pick up a... Yeah, with every Ogre Bull that's summoned, Cathay just can summon in another spear for even less money. So they already have a pretty nice lead when it comes to the melee fight. Immediately, off the bat, we're seeing pretty conservative play from Ogre Kingdoms. A single lone scrap launcher in the world. Trying to find a target. It's gonna line up its shot. It's gonna slowly get in range of the artillery pieces. Literally everything's firing at it, and it's going to pull evasive maneuvers. But will it be enough to dodge? Continues to dodge, and the cannonballs are going to bounce harmlessly off the ground. Not even close in the slightest. But it does mean that the scrap launcher, it's not actually going to be getting damage, which is sort of the main reason you have it here. And oh no, a slow dropping from the Dragon Lord. This should make it a little bit more susceptible to artillery hitting it. And it looks like, yes, 1 cannonball lands, but just a single one. That's not going to kill it. Pretty hilarious to see the dodging. The slow will make it harder to dodge, but technically not impossible. And it's going to get its first shot off. Fires away at the artillery piece. And it looks like there's the scrap launcher volley. And it gets a little bit of damage. A decent amount of damage, but instantly the scrap launcher takes a huge volley. It's quite hard to dodge, especially as you get closer. And all the way over here, some scrap launchers on the high ground. They're sort of peppering away at the artillery piece. But is it going to be fast enough? We're keeping an eye on it. In the meantime, Cathay realizing, wait, the ogres have literally nothing right now. I can just push forwards with my Jade Lancers, and they're instantly going to be pushing back the scrap launcher, and it even routes. Oh, those Noblars are going to get eaten tonight as they rout at almost half HP. That's a pretty big disappointment. But alternatively, it looks like the ogres will be able to actually defend it. Some lead belchers along the sides, firing shots down the pipe at the Jade Lancers, and it actually becomes a pretty bad trade for them. The Dragon Lord deciding to disengage means the scrap launcher comes back, and that's a minor victory for the Ogre Kingdoms. Despite a slightly bad trade, it's not too bad. In the meantime, 1 cannon already routing off the battlefield. Pretty good. And over here, the Stonehorn going to be getting contact onto those Iron Hail Gunners. Some of them getting flung maybe 30 feet. I'm surprised their rib cages are not broken from that fall. They stand back up, but there's no real range to actually shut down the Stonehorn. Another unit of Iron Hail's getting routed off already, and this is looking pretty good for the ogres. Although their trading value is not super good, in terms of general control, it looks like they have a pretty nice hold over the battlefield right now. As for the lead belchers, with only one cannon operational, the lead belchers will be able to get some shots off, but they will still also take a while to get value, and a single volley landing into them, chunking down about a third of their HP, is rough for them. Cathay pulling it back a little bit, one of the Iron Hail Gunners actually getting a volley off on the Hunter, and another Hunter only getting slowed. In fact, he blobs up the infantry, and a scrap launcher volley gets these guys down pretty low. Iron Hail Gunners still continuing to fire away is quite good for them. The Stonehorn actually getting a little bit stuck. He's trying to push through, but just barely not enough. Throws a single javelin at the Iron Hail Gunners, but they're continuing to fire away. In the distance, the Stonehorn, though, much more safe. And our red player here, Razel, has to be very careful that he doesn't get wrecked by the scrap launcher shots. If he clumps up his infantry too hard on the Stonehorns, it's going to be very, very rough. Meanwhile, Stonehorn continuing to charge forwards. It's going to get another pretty good lead here. It could very well bounce over here to shut down the cannon. There's not too much to really defend it. But there's also another situation where he's in a bit of a bad spot. Look at this. 2 Iron Hail Gunners, one over here, a 4th one. And he's going to disengage, knowing that if he did move on in there, it probably would have been death for him. In the meantime, trading going better for Cathay, but ogres do have healing. If you take a look at this guy over here, yeah, he has good old troll guts. Single cast of that on the Stonehorns will bring them back to even in value, and even a little bit of a misplay. The Blood Dragon Lord getting caught up by a single unit of ogre bulls. If she dies, that'd be pretty bad. I would say that's that would be quite bad for our poor Cathay forces here. In the meantime, 1 capture point getting taken. Victories tokens have been pretty well ignored during the course of this battle. So overall, I will say, yeah, I would say ogres are taking the lead because of this, the Blood Dragon Lord. But no, she actually escapes. And maybe I was wrong. Maybe I called it a second too soon. Take a look at that. The Stonehorn, he is very much getting routed. He does have a Troll Guts cast on him, but if he routes off the battlefield, that'd be a huge loss. He does just barely escape, though. And that's going to be quite nice for the ogres. As for the cannons, we do have, I believe, a fresh pair of cannons, and they're actually just hammering this position over here. This could be quite good for Cathay. It really depends on how well their range units do, but I'm just not seeing a lot of support for them. They're still getting trampled by the Stonehorns, and even a little bit of mobility coming in from the Ogre Kingdoms. Not too great. Cathay aren't even winning up on points, but as the Ogres push on in, we may see a little bit more of a value advantage for them. Let's take a look. Why we have so many J's in chat? Anyways, we also have some Saber Tusk packs that have managed to sneak in. An Ancestral Warrior summon that unfortunately gets miscast. And looking decent for the ogres. The biggest problem for them right now is that they have a lot of halberds to deal with. You got halberds over here, you have some in the distance, you even have some cavalry to punish you for spreading out too thin. So even though these guys are getting finished off, there's another Jade Warrior halberd here, and they should be able to beat these ogre bulls, and immediately they do retreat. Or in the back line, the Saber Tusk pack do get routed off. And over here, it's looking like there's not a lot of mass left in general. We have 1 Stonehorn over here, and the second one, I believe, did I see him die in the distance? Yes, he did. Okay, now this is a pretty big play, as a single Stonehorn now is not going to really be able to do much on the battlefield, especially at such low HP. And the Ogre Lord potentially getting caught out here. If this guy dies, Cathay has a pretty clean victory condition of just holding the low ground here. I basically don't think they can capture this high ground with so much stuff up there. But if you just take a look at the units overall, I think the slow grind is finally starting to catch up to the ogres. They're really hurting on units on the battlefield now, and that 2,000 gold deficit is pretty rough. Especially with these cannons still firing, it looks like they will be coming out on top. Cathay, that is, especially since they also have some more spears here, and a single Stonehorn's not going to be able to do well, but, you know, there was a pretty good scrap launcher shot on top of them. Not too bad, not too bad. But is it enough? Probably not, I would say. So many J's in chat. Anyways, overall, yeah, I don't know what's going on with chat. Do you have moderators? If it's good what we're seeing in chat, then we're good. But anyways, for the Stonehorn, he's getting really beat up, and the ogres, oh, pretty rough. A late summon of 3 Iron Fists. Will they be able to recap things here? Possibly. A lot of the Cathay forces, you can see how incredibly beat up they are. They're even having a hard time fighting off a single unit of Ogre Bulls. So we could potentially see a sneaky... You're not a mod? Oh, yeah, I should make you a mod, Turin. Let's see. Add moderator. There you go. There you go. If the Jays get out of hand, smite them. But if it's looking normal, then it's totally fine. Anyways. Yeah. Big boy Turin's here. The bully. Anyway, so we have some more engagements here. This is going well for Cathay overall, and really they just want a bunch of high HP halberds to grind these guys down. By the looks of it, I'm counting about 3 units, but the ogres will manage to take back this middle point. Will they be able to hold it for any substantial amount of time? I would say likely not. Likely not. The cannons are completely undisturbed, and this could possibly be a risky play. Cathay is now starting to play for the high ground advantage. Some cavalry and halberds, even Celestial Dragon Guard on top here, and the scrap launchers are sort of occupied. This could very well capture this point, but how quickly can they cap? That's a different question. They have roughly 2 to 3 minutes to capture it, and if they don't, the ogres are just gonna win the game. Because by summoning those guys to capture this area, they're really slowing down their capture on the low ground. The ogres are still sort of strong in that area, plowing through that unit of peasant long spearmen right into the Iron Hail gunners. They're gonna get slowed, and a good volley goes onto them, so they will be punished quite hard for that. But it's not like Cathay went out without taking too much damage there. Not to mention, they're using their mobility advantage to try and capture this point. I don't know if they'll be able to do that with the halberds there, but they might. If anything, they'll distract Cathay. And we're seeing a little bit of a stall on the Cathay side again. Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. It really depends on how well ogres can stall here, because they're definitely behind on victory points. But Cathay needs to start pushing their advantage. If you take a look at how quickly ogres are capping, it's exactly 600 tickets every second. That means in about 3 to 4 minutes, they're gonna be winning the game. Now that's a decent amount of time for Cathay, and especially since they capture this middle point, I think it means that they're in a safe position. Over here, it looks like they'll be winning the high ground too. A single unit of lead belchers is here, but I don't think they'll really kill the Celestial Dragon Guard fast enough, though they will slow down their capture speed. This point over here looks like it will go in the favor of Cathay. A single unit of Saber Tusks. They charge on in. Will they rout off immediately? No, they do actually get the charge. Good on them. And now they're all dead. Very unfortunate. Cathay does take back the middle point, and now the metrics have changed. Ogres are getting 300 victory points a second, and right now they're gonna need quite a few. About 5 minutes of time before the ogres win it. Cathay's actually going to be able to win it off a 2-point capture, and that means they've more or less secured the victory. Dare I say it? Did I say 600 every second? I meant every minute. My bad. Anyways, dare I say it? I think Cathay has actually won it. Unless the ogres manage to snipe out one of these points over here, they don't really have too much of a chance at this point. Cathay just barely having enough infantry. This is one of the rare situations where they did actually where they actually had enough units, melee infantry, left to hold these points, and that's going to be paying off quite a bit. Even the third point getting secured, one of the cannons going down to the Slaughtermaster. He's just been chilling in the backlines of Cathay this entire game, but now comes his end. He's getting focus fired down by the Iron Hails, these ones too, and even a Grand Cannon in the back focusing him down. Yeah, he's gonna be off the battlefield. And that's gonna be it. My goodness, Cathay actually did it. Who would have guessed it? Amazing. Oh my goodness. So, if you take a look at the value of the cannons, amazing value on these guys. And this was the type of game that I've been talking about for a while. There is a tipping point where if you just trade well enough, you're gonna be able to take the win, even if your faction is the slowest faction ever at capturing points. Very, very nice. The Stonehorns, they did quite good, but just a couple bad engagements for them really didn't work out too well. And here's the thing about the scrap launchers. Many people look at scrap launcher value and they see, hey, they paid for themselves. They don't see the fact that they didn't pay for themselves until the very end of the game. So that means ogres were playing from behind for basically the entire battle, which is a lot of what led to their loss. But we have to congratulate Stingers for such a glorious build. Triple scrap launcher, definitely quite rare. Sweet. So that's going to be it for this match, this best of 3. And now we can move on to the next one. Now, Razel will be moving on forwards, and perhaps we can follow his tournament path through the event. Let's see, who's he facing up next? Oh my gosh, he's facing up against a fellow clanmate. ODM's Alfredino is going to be up against Razel. And this is going to be pretty rough. I myself am part of the ODM clan, so obviously very biased here. Watching ODM members face off against themselves, always tough to see, but it must happen. And naturally so for a clan that manages to make it far in tournaments. Oh man, it's great hyping up my clan on this little soapbox here. But anyways, it's gonna be a clan war, which means one of them's gonna be taken out. Who will it be? We shall see. We shall see. I would put my money on, I don't know, maybe Alfredino. He's been grinding out, and now we can start talking about players, which is great. Maybe Alfredino could pull out the win here, simply because I've been seeing him train a lot. Quite a bit, especially for this tournament. And Razel's a very good player too, but I think he has a few fewer hours. I might need to confirm with them, but that's sort of the case. Razel, why you gotta end the lobby? Oh wait, 1 second, guys. But yeah, I would put my money on Alfredino, but definitely a close fight, no matter, almost no matter what. We'll see how it plays out. Can you show the tournament progression? I will do my best. I'll do my best. It's sort of hard to capture everything on the website, but we are on here. You know what? Here, I'll show you the tournament progression. All I have to do is this. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. I hope you guys have your magnifying glasses, because this is sort of the best way I can capture the tournament right now. All right, so if I copy this, right, and then save it, there we go. And then I do, yeah, there we go. We figured it out, guys. Can you all read this? Here, I'll do this. This will make it better. So here's a turret. Oh, geez, that is zoomed in, isn't it? Yeah. So we got blurry text over here. We got a few more blurry names. I catch an arrow and a Sir Tarquin. They're moving up nice and fine. And what else? What else? Hey, look at that zone. Another ODM member is progressing forwards. So that's pretty exciting to see. But yeah, we are nearing the semifinals pretty well. Roughly 2 more rounds before that madness. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna adjust this bad boy. There we go, and we made it. There. We'll leave that in the corner for you guys to enjoy while we wait for the next match. Even star in zone, possibly. All right, nice. So on to the next best of 3. Let's go ahead and follow Razel for a second, since we're basically guaranteed to see games, which is nice. Whew. All right. Yeah, pretty hyped for Blurry versus Blurry. I think Blurry's slightly advantaged, but I don't know. They face against each other a ton of times before. Whew, man. Yeah, Zone, Zone, we brought him up at the beginning of the stream in terms of one of the players that I really have my eye on. Zone is, he was a recent player that has come in for Warhammer 3. He wasn't around for Warhammer 2, but he's really been making a name for himself, starting to win some pretty major tournaments as of late. He's pretty it's pretty exciting to see him climb up. I would love to see him win the tournament today, but we'll see how it actually goes. Don't think there have been any updates, upsets yet. Oh, yeah, I don't think there's been any upsets yet. Let's see. I'm gonna snap a more clear picture of the bracket. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit better. Let's go ahead and go here. Yeah, this should be much more clear. So here's the bottom half of the bracket. There we go. My professionalism, it's through the roof. Here we go. Here's the bottom side of the bracket. Slightly less blurry, still pretty hard to read. Can anyone read this? There we go. Yeah, so you can see we have Random Nicks moving up, another very strong player. Versus Cyphos. Man, I wish I could watch that one. We also have Lord Caterchin moving up, another very strong player, an up-and-comer, very similar to Zone. We have Subutai, I remember that from the Warhammer 2 days. We have Spunk, I don't recognize that name, but it looks like they're facing off. And Zone defeating another ODM member, Tretch. Lots of ODMs killing ODMs today. Lots of ODM murders today. So that's pretty nice. Let's see, let's scroll up and take a look at the other half of the bracket while we wait for these guys to pick. I do see Alfredino going for the spicy Nurgle pick. We'll get into that in a second. But if you look over here, we're seeing Razel has moved on up facing Alfredino, as we see here. We're seeing Platypus, another legendary player, Magic Yang. They've both been around for a while. And Arrow is up against Even Star. So very interesting bracket. Let's go ahead and shrink this bad boy. And then we're going to close it. So that's how the brackets have stacked up against each other. Now let's actually go into some theory crafting for what in the world is going on right now. Winner has to fight Turin. That'd be hilarious. I'm pretty sure whoever faces Turin has a decent chance of losing. I've played against him before. He's great. And I'm not just saying that because he's in my stream right now. But by the way, don't speak ill of him. He will ban you out of existence. He's vicious. Absolutely vicious. But jokes aside, he is actually most famous for making, at least in my mind, making very, very meme builds actually work out. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy and a joy to see. But let's take a look at this. We have Razel playing as Cathay. Now, we did just see Cathay win a game. Perhaps they will win another. They're against Nurgle, which in general, I would say this is favored for Nurgle. But given the recent patch, Nurgle is a little bit weaker. So there could have been some things shuffled around. Some players could possibly have figured out a meta for Cathay. If the map is indeed Arnheim, it means this is about as advantage as you can possibly get for Cathay. If they're gonna win this matchup, it's gonna be here on this map. So pretty excited to see how that goes. Fingers crossed it's not another Raffle Stomp. Good evening, General Wintertooth. Happy to have you here. Oh boy. All right. Yeah, ODM Civil War was very strong in this tournament. A lot of fights during the midway point in the tournament, but we did have a lot of ODM members signing up today. We have a lot of sort of representation from other clans too, though, right? Do we have a lot of RTK going on right now? I forget if Platypus is in a clan. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Yeah, but pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Another Waffle Stomp? I don't think I lost that bad. Samrak. Surely I wasn't talking about you, game. Whoops. Oh man, are these players actually watching my stream? Does that mean I should maybe I should be softer on my casting. Oh man. But yeah, let's see. Score. Alfredino is at 0, and it's going to be a 0-0 score right now. Both players, I presume, are just setting up their armies. Absolutely no problem. Razel. I would still say Alfredino has the advantage here. But if Cathay wins, it means we're going to be getting a very, very fun ranged heavy build working. Because that's basically the only way I see Cathay winning, is just a wall of lead type strategy. Alternatively, Razel could go for a melee grindfest, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't work out for... I'm pretty sure that doesn't work out for Cathay. Turin saying I could share my screen slash desktop and look at the website to show off the bracket. I am aware I can, Turin. I'm aware I can, but the odds of me doxing myself are far too high. I don't want people to like, what if like they see my browser history? It's gonna be like, how do you win at Warhammer? How do you cast tournament streams? Please help. Just like, it's gonna be just the worst things ever. It's gonna be terrible. I can't show that off on stream. Anyways, let's see, what's this? I'm getting a few DMs. 1 second. Oh, right, yeah, just the usual stuff. But anyways, going back in, yeah, we'll suffer the jank for my own personal safety. I'm not used to streaming to this many people, so we're seeing pretty typical stuff from both sides. Nurgle, pretty infantry heavy, although in different style than I usually would. Yeah, well, I didn't even want to mention that, Bubba. If I did, you know, then it's sort of proving that it exists already. But yeah, it's a pretty typical Nurgle double cultist. We do see a lot of infantry, but no plague bearers. Slightly different from what I would say in the meta. But of course, we're starting to reach a point where these players, we're probably going to want to respect their decisions more than mine. They've been practicing for this tournament for the better part of a week now, almost every day. So whatever they've decided on, we're just going to assume that they know what they're doing. Just going to assume that. Meanwhile, on the Razel side of things, we have a single crane gunner and a single cannon. Both very, very nice tools against Nurgle, and especially against Kugoth Plaguefather. He's really, really slow on his little scooter. And generally cannot dodge cannon shots, even at max range. But we might see a similar play to what Ogre Kingdoms did, parking right on the high ground here and just shelling the low ground for the entire game. Who's defeated you more, Alfredino or Razel? Well, the number of times for those players is nigh uncountable, given how many times, how much we practiced in Warhammer 2. But to go into some context for these players, Razel is a melee rush fanatic. That is by far his most favorite playstyle, and we'll generally see him excelling in mobility type micro, and especially on the cavalry front. If you go and look at Alfredino's history, he is very much specialized in playing much more meta type playstyle. So in general, you'll see him playing very well in terms of counterpicking. You'll see him play pretty close in terms of the meta, but usually with a little bit of a twist. Both players should have exquisite, absolutely exquisite single entity micro, and if they screw up even a single time, they're gonna make me look bad on stream. So I'm counting on you guys to micro properly this game. But yeah, I wouldn't put it past Alfredino to actually be able to dodge with Kugoth Plaguefather, despite his little scooter over here. At the mighty speed of 28, he's slower than the Nurglings because he's being carried by them. So look at those poor guys getting squished into the terrain. Yeah, they're going to be moving pretty slowly. So nevertheless, I still feel like he probably has a micro to dodge the cannons. And if not, he'll probably just park them pretty far away. So fingers crossed we'll see some of that. All right. Hey, Frederick. Yeah, this is super exciting, man. It's a very long stream. We've been streaming for roughly 4 hours now, with maybe another 3 ahead of us. Gonna be pretty spicy. Will I make it to the end? That is the other thing I have to watch out for. But yeah, we're seeing a pretty typical deployment. Most people will deploy pretty heavy on the low ground, just because it's hard to traverse this legendary choke point here. Although Kugoth Plaguefather will move up onto the high ground, probably fearing the cannons, as that's very much expected. All right. Yeah, my streams are the opposite of my videos. If you're watching Enticity content, it's either 1-minute clips and some quick tips, or 7 hours of a multiplayer stream continuous, or maybe even a 10-hour campaign stream if you're lucky. But yeah, pretty exciting. By the way, let's plug myself real quick right as the battle's getting started. YouTube, Enticity on YouTube. That's where you want to check out. I'm streaming multiplayer daily right now, and we'll be starting up some campaign challenge streams. That'll be pretty fun. I have one in the works that is basically every faction against you in campaign has stealth, unspottable, and ×2 the number of units. I'm gonna see if I can actually win that campaign. So, you know, that's one reason. If you enjoy watching me suffer, this is sort of the perfect place to be. But enough plugging, we have a game to get into. It's gonna be the Lord moving on up. She has the usual kit, extra winds of magic, very nice damage spells, although Wall of Wind and Fire is going to be a little bit of a sketchy damage spell. Not the strongest thing you've ever seen in the world, but we'll see if we can see it work, I guess. Yeah. It's also especially weak against Nurglings because despite looking like they have a lot of models or entities, they actually only have 60. So they're actually much more resistant to AoE than other factions. Kuga, meanwhile, in the meantime, up on the high ground, he's scooting on forward, slowly getting into position. And look at that. The artillery, it's nearly in range, but against all odds, these guys can actually see Kugat's head way in the distance. And we are going to be seeing dodging by Kugat. You would have never expected it, but look at that. A cannon just barely whizzing by. Alfredino, the god of dodging your range attacks. I've definitely felt this before. And honestly, not too unpredictable to see something like that happen. Now, Kugat, basically, this is a 3,000 gold investment on the high ground. And that is pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. I just noticed I'm still on camera. Whoopsies. Kugat is essentially a 3,000 gold investment on the high ground, but he can offer a little bit of support on the low ground. It's not going to be that much. He's not going to be Mortis engineering anything there, but it does mean Nurgle will be able to sort of do better here, right? There is a little bit of a problem though. Cathay has invested all of their resources on the low ground, so already it's almost as if they have a 1,500 gold lead just based on the positioning. We'll see if Kugat decides to move on. Actually, a little bit more of a gold lead, almost like 2,000, because a unit of Plague Bearers or Forsaken are sitting idle. So we'll see how this goes. Nurgle is opting in this match for a delayed strike. And this is where we start getting into some domination strategy. Very, very fun. I've been wanting to dig into this since the beginning of the stream. And we finally hit the skill point of players where we are starting to see some very fine-tuned decision making here. So Nurgle essentially will trade better and better the larger the armies get. And because of that, that means that you want to be taking very little damage early on, because obviously taking trades is going to start shrinking your army. Then you have the problem where these capture points are going to be taken, of course, and that is going to set a timer for Nurgle, where essentially you want to be trying to, well, let me gather my thoughts real quick. It's going to be giving a timer for Nurgle, and generally Nurgle wants to capture their second point by about the 8-minute mark if they have 1 point already captured. This is a pretty generous amount of time, but they can choose to take engagements early. Alfredino, you didn't dodge. Anyways, there you go. Now he's dodging. These guys have regeneration, so it doesn't matter as much. Ooh, and a nice stream of corruption too on the halberds, but alternatively, Nurgle could decide to engage early, and that is what we're seeing here. Possibly just sensing weakness in your opponent and taking a fight that way. In this case, it's going to be a big dive in on probably seeing that Cathay has a lot of money spent on ranged. Might want to take a fight there, or alternatively, this is a third option now. Nurgle could decide, oh, that's a good Kugat shot. The third option is to just do similar to what we saw versus Khorne in Khorne versus Cathay earlier. If you capture all 3 points and you fight for such a long time that you just win by victory tickets, it doesn't matter how well they trade into you, because Cathay's a pretty slow capturing faction. So those are sort of the options we have laid out here, and in this case, Nurgle's going to be going for an actual early engagement. Now this is going to be pretty scary, because if Nurgle does not manage to push Cathay out here, and Cathay successfully holds their ground and trades up, that means Nurgle's going to be very, very far behind. If they manage to trade up and push Cathay back, then we've sort of hit a status quo type situation, and that will be an advantage for Nurgle. So we'll see how it goes. The Fury Summons means that in general Nurgle will be trading slightly down to try and shut down some more units. and to have wider battlefield effect. So close eye on the Furies on how well they do. An Iron Hail volley gets loosed on the cultists. Oh my gosh, and one of them loses at about a quarter HP right off the bat. But Kuga, seeing his buddies get hit up over there, a stream of corruption is going to be dropped. And the slowest pain train imaginable is going to be dropping at a good old 1 frame a minute. I guess this is a good time to, what? Do I turn back on the camera just to show that we're not frozen on stream? Your stream's still good. It's probably just the players. Anyway, stream of corruption, despite being on basically ×4 speed, you can see, essentially just annihilates those Iron Hail gunners. See, the game was just slowing down to sort of emphasize the impact of that. And yeah, they take a lot of damage, but it doesn't actually kill any entities, which means their actual damage input is exactly the same as it was before. And now with the lag subsided, can get... Does the game only lag when I have my my camera turned off? Anyways, Iron Hail gunners, well, yeah, stream of corruption will not kill entities, so you need another unit to actually land the kills after stream of corruption hits. In this case, it's going to be the Furies. Very nice use of the Furies, as now all of the ranged pressure is gone. And now there's basically only one threat for Nurgle at this point, and that's going to be the artillery pieces. Yeah, the lag spikes are pretty brutal today. Hopefully we don't see too much of it later on. But the artillery pieces are quite scary, as they will very quickly kill Kugat. So Nurgle's primary goal now is to shut them down. Some sneaky Forsaken in the back managed to slip by past the infantry. Some nice infantry micro there. Kugat does take a pretty big volley, but he's still looking pretty high on HP, which means Cathay, they're not going to be holding out very well in an extended melee grind. And actually, I would say Nurgle looks like he's taking the lead here. Value trading's pretty even, but I expect this to go very well in the favor of Nurgle over the next few seconds, or maybe minutes if it continues to lag. And overall, especially with this Forsaken flank, I see no cavalry. Looks like the cannons are going to go down too. Pretty rough. Pretty rough. And here we go, another stream of corruption. You can see here over half HP on the Peasant Long Spearman. Still over half HP on the Peasant Long Spearman. And here's a stream of corruption incoming. Halberds are dead. And the Spearmen, suddenly they have no HP left and they're gone. So that's pretty brutal. By the way, I think after this match, I might have to hop into a different lobby, unfortunately, if the lag keeps up. But we gotta do what we gotta do. Meanwhile, over here, Forsaken, yep, they've successfully cleared out the cannons now. And all the way back over here, the cultists, nigh unkillable at this point. Basically, the greatest threat to them are these Furies. And as long as they're shutting down the Iron Hail gunners, these guys are going to be quite dandy. They might take a bit of damage from the Blood Dragon Lord, but generally they're not too worried. And while winning this melee engagement, Nurgle at the very same time has captured all 3 points. Cathay simply cannot... Oh, one of the points barely not captured. This is a slight misplay, but nevertheless, Nurgle's still pretty happy here. But yeah. Oh, the music's a little bit too loud. Oh, okay, I'll turn it down a tiny bit. Let's see, I think that's this slider. There you go. Music's a tiny bit quieter now. Anyways. Can I please show the last slide? Chat's just memeing it up too hard. Yeah, this is a pretty slow game, especially when it comes to Nurgle. All right, here we go. Camera's back on. Look at that. See, the moment I turn the camera on, it starts moving faster. Inexplicable, just in general. But anyways, yeah. At this point, we're gonna transition more off of the hype casting type of casting. And now we can sort of just go into casual mode, right? As there's not really too much to go and talk about during this battle. All the movements are going to be pretty slow, which means we can sort of settle down, sip a cup of water. The state of the battle hasn't changed too much. Spill some water on myself. We'll save that for the OnlyFans. I'm just kidding, I don't have an OnlyFans. Don't look up Enticity OnlyFans. But yeah. Yeah, anyways, where were we? Yeah, so Cathay, it really depends on how well their summons actually, or their reinforcements actually trade here, right? Iron Hails are pretty good for the trade, but they need to be able to get good coverage on Kugath. I guess, you know, there are technically fewer Furies in the situation right now, but, you know, they're not gonna be like, they're sort of dead right now. So there's a chance Cathay could come back, but the big problem is it's like the infantry for Nurgle is just insane to kill. They're not gonna die anytime soon, even 2 Iron Hails. So we're gonna need more on the Cathay side of things to actually see a big comeback here. Enticity OnlyFans confirmed. Yeah, guys, I can't trust chat with anything. All right, what's going on? I guess we can do some Q&A while we wait for the tide of battle to change. These streams of corruption, though, are bonkers strong. And honestly, I haven't really seen the Dragon Lord get too much value yet. Take a look at this. 600 gold value out of her entire 6 minutes on the battlefield. Oh geez, the bots are here. This is what happens when you talk about OnlyFans. Let's see, hide user on channel. There you go. You can go back to your dark corner where you came from, bots. For everyone on the Twitch chat, you have no idea what I'm talking about, but anyways, that crisis averted. That crisis averted. Has the game state changed at all? It looks like no, not at all. Kugath is still in very high health. But Cathay, they are starting to mobilize. Take a look at that value. Mighty 300 gold in value. And now they have to capture these points. We have 1 halberd going there. They will not capture this before the Exalted Plaguebearers show up, so no worry there. And if we have to do some quick maths, and yes, I do have a calculator, don't judge me. But I won't need it now, because we know that 3 points means 900. It means 900 victory tickets every single minute for our Nurgle player. And at that rate, it means that our suffering will be ended in roughly 3 minutes. 1 minute, it takes 1 minute to travel to the point, which means Cathay has roughly 2 minutes to actually steal it from Nurgle. Which is very, very difficult. Insanely difficult. Yeah, lots of Slanesh bots. It's crazy. Is this matchup winnable for Cathay? I would say it's very difficult. My vote before would have been an easy Nurgle victory. I left a little bit of space for a change in the meta, but it looks like in this case, Nurgle a little bit too mighty still, which is very strange. A lot of people say that Nurgle is very weak in multiplayer, because most people that try playing Nurgle, they generally play him the wrong way. If you want to have success with Nurgle, play it like Alfredino. Focus on mostly infantry and time your attack well. You know, if you take a look at Kugath, he specifically moved in a way where he wasn't getting barraged by cannons the entire game. The more you can minimize your opponent's shooting, the better. And also if you can turn on your lag switch, this is also very good, because it extends the suffering that your opponent gets to experience. as that is truly the Nurgle way, right? They want a very slow and painful execution. But anyways, jokes aside, I have nothing against the players. You often see lag like this because Warhammer is a global game. You see people from playing Warhammer around the world. So occasionally you will see some pretty huge lag spikes. And yes, the streams of corruption have been absolutely insane in value. Take a look at Kugath over here. 2,300 gold and about 30,000 points of damage. He actually paid for himself, and look at that. Another stream of corruption. We have 77 models of Iron Hail Gunners happily living their lives. And oh, would you look at that? Literally, maybe not literally, but almost every model dying after that. Stream of corruption is disgusting. If you're not winning as Nurgle, definitely use the spell more. Although I do think Kugath is gonna die to this cannon over here. And look at that, the halberds. Hey, my prediction was right. Remember the prediction like 2 minutes ago? About 30 seconds in game time. Yeah, these the Exalteds just barely made it here in time. And because they're at higher HP, they're basically gonna undo all of the work that these guys did. Pretty brutal, and you can see those death heads, despite being pretty hard to spot on camera, they do actually do quite a bit of damage. Anime asking, Enticity, what would make the transforming Dragon Lords competitive? Generally a smaller price point. And right now, oh my gosh, this is terrible for Cathay. Look at this. But we can talk about lords for a second. The dragon-blooded lord, she has this item over here, which is basically an infinite winds of magic generator. If Creative Assembly just fixes that in a patch, people would have much more incentive to take out the other lords. But such is the way of things. It's very common to see meta sort of establish themselves, and then people only take a single type of unit. It's just the natural progression of the meta. But anyways, while they pick their next factions, we're going to quickly see if we can escape the purgatory and see if we can find ourselves a separate lobby real quick. If we don't, it's better to have a laggy game than no game at all. But yeah, we want to make sure that we're watching some faster games, preferably. Let's do a quick look around. I see Platypus, but there's no spectator slot. Let's see. At Platypus, at Blood Penguin. Let's see, at Blood Penguin. Where's Blood Penguin? Can't find Blood Penguin. At Platypus. Can your opponent or you open a spec slot? There we go. Let's see if we can find that. If you want to have your games cast, the best way to allow that to happen is to let me cast your games. Turns out they both have a lobby. Ooh. I'll take a look. This should be like a pretty quick downtime, I imagine. Let's see. So we have Platypus and Magic Yang going on. Oh, maybe I can DM Magic Yang. Magic Yang. Spec slot, please. Maybe they don't want to be watched. What a disaster that would be. Alright, let's see. Oh, we're still waiting. It'll be first come, first serve, guys. So now's the perfect time. And while we sort of wait here, the picks and bans will take a hot second. So this is also a nice time to get a little bit of a quick drink break. Stretch your legs, you know, the usual. Ooh. And this is also a time for me to sort of just sit back and relax for a hot second. Alright, it looks like Blood Penguin test. No, alright. Guys, my deepest apologies. But we're gonna have to go through the lag. We're gonna have to push through it as best as we can. Alright, we're back in this lobby. No real downtime lost. Ah, they finished their match, that's why. No problem, no problem. Sweet, so let's go into this here match. It may be a bit laggy, but we should be able to pull through relatively well. Oh boy, and so far we don't have any picks and bans. Now, right now Alfredino, showing what we were discussing earlier, a pretty nice grasp of the general overall meta. I would say being able to find a Nurgle matchup into Grand Cathay, it's quite nice. And we'll see if the next matchup feels favored for him. Yeah, just start punishing people for not having spectator slots. We'll make it where we'll do a big culling. They'll roll a d6, and if they roll lower than a 4, they're out of the tournament. That'll show them. When will the winner get Immortal Empires? It will be 10 days before the grand finals of the tournament, which is a pretty good amount of time. That's a little bit over a week to prepare. And that means you have to learn about one faction every half day. So, you know, if you can just master a faction after roughly 6 hours, you're pretty well set to become a master of Immortal Empires. But anyways, of course, this is just due to, you know, scheduling and stuff. Where we can't give the competitors like months to practice, right? I assume Immortal Empires would just be out by then, so yeah, that's sort of how it's going to play out. Ooh, but yeah, 10 days is still pretty good. That's a healthy amount of time to practice for it, and it should give them a leg up in all future tournaments too, as long as they continue practicing. Oh my gosh, look at that. We have our mirror matchup. Now, this is one of the favorite types of matchups that Turin likes to cast, because there's not going to be a lot going on here. Here's the thing. Core and mirror matches rely very heavily on builds, and they also rely very heavily on actual on positioning of your lord, I would say. So we brought up the Herald before. In general, Khorne has the lord that has a big old AoE buff that will increase the melee attack of all of your units. If you can, because the units are so similar for the two of them, you know, technically the same units, you really want to be maximizing your value and sort of your edging out as much as possible. In fact, you do run into a bit of a problem in this matchup that capturing the points, the victory points, can also lead to some problems for you. Trading ends up being so even for you that the come from behind mechanic that kicks in at 1,000 victory points ahead will actually be enough to tip the battle if the fighting is close enough. We'll keep a close eye to see how that actually affects the battle. But I would say overall, I don't know. I don't know who wins this, because while Alfredino is sort of the better meta player, I would still put my money on Razel for having a good mobility advantage. He was a Beastmen main back in the Warhammer 2 days with very good micro on his Centaurs. And given that Chaos or Bloodhounds are essentially Centaurs, I imagine he'll be securing better charges here. But we'll see. Dog Cat Dog saying Enticity. To be honest, I tried to leech info about Immortal Empire's release date, and I got nothing on that. Yeah, I don't have anything on that. The thing about these days and spoilers and stuff, if I know anything about it, I'm going to not talk about it. That's an easy way to get kicked out of the partner program. So, unfortunately, not. I can say Immortal Empire's beta will likely come sometime this year. Is that a safe enough statement to say? I'm so paranoid because I know CA made, you know, announcements and stuff, but very easy to be paranoid about these things. I am but a fledgling YouTuber that has only recently seen the glory of growth. I don't know how to describe this, but you know, whatever. Marius saying, can someone explain? I thought they will play with Warhammer 1 and 2 factions available. They will play with those in the grand finals after everyone has qualified, after this tournament, and after 7 more. So it'll be a ways away, sadly. Yeah. See, the thing is, I can't even respond to that, sure, Nickel. I can't even respond to that, but surely as soon as I am able to tell you guys about everything relating to Immortal Empires, I will. As soon as I am able to, without breaking contracts and such. Yeah. All right. But anyways, we're going into the match, and we're seeing an interesting army here for, I believe this is Razel's army. So for Alfredino's army, this is sort of what you see very often picked by the up-and-coming domination players. They very much like the Khorne spawn plus Halberd units. There was a lot of testing that was done, and generally those guys would trade out above many other compositions. So already I would put my money slightly on Alfredino. We're also seeing some Minotaurs. Razel showing some of his Beastmen favoritism, opting for those guys. We'll see how well they do. A little bit more micro-intensive, a little bit harder to get value on, but if someone's going to get value with them, I would say Razel is a fairly good bet. We'll have to wait for us to actually load in. Sadly, we did not see any of the Skull Cannon memes that are possible in this sort of matchup. Although definitely not one of the strongest styles, I will say. That's something I've tested out myself. And nice, looks like they've both loaded in. Wonderful. Let's take a look at these armies. Now, quick check. Herald, by far the most meta lord you can take here. This ability, Revel in Slaughter, and this one, Locust of Wrath, basically says any units around this guy are going to be doing roughly like 25% to 100% more damage if they're nearby him. This is a pretty big difference when the armies are so similar. Likewise, we see another Revel in Slaughter, and another Locust of Wrath, but this time an extra Foe Seeker on this guy. Probably just a bit of extra money, as Foe Seeker generally isn't super worth it. We go ahead and what's your Warhammer 3 speedrun world record at now? It's the same as it was before. I haven't worked on it in a while. But yeah, I do have a prologue world record. It's at like 25 minutes. It's great. Anyways, me aside, yeah, this is the standard composition that I've seen Khorne do. And this is by far the most meta thing that, most meta pick, I will say. Razel, on the other hand, we're seeing Exalted Bloodletters ×3, even in ROR and the Halberds. We'll see how well they do against Spawn. These guys, despite having very high damage, they have a lot less tankiness, and that might sort of be punishing for them here. The general HP comparison, you can see for Alfredino, he has a lot more, just a whole lot more HP. About 8 units to a comparatively small 4 units on the enemy side. Yeah, the Minotaurs too are sort of bonkers. I really want to see these guys do well. I will say I'm a little bit skeptical, but these players, they have been training. So either he's confident in his choice, or perhaps he has not seen the meta. We shall see. We shall see. The initial maneuvering, probably not too important here. Both players, it looks like, going for the open space. This is generally just a more comfortable position to be in, since it takes a longer time to reinforce the high ground. And generally, you don't want to be taking too many risky maneuvers. You want to have a fairly safe fight if the matchup is this similar. Another interesting thing, we're seeing cultists here, and these guys are pretty scary against the halberds. So essentially what we'll be seeing once the fighting starts, it'll be 2 bloodletter summons, and then those bloodletters will charge into the backs of these halberds, and they could even get them to rout quite quickly. There are a few ways you can counterplay against this, simply by killing the bloodletters very quickly. Alternatively, you could also counterplay by, you know, just, well, yeah, no, that's basically it. If you just tank an entire bloodletter and their entire duration, it's pretty brutal. You do not want to see that happen. But there is sort of a line of thought where you just ignore the cultists, and that can also work decently too, where you just clear out all of this very low HP infantry, and then it doesn't matter if they have a few heroes, you can easily capture the points. I believe it's a thing called love for cows. Indeed, although the second summon is Spawn, it looks like Razel forsaking his Minotaurs ever so slightly, and we are seeing pretty different picks for both opponents here. For Alfredino, we're seeing Fleshhounds being summoned in, and these guys are great for charging these units in the back. They'll have to be careful not to get killed by Fleshhounds themselves, and the initial engagement begins. Bloodletters getting a very nice charge in onto those halberds, and the Spawn go for the counter charge. Now in testing, generally you want to make sure that fighting starts at more or less the same time for all units. So slight deficit for Alfredino, but honestly not a huge deal. In the meantime, Minotaurs, they're going to be charging in at half speed and using their very high charge bonus to try and support this fight. It's going to be looking like a big old grind fest, but the dogs in the distance are moving on in, and they'll likely be able to tear apart these halberds in the back. Meanwhile, Minotaurs look like they did trade pretty well here, especially with those Exalteds. And I think Alfredino is a little bit worried here. Yeah, and we're seeing a little bit of an unfortunate situation. Some of his units are not in the melee grind yet, and they're not generating value for him. Despite that, value trading is extremely even, and if these guys get a good charge in the back, they're going to do well. As for the red player, he could be summoning in the Spawn the bloodletters now. The longer he holds on to that, the more the trading is going to be pretty even. And in general, it looks like the Herald of Khorne for Razel is going to be giving better support for the army. This one got disengaged for a bit of a second. And actually, oh no, evacuating a little bit far to chase the Khorne dogs. And overall, I would say Alfredino's having a little bit of a hard time getting all of his units engaged. Despite that, still trading out quite well, especially with these Minotaurs taking a lot of damage. But the Bloodletter Spawn or summon comes on in, and they're completely uncontested, so they'll be getting quite a bit of value back here. This flank, however, trading pretty badly. And honestly, it could go either way. It could go either way. We'll just keep an eye out on these values over here. And interestingly enough, you can see, strangely enough, halberds and spawn win against bloodletters and spawn. Despite being the more expensive combo, something about the halberds and the spawn just do really well for themselves. I don't know exactly the specifics, but this is something you can replicate, and you do see this very often. Down the middle, trading is roughly even, and over here it looks like fairly even. These are summons, so they'll go down soon enough. And another summon here now. This is Razel's time to try and come back in advantage. Will this summon be enough to rout off the halberds? Possibly. He's at about a 600 gold deficit yet. Definitely not enough to lose the game. And a pretty nice catch on these dogs, especially with the Herald. We're now seeing the Horn of Corn. Lots of extra melee damage. And we can't forget, a lot of the value for Razel is that he has a stronger hero goon squad. At any moment, he could potentially snipe out Alfredino's Lord, and that could very much so swing the battle in his favor. In terms of general concave, I would say roughly inefficient for Alfredino. Him trying to go for the flank ended up being bad for him, as now we're seeing a slightly faster reinforcement time compared to Alfredino. He has a very hard time supporting this force here, and they're definitely getting punished for it. The halberds starting to rout off here. Now, as for the actual battle, how is this actually played out? We're seeing 2 corn dogs going down. They did still trade pretty well for themselves, so a roughly equal trade over here. Bloodletters taking a pretty bad fight, but the hero squad is still at high HP, and we are seeing a triple cap from Alfredino. Now, this could very well be pretty bad for him. We'll get back to that in roughly 1 minute when comeback points start mattering. Especially when the trading is so close. It only takes 1 minute's worth of the comeback points to actually make back this difference. Not to mention, a little bit of the numbers are a tiny bit false. I believe dealing damage to summons may also affect the numbers, so the actual value on the field for red is probably a little bit higher. And taking a look at the battlefield, at the very least in the middle area, I would say red is a little bit in the lead. They also gained in value, and I think Razel has done it. I believe Razel has done it in the trading game. Now, most likely, I would say the main tipping points was Alfredino going for that flank, and then quickly getting punished over in this section over here. And then the other big play was a huge Bloodletter summon down here, which helped win that flank fight, and then a second one, which helped in the punishing over here. In general, Alfredino might have had the slightly better composition in terms of trading, but it seems like Razel, with just slightly better positioning, managed to edge out an initial victory. Now all he has to do is come back in actual value over here in victory tickets. With a triple cap, he has a 6-minute timer to capture all these points, and that's going to be roughly the 10-minute mark. So let's see if he can do it. Yeah, we're a lot of slow-mo. Honestly, the trading could have been much faster had there been no lag, but such is the way of things. Our purgatory will be ended as soon as, well, I guess there's a 50-50 chance depending on who wins this fight. But yeah. Now, here's a bit of a problem. This fight over here could go very badly for Razel if his heroes actually die. One of his main advantages is his hero squad, and it's a little bit of an awkward fight right now. I'm gonna remove the banners real quick. We have a herald over here. We have a herald over here, and the 2 cultists. The 2 cultists are a tiny bit out of position. They're not getting support from the herald, and they're actually going to try and go for the Lord snipe here. But I think there's a decent chance that these guys die, and they can fairly easily get removed off the battlefield, and that would be very, very bad for Razel. It looks like the halberds are piling on in too. The spawn are behind them, and this is pretty bad. We'll see if they have an escape route, but already half HP. Yeah, I think that's gonna be pretty rough, and you'll see the Valley going for Alfredino in a second. In the meantime, normal Chaos Warhounds generally not the best unit right now. They won't really trade well in their value, can see only 50 gold in value for a 400 gold unit. They've taken a quarter HP damage. That's not worth it in the slightest. And they may even get some good charges on these bloodletters, but this is pretty rough for Alfredino. What they do have instead of good trading, they are really fast capture point units. So they'll be able to maintain these capture points even if some units of infantry try and support them. They're also they can also be quite good for chasing off units in this situation. And unluckily for Razel, the cultist will be routing off in the incorrect direction. Yeah, there's no escape through lag. It's true. Yeah, he's going to be running off in the wrong way. Going to be chased off by the dogs. Their natural instinct is to run away from their chasing unit, and he likely won't be turning around, though he will keep them busy for at least a couple minutes. Razel now down to roughly 4 minutes to capture a point. But here now is the tipping point. The supplies for Razel, supplies for Alfredino are 15 every second, but for Razel, because he's 1,000 points behind, is now at it's now at 20 points a second, up from 15. This means over the course of the next minute, Razel's going to be getting about an extra 300 gold to try and pull back in value here. And you can see based on the army difference, 300 gold is pretty sizable. But maybe it doesn't matter. It really depends on how well this Herald fight goes, as this is one of the most important units in the Khorne roster. And right now it looks like Razel's on the edge of losing his Lord. A huge melee buff comes down on, I believe, Razel's Lord? No, is it on... Oh boy, I can't even read it. There you go. It's going to be, actually, no buff for either side. It's even. But Razel's Lord does go down in a very close fight. And this is going to be pretty rough. Despite getting extra points from the comeback mechanic, it's definitely not going to be enough in this situation to tip the favor in, to tip the battle in his favor. At this point, Alfredino has made a pretty major play. And hey, look at that. Razel, recognizing the loss, takes the L. And Alfredino will be moving on up. Also, thankfully, saving us from a big laggy grind fest. But I think that was a good read. After losing his Lord, there's basically no way he could have traded up at that point. So GG. Amazing. Now, if we take a look at the Minotaurs, 900 gold value. Compared to the spawn, let's see. One of these cost 50% more than the other. But one of them made 50% more value. That's pretty sketchy, ain't it? Yeah, sadly, I think this is the biggest reason why we don't really see Minotaurs right now. Unfortunately, I think Alfredino, just in general, the slightly more meta combination here. And then yeah, the cultists did do pretty well though. And honestly, the bloodletters did okay, but there were a few other bad trades like the heralds, and that's gonna do it. GG. Oh my goodness. Nice, pretty. We survived a laggy Khorne mirror, guys, without too many problems. Also, we have Moore in chat. I just noticed you're not a mod. Congratulations, Moore. You now have the power to select people and remove them from chat as you wish. Should be fun. Should be fun. Anyways, let's go ahead and do a quick look for fires to put out. Thankfully, it seems like things are progressing fairly smoothly, so I don't have to worry about that. Marvelous. Unlimited power. It's true. It's very true. Oh, an error. Failed to host game. Well, that's ominous. All right, now we're starting to move on to the final stages of this tournament. Let's see who we're seeing in the bracket right now. We have... oh, it's going to be Alfredino versus Platypus. And the winner will be facing Evenstar. We have Random Nix versus Lord Caterchin. Let's see. And Subutai versus Zone. I can't really see them right now because all of these are tests, apparently. But we'll keep an eye out for any lobbies that open up. We'll be seeing fewer and fewer lobbies as the players move onwards through the tournament. Whew. But so far, what's it? Do we have a 100% Khorne win rate right now? Plus a Khorne mirror? That's pretty spicy. I think Khorne is probably still one of the best factions in this meta. Although I am making this call based off of a single tournament. But hey, I'm the guy casting. I can say whatever I want. Amazing. Oh boy. He missed a chance to type more power. Oh my gosh, that is amazing, Marco. Marco, you win the prize for puns today. That is glorious. All right, what are we looking at? I think Blood Penguin is part of the tournament. Double checking. Blood Penguin is... maybe not. Maybe not. I see Subutai in zone. Here's a Platypus lobby. That's where Alfredino is going to be going. So I guess we just do that. Let's go ahead and message him. At Platypus, at Alfredino. Spec slot, please. We have viewers. Viewers hungry for the lag. Bring it on. Now, best case scenario, and nothing against you, Razel. Best case scenario, you were the one lagging, and that everything's gonna run smoothly from here on out. This is nothing against players, of course, but we gotta want that, right? Players get Immortal Empires around the 1st of July. I'm not sure. I haven't actually read up the numbers, but there are more details below. So if you want to check out the description on the YouTube channel, you will be able to see it. So check it out. It's pretty great. We're just waiting for this lobby to get a spectator slot, and then we're good to go. Can I join the lobby? Can I join the lobby? Maybe that'll let them know. Unfortunately, we don't have a chat box, so we can't actually let them know. But yeah, can I signal to him in binary if I toggle between Demons of Chaos and Cathay? Let's see, L, or no, S. There you go. P. Come on, open it up. Come on, Platypus. Maybe he's AFK right now. Who knows? All right, what's going on in chat, by the way? Is the password 123? Definitely not. Definitely not. We have the most secure passwords in the entire world for this tournament. So, you know, if you try hacking into our lobbies, you will feel the full might of myself. Now, hey, look at that. It worked. Hey, nice. We're in. We're in. So it's going to be Platypus against Alfredino. He should be in a mere second. Let's see. Alfredino, he's still there. Whoopsie daisies. And then Platypus. Here we go. I should not have said it like that. Anyways, Platypus. Platy. Where is it at? I'm going to check his name to make sure I don't accidentally spell this incorrectly. That would be a tragedy. There you go. Platypus. Nice. We're good. We're good. Nice. All right. So I would say as an ODM fanboy, I would put my vote on Alfredino as usual. But honestly, both of these players, I'm pretty sure both of them have been playing quite a bit. RTK is another very prominent clan in Warhammer, and they are extremely, extremely active in the community. Very, very active. Especially when it comes to domination. ODM was a little bit late on the train, but generally ODM has a much more competitive multiplayer 1v1 player base. So it's sort of a mixed bag on who we're going to see win here. Alfredino probably has a slightly better unit control, but I would put it to Platypus to understanding the meta more. Should be an interesting matchup. What's the meta in domination? Not all factions are played, unfortunately. Slanesh and Cathay probably pretty low, and I would expect us to see fewer and fewer of those games as we move forwards. We saw a lot of Cathay at the beginning, getting sorta steamrolled. That's an exaggeration, but they did lose many games. I think they only won one against Ogres. But nice. Already we're seeing, Kislev and Nurgle. I doubt this is the actual picks and bans, but we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. If it is Nurgle versus Kislev, I would put my money on Nurgle, though, for sure. Are we streaming the top 4? We are streaming only the finals, for sure. So we'll stream one semifinals and then the grand finals of this. Simply because I don't want to keep my participants waiting. Many players in this tournament are in Europe, and at the moment right now it's getting pretty late for them. And given that people need to sleep to survive, we're gonna mostly make sure that the tournament ends as quickly as possible for them. Yeah, Human Boy, yes, casts a lot of Warhammer 2 stuff. If you want to catch Warhammer 2 multiplayer, he's the guy to look at. If you want a sort of a mixed hybrid of many things Warhammer, specifically towards the hardcore, make me suffer type things of Warhammer, I'm the guy to check out. If you want a lot of multiplayer exclusive and a wonderful personality, Turin's the way to go. It's great. Yeah, it's almost midnight in Western Europe. That's bonkers. Yeah. You know, I wasn't expecting like 88 people to sign up to this tournament, but I think we should be finishing in a reasonable amount of time, given it's a Saturday. This will be like a pretty hardcore late night for many of you guys. But fingers crossed Alfredino doesn't fall asleep at the keyboard. Whew. Yeah, the passwords are more a suggestion than an actual safety feature. It's sort of like locks on doors. You know, if you don't have a super heavy duty lock, it's just, or like, you know, if you have like a lock on a fence, right? People can jump over if they really want to, but most people that see the lock will be like, they don't want me to go onto their property. Although I've had it before where I host lobbies and just tons of people just join in all the time. Just a fact of life. Good morning, Aetherian. Hello. Time to get a drink instead of a coffee now? Yes. Alcohol away, guys. Am I allowed to talk about that on a CA-sponsored stream? Oh yeah, by the way, this stream is brought to you by Creative Assembly. Who would have guessed it? Yeah, I guess I technically do have to say that, right? Because YouTube guidelines. That's bonkers, though, right? I would have never thought that I would have reached the day for Creative Assembly to actually sponsor a stream. Anyways, enough gloating. Yep, everyone, whip out your vodka shots. Every time Cathay loses, we're gonna take a shot, alright? We'll be dead by the end of the stream. Oh, man. I'm memeing at this point, though. Okay, nice. So it looks like it's gonna be Kislev versus Khorne. So generally, Khorne was favored in this matchup beforehand because funds were much higher on the previous patch. Nowadays, Khorne cannot take very bad trades at the beginning, and they generally have to play a little bit more conservatively at the beginning of the game. But overall, they still have a lot of pushing power. Pushing power means that if they want to gain territory, they can do it if they really want to, at the cost of not too many supplies. Like, so they can trade pretty well and make territory. Unlike many other factions who have to suffer a lot to gain ground. So generally they're still pretty good here. Oh, it's actually against Tzeentch. Very interesting, very interesting. I would say Tzeentch, we're going to be seeing a lot of flamethrowers here. And the question is whether or not they can do enough damage to Khorne over the course of the battle to pull out a victory. Tzeentch can pretty easily secure a single victory point, but taking the second one requires a roughly like 2,000 damage advantage to start, you know, actually pushing Khorne back and getting them on the back foot. This can take a while though, and Khorne has many opportunities to sort of stall out that advantage. So the back and forth is sort of there, right? We'll probably be seeing Tzeentch gaining an advantage, but they're not winning unless they're doing it quickly. And that's how we'll be analyzing this battle. I'm quite excited for it. This is a very fun matchup. I've played this one many times. New Eden saying, Enticity, are you able to participate in the tournament myself? I think probably not, based on an earlier discussion with CA. But also, I probably wouldn't want to anyways, just because it would be stealing a slot. It would be stealing an early access slot from someone else. And the other more prevalent answer is it takes a lot of effort to be at the top of your game. And it's much easier for me to just pretend I know what I'm saying instead of, you know, testing my might on the battlefield. So, yeah. But like actually, if you want to be top tier, if you want to be like decisively the best player in Warhammer, you have to be committing roughly like 4 hours a day. Maybe that's like a bit excessive. But if you commit like 4 hours a day, that's where you start seeing like players that are near indestructible in tournaments. And usually when I'm playing tournaments, I really want to win them convincingly. So like, that's a lot of time. That's 20 hours, more than 20 hours a week too. 28 hours a week. So, yeah, right now this month I'm just gonna take it easy instead and just have the single cast and have fun with chat, since it's a lot more chill for little old me. Because I will say, casting tournaments, it takes a lot of energy. Oh boy, yeah. Immediately after this, if you want to know what I'm gonna be up to, I'm gonna be lying down, passed out, unconscious, and dreaming about Cathay winning battles. I think that's likely gonna be me after this. Although we still have like what? How far are we in this tournament at this point? This is the third. This is the third fight. So like, jeez, this is the what's after semifinals. I can't think right now. This is the semifinals. There you go. Good enough. And then, but everyone else is moving pretty quickly. So we'll have this round, the next round, and then the finals. Roughly 3 rounds means roughly 3 hours, which is an insane amount of time. Oh my gosh. Quarterfinals. There you go. Now I feel embarrassed. And we have Slanesh bots to distract us from my lack of ability to think. Let's go ahead and, there you go. Go ahead and report those bad boys. And reported. We're safe, guys. Alright, so where were we? Zinch versus Korn. Zinch versus Korn. You know what? I'm just gonna give a reminder to everybody. Stretch your legs. I'm gonna stretch it myself in the background. Oh. Yeah, I'm still here. But I've been sitting down for like 5 hours. So it is important to not have my legs just fall asleep on me. There we go. Oh boy. Yeah, the bots are going crazy, guys. Absolutely crazy. Says the stream is sponsored. Usually it's pinned on videos and not live streams. Yeah, it's true, but you know, whatever. No delay. Yeah, there's no delay. Generally in domination, it doesn't really matter if there's a delay or not, but upon request I will add a delay, or sort of hide armies if they really want to. But yeah, for right now we don't really need to do that. It's upon request. Yeah, the bots are sort of crazy. They've been around for a while, guys. I gotta say, everyone in Twitch, you know, they're chilling. They're spamming emotes. They don't got no Slanesh bots. They're just happy, chilling, spamming out. I don't know, what's this? I see a pudge hook. I see little helmet things. I see a well played in chat. Crying Isaac. Glorious Twitch chat. Good times, good times. Yeah, now people are really spamming emotes. I got them. There we go. We increased Twitch chat activity by ever so slightly. Nice. We got a Platypus with his army ready. For the next game, I'll need to have them do the picks, their army setup a little bit faster, just to make sure the tournament ends at a reasonable time. Hey, yeah. Oh, the classic tentacles of Twitch. Man, I sort of miss Twitch. I was on Twitch originally a long time ago. Way back in the day when I was but a fledgling streamer. I think this was almost 2 years ago. A little under. But yeah, I had streamed a ton on Twitch, but overall YouTube ended up being just the better growth platform. Hey, nice. We're seeing the same meta as before. Doggos, which are going to be desummoned at the beginning, or alternatively used for a sneaky cap in the back. And we're seeing a bunch of Gorby's chariots. Actually 3 this time, which is pretty bonkers. Basically says, Zinch, if you don't bring spawn, I'm gonna run you over. Whew, deep breath. Deep breath. We'll make it to the end of this day. It's weird when I work, I get tired very fast, but when I play campaign, I can sit 8 hours straight. I'm pretty sure most people in chat can agree with that. Probably not too weird, other than the phenomenon in general. Yeah, I remember way back, I would just have crazy long streams, or just even before I streamed. I played Warhammer so much. Was a big dwarf fan back in Warhammer 1. Good times, man. You think you watch me on Twitch? Oh my gosh. Bamboozle Ballet. One of the OG viewers. I did get a decent amount of viewers on Twitch way back. Like, I built up all the way to like almost 50 people nearing the end of Warhammer 2. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. But then it sort of peaked out, unfortunately. Nothing against everybody on Twitch right now. I feel like I'm smack talking them behind their backs. Alright, but yeah, we've already gone over the armies of Khorne, so let's go ahead and take a look at what Tzeentch has. Very likely blue fire on Kairos, indeed, and a pendulum. Now, pendulum's not too strong in this patch. We won't really have to worry about it doing a lot of damage, but Kairos generally has a lot of winds of magic, so he's happy to pick this up. His army, pretty heavy on the ranged. This is strong against a spawn-heavy build of Khorne. The dogs did get desummoned, but it's not very strong against Gorby's chariots. I would expect the best option for Tzeentch is probably going for Chaos Spawn at this point, but he could bring something else. Does Falcon participate? Recently, Falcon hasn't really been around too much, but I'm sure he'll be back eventually. Now, in the meantime, we have units continuing to actually a very heavy overload all the way on point number 1. This is a pretty big movement here. I'm unsure as to how well it'll play out, but if they do catch a unit of Forsaken, that's about 850 gold value, which is a very nice lead. Yeah, I would imagine these guys disengage though, and they can probably fall back fast enough. Once you add up, what's going on in chat? Once you add a lot of Total War Warhammer streamers, all the live streams popping up. All the live streams start popping up. Sorry, I've completely lost the conversation in my chat, but whatever. Anyways, we're seeing the usual play of Tzeentch. Yeah, it's a very heavy commit down the middle. Spawn as expected, and then Kairos harassing Khorne. Generally, Khorne does not want to play aggressively, and he definitely doesn't want to take the air game. Tzeentch is one of the strongest air-based factions in the game, and if they really want to win the air fight, they will. So that's why we don't see any bloodthirsters in general. Big ol' blue fire does drop down, and it's actually pretty good value. About 120 gold value. A tiny bit higher than a lot of blue fires I usually get, actually. That's like a quarter HP value taken off those warriors of Khorne. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for Kairos. That's going to be softening them up, and this is what Tzeentch wants to do, because they know once the big fight gets started, Khorne's gonna be a menace. You want to whittle them down as much as possible early on. And over here, the point does get locked down, as expected. Khorne is very favored for capturing these 2 points. And Tzeentch is sort of in the rush to try and gain value as fast as possible without going too hard on the value front and getting run over by chariots. So it's a very fine line that he has to worry about. And right now, Kairos alone is not going to generate your value, even if he does get some very good blue fire casts. That's right, we didn't really see much Kislev today. In general, they were pretty weak in the previous meta, but I feel like they're much stronger nowadays. Maybe people haven't figured it out yet, or maybe they're still pretty weak. Your money your made up money goes to Platypus. Well, right now I would say he has the lead. The larger Khorne's army gets, the better he's expected to trade. Tzeentch has 1 capture point, and he doesn't really have an easy way of taking this point over here. You know, if some flamers get dropped down, perhaps they can start poking away. But we don't see any just yet. The fear of the chariots is strong. And look at that, they're waiting to pounce like cats on the cliffside. That's a metaphor people use. They're thinking about it, but not today. They take a quick look, but it does spook the Tzeentch forces in the distance. They don't really need to play that aggressively, since positioning further up means Khorne gets faster reinforcements. So naturally, we're seeing Tzeentch pull back just a tiny bit. Meanwhile, Kairos, still in the air, he's generated a 600 gold value. Where did that come from? I think he got a really nice blue fire shot down on these Chaos Warriors. And that's slightly above average blue fire. Very, very nice, but all of these are pretty middling exchanges until the big fight happens. But right now, we're not seeing any burning chariots. We're not seeing any flamers for Tzeentch. Overall, Khorne should still have the advantage in a big fight. Longer time goes on though, Spawn will be able to block up these pathways for the chariots. And potentially, this means that Tzeentch is the one coming up ahead. Capture point nice and early. Khorne a little bit slow on the capture points. Could work out badly for him. The fewer victory tickets Khorne has, the less pressure there is on Tzeentch to actually take an engagement. Can we see the bracket somewhere? Yes. If you go to the description, I think I might have a link to the actual tournament bracket. I guess we can see while we wait for this game to unstuck itself. Yeah, if you go to the tournament sign up section, that's where you should be able to see the bracket. So yeah, check it out. It's progressing pretty nicely. Over yonder, if we go all the way over here, these warriors are going to be capping this point, but it's still very slow. Tzeentch is going to be at about 500 victory tickets, which is about a minute of time that Khorne loses in this match because of the slow cap. Pretty sketchy. Oh, hey, look at that. We have a raid on Twitch. It's been so long since I got a Twitch raid. Thank you, Yabgu. Unfortunately, I don't know who you are, but very much appreciated. And over here we are seeing a slight maneuvering of Tzeentch. He's trying to get the capture point. Oh, and actually Khorne doesn't stall the capture point. Now this is pretty rough. Optimally, this area would be capped a bit slower, but potentially Khorne is looking to try and make use of the comeback mechanic. There's also another problem. Tzeentch is spreading out very wide right now, and that could also lead to a few issues. By going so wide, sorry, we have some bots to report again. By going so wide, Tzeentch sort of opens himself up to getting just absolutely ravaged by Khorne's army. The chariots do take a pretty big volley, but they're not that phased. And a big old summon's going to be chasing off these guys. If you take a look at their speed values, Bloodletters at 38, Exalted's at also 38. They're going to get run down by these Bloodletters if they continue to run away. And it's looking pretty bad for them. Already down maybe 10% HP. The chariots do, thankfully for Tzeentch, get blocked up by a few spawn. But overall, trading is going in the way of Khorne. And despite Tzeentch's initial advantage on victory tickets, I think Khorne's doing pretty well for himself. Chariots are stopping a lot of the firing from happening. Cultists are still operating quite well. And the high armor of these Chaos Warriors is keeping them very nicely alive. Over here, if you take a look at this engagement, we're seeing spawn and infantry on spawn and infantry, but Khorne is slightly advantaged there. And even worse, these poor pinks. Look at this, they're getting absolutely run down, these poor guys. Screaming all the way, but finally, the summon goes away, but getting a ton of value on those ranged guys before going out. That is a very rough trade for Tzeentch. And now we are finally seeing the Flamers. Now this is one of the major comeback tools for Khorne, as they will be able to do massive amounts of damage to infantry. And as we might see right now, no, they turn around, it's just a summon, it didn't matter. They still have to be careful though, because there are Furies and Dogs abound all over. And this is a natural response from Khorne when they see Flamers. They're going to be summoning it in a lot of mobility to start shutting them down. Yeah, the summon was crazy value. For something that costs 200 gold, taking out one of the most elite units of Tzeentch, that's pretty bad. Flamers though, ooh, a nice net. And look at that, bathing those chariots in fire. Very nice armor piercing value. And they may very well rout off due to Kairos. Let's take a look. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, no, those chariots are done for. And that is a nice win for Tzeentch. A little bit of a comeback. Meanwhile, tickets are pretty high for Tzeentch, but it's been like this for a few minutes now, actually. And that means that Khorne is enjoying a solid extra like 500 gold value that Tzeentch does not have. That's basically an extra unit of Furies. And when Tzeentch's army only costs 2,000 gold, that's a pretty big deficit, I must say. And at this point too, Khorne is almost getting an extra 5 victory points a second, which would be huge for them. But Right now, we'll continue to take a look at the scrap. It all hinges on these flamers who have managed to get back to safety. Over here, the chariots, they're looking to be trading very well. Furies will not do well against chariots, and this should get Khorne's value even higher up. And all he really has to do is capture these points in a reasonable amount of time. And taking a look at those captures, we are winning over here, and we're winning over here. Khorne, one of the best factions for taking a strong advantage after getting a value lead. It just looks like that initial engagement for Tzeentch, those summons just being a little bit too brutal for him. And at this point, the value is so heavily behind. I don't think Tzeentch has got it. That's 2 victory points captured. Khorne is pulling in a 25 supplies every single second now. That is almost double the value that Tzeentch is getting, and on top of that, an extra 2,000 value lead too. And all that together means that Tzeentch with an army size of basically 2,000 gold is getting completely overwhelmed here. This pocket over here alone is already larger than the entire Tzeentch army, and we are also seeing a pocket over here that is also larger than all the units in their immediate area. So I would say Tzeentch will have a very hard time coming back here. But if he does manage to miraculously wipe out this force, he could potentially still steal a win off of his victory tickets. But this shows once again, victory tickets are not everything in domination. You really do have to worry about trading. If you trade out badly, a little bit too hard, you may very well get army wiped. And in this situation, Tzeentch got army wiped pretty hard. Corn Dogs moving on in here. It's a single unit of Forsaken trying their best to hold their line, but they're going to be dying in roughly a minute. And right now, Khorne has a good like 5 minutes before the end of this battle. Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. One last spawn summon. Desperation summon. Going to be trying to support this fight over here. I don't think it'll be able to get there anytime soon because of all this mobility. Kairos, although he is a very strong lord in general, he has no capture weight, so I wouldn't expect any points to flip because of him. But it looks like all hands on deck are over here to capture this area. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But the Spawn and Chaos Warriors are just barely beating out these Forsaken. And there we go. The point is captured, and now Tzeentch is on the countdown. They have roughly 3 minutes to retake one of these points. And 3 minutes, that's not a lot of time. It takes about 1 minute to get to a point and 1 minute to capture it most of the time. So 1 minute to make a pretty big play. Let's see how it goes. Kairos flying on in. He's going to be supporting, but look at that, a double summon. A Khorne spawn and Furies, and let's not forget, Khorne is still getting a value lead because they're behind on victory tickets. And this is something you have to be very aware of once you hit these sort of higher level trading games. If you just go for the victory capture points, you could set yourself up to lose in the long run. Even though it puts a lot of pressure on your opponent, it means that in a late game, if you're losing points, you're going to have a very hard time coming back. And there we go, 1 unit of Furies is gone. And it comes down to the last ground units of Tzeentch. Just a couple Forsaken in their very shiny blue armor, trying their best, but look at that, it's way too many units. They bail out immediately as soon as those Furies come on in, and they're going to be off the battlefield. I think Tzeentch basically has nothing left at this point. Each and every single point has more units than Tzeentch does. This is brutal, guys. Absolutely brutal. And once again, Khorne showing that they are one of the stronger factions in the game. If people don't suddenly start playing Khorne in multiplayer, well, I'd be very surprised. This is a very high-profile tournament. I expect anyone playing quick battles in the coming days, enjoy your Khorne mirrors, guys, because it's been a 100% win rate this entire tournament. Pretty crazy. Some spawn, they do move on in. They'll be fighting the cultists. This is technically a bad trade for Khorne, but at this point, not really going to matter very much. Kairos takes the fight. So I guess while we watch this fight play out, let's take a look at chat. What are people talking about? Sip saying, I assume Tzeentch lost as soon as Khorne got into melee. Sort of. Tzeentch has a chance of coming back if they can sort of take out the high priority threats, but I gotta say, Gorby's chariots are sort of bonkers. I don't know, they did get buffed. Their mass got increased by a pretty hefty amount. But they're performing very well. This is a new addition to the meta, too, I have to say. The last time I was really grinding out multiplayer, you did not see Gorby's chariots at all. And I'm pretty happy to see that they're starting to have a resurgence in the meta. Is Daniel banned because it would be corn everywhere? Daniel, yeah, it's mostly because the roster is too large. Just a few other things, but yeah. Gorby's meta. No one saw it coming. But somehow, some way, somebody figured it out. And I even look at the value of these guys? Let's see. Actually, not that much value. The main problem, even if they don't generate you value, they're so good at disrupting the armies of Tzeentch that they're just so annoying to take out. For basically the entire game, they were shutting down all the blues. Like, look at that. The real value is how low these guys actually got. Very little value across the board, not to mention the summons were devastating. And yeah, Tzeentch basically never got the opportunity to bring out flamers. One of their main comeback tools. They never felt secure enough with those Gorby's chariots running around. Brutal match, but very nice. Platypus actually taking out a win against the legendary Alfredino. Now, last time we had a very large tournament, it was Alfredino that managed to secure a second place prize in the World Cup Champions or something. Warhammer World Cup, I think it was called, WWC. Alfredino was top 2 in that tournament. But Platypus, showing that going for a pretty interesting meta shift, actually managing to pull out a victory. Pretty good. But will he be able to win the next matches? As we've seen, Khorne has been taken out, which means Alfredino could possibly also go for Khorne in this match. And this is actually something that is shockingly common in tournaments. You'll usually see the first 2 rounds, people will be playing Khorne pretty aggressively, just due to the wide array of good matches. Yeah, he's really showing who's boss. Whew. The Pious Skeleton saying Enticity. Has the Tzeentch meta moved on from Forsaken plus Spawn, or is Alfredino playing off meta here? Forsaken Spawn is very common with Tzeentch. I wouldn't say it's moved off of that. Just because it's essentially the only frontline they have, and without Spawn, Chariots are gonna have their way with you for the entire game. You can see even in here where Alfredino had just too little Spawn, the Chariots were just brutal. Slaanesh not competitive. Unfortunately, I would go as far as to say Slaanesh is not competitive. Much to the dismay of many. Slaanesh has a hard time facing up many factions simply due to the fact that their infantry doesn't trade very well. In fact, many of their units don't trade very well, which is sad to see, but very often you will see some factions hit rock bottom in the meta. It'll happen. Looks like, meanwhile, the quarterfinals are still playing out. Zone, Subutai are still facing up against each other. Random Nyx and Katarchin are still going at it. And Evenstar is actually the first player to get up onto into the semis, actually progressing fairly quickly today. Yeah, it's not even Slaanesh is super micro intensive. If you give some of the best players Slaanesh and they micro them perfectly, more often than not, they'll ask you why they're not playing Khorne. If you actually look at the unit stats, Khorne has about 20% more HP than Slaanesh units. They also have 25% magic resist compared to Slaanesh units. They also have about 100 more armor. And they cost about the same, which is a bit of a problem when you want to be trading up in these fights. It's almost like Khorne just has like a 20% flat raw more value boost. Yeah, so it's pretty rough. Warbearers are anti-skirmish? Oh, probably not. Probably not anti-skirmish warbearers. Unless you mean chariots. Yep, lack of armor is fairly important if you want your units to stick around for a while. You usually what factions want, they want a group of armored units to take from and a group of unarmored units to take from. Because generally it's very cost efficient to bring low armor piercing. And when you know your opponent's gonna have low armor, you just go all in on that and you'll see Slaanesh getting punished a lot. If they got something like, if they got a few armored units, I've been talking about Mirror Guard for forever. But Mirror Guard, generally, just like their mere presence should make Slaanesh quite a bit better. Yeah. Yeah, I hope Slaanesh gets buffed. You know, patch 1.3 will come out eventually. And we may very well see a Slaanesh buff. Alright, I'm gonna at the participants since they are a little bit behind in the bracket. You guys have 5 minutes to make armies. Since we are lagging a bit in the bracket. There we go. Or are we? Or are we? Let's see. Let's double check. Oh no, we're not lagging that far behind. But I still want them to take 5 minutes to set up armies. While they do that, I will go ahead and take another quick break. Everybody, it's gonna take a while for them to set up. It's gonna be Kislev Nurgle, and take a quick 2-minute break. Stay hydrated. Stretch your legs. Think about your health. Alright, and we're back. Alright, how's everybody doing? Space Marines as a DLC? Sure, why not? Oh, alright. So, hey, look at that. They're still setting up. Looks like Platypus is ready. Which means Alfredino is ready. Nice. Perfect timing for us then. As long as they ready up. Ground Marines when? Amazing. Yeah, one must wonder. Alright, so we are seeing a Kislev versus Nurgle matchup. Now, Nurgle, I've said it before, Nurgle is very, very meta, especially before, because they can tank so much damage over the long run. Here's the thing though, Kislev is one of the only shooting factions that has enough ranged firepower to finish off Nurgle. Yeah, they have enough ranged firepower to army wipe Nurgle if they play too aggressively. So it is probably, at least in my headcanon of the meta, it is in Kislev's best interest to force Nurgle to take an engagement early. That means they want to play very aggressively, and they want to capture all 3 points to get Nurgle to sort of shuffle forwards and get into shooting range. If Kislev plays too passively, there's a chance that Nurgle is never going to die for the entire game, and they're going to be winning off victory points. As for the Nurgle side of things, how generally do they want to play it out? They want to play it out very patiently, and they want to be able to push Kislev back when they finally make their first move. A lot of this matchup is going to come down to how well the first engagement goes, And the first engagement is also going to take roughly 5 minutes to complete. Oh, and Platypus has dropped from the game. This is the first drop of the day. Actually, pretty rare. That's good to see. Let's go ahead and save these armies and post them so that our players here can use the same armies. All right, same armies. There we go. Nice. And we just have to wait for the lobby to come back. I'll just open a window. Oh, glorious airflow. I can breathe. Is this for real? Is what for real? What part of this makes you question the reality of the situation? Yeah, that was a lot of infantry for Kislev. Here, oh, I know what I can do. I can do, yeah, here we go. Save to capture. Yeah, let's go ahead and show off the armies. Boom. So, what are we seeing? These are the reinforcements. It looks like Nurgle's going very heavy on the infantry front. And we did catch very quickly how the starting armies. Now Nurgle's very heavy on the infantry for... Oh, there we go, lobby's back up. Yeah, Nurgle's very heavy on the infantry when it comes to later on, but the starting army's actually pretty thin given that we have Kugath around. Yeah, this is for real. Tournament is set up by CA. They did yeah, really fun community event. I think generally they contacted out like a bunch of different Warhammer streamers from different communities, and they're all sort of hosting their own qualifiers for the grand finals. It's crazy. Yeah, I guess well, Kislev generally they do want to summon a lot of light cavalry. Light cavalry overall is pretty good to have in your summoning pool since they can reach the battlefield relatively quickly. All right, and how will this match play out? If you take a look at the general gist of things, Kislev almost all ranged as a starter. I would imagine their lord is quite on the cheap side of things, and she'll mostly just be there as a few extra spells, but most of the money definitely went into the ranged, and they'll be trying to shoot Nurgle off the point as fast as they can. Nurgle likely will not want to engage immediately, and I would expect Kugath probably to go onto his favorite position on a hill in this chair staring into the valley below. So if I don't see that, I will be surprised, as right now this army very likely loses to this Kislev army. Nurgle definitely wants to bide their time. The question though is whether or not Kislev can actually start value trading early on or not. I guess we'll pop off the camera. Kislev over here, if we take a look at these chariots, they're both heavy war sleds, which means they're quite good in melee due to their extra mass. Fun fact, you can check out mass by hovering this icon over here. And that's going to be pretty good for them. They can run over plague bearers and get a lot of damage in. This is basically pressuring Nurgle to try and engage as fast as possible. But if enough damage is mitigated, it's not going to really help out too much. It may even be a liability because of how low their DPS is. This front line is just a wide line of archers. Could be a little bit scary if they all have to retreat at the same time. It means that damage is basically shut down while that happens. But they will be able to get a pretty nice initial volley going. Yeah, that's right. Pro tips. I am a man of tips. If you want to see more, check out Enticity on YouTube. I post tip videos almost every other day. Random stuff that you never knew about Warhammer. Anyways, we got Kugath over here. He's chilling. He has his 2 cultists for support. And these guys very likely have summons. Indeed they do. So, they're generally pretty good. You almost always want to take them. The biggest problem for them, they will actually die to snow leopards pretty fast. Not very high melee defense, not a lot of HP. Snow leopards have anti-large, and these guys are on horses. So overall, you gotta keep an eye out and make sure that these guys don't get deleted off the battlefield, but that would involve a little bit of an overextension. If you go ahead and wow, actually, looking at the high ground, it looks like Nurgle's actually going for a forest deployment over here. Now, this isn't exactly a bad play. It's basically going for a different starting move. If you think about chest openers, this is basically just an opener, where both, like, this is tried and true, where essentially to avoid the poke damage of Kislev and to buy yourself a bit of extra time, you can just put all of your army in this forest here, and then pop out and go for these capture points a lot faster than you would normally. So this is pretty nice, and going to be avoiding the high ground in general to make sure that whatever push happens over here is going to be rather strong. As we know from this, we know Nurgle has a lot of toads and infantry, and Kislev is basically all cavalry. This is very important to note because it means that there's not actually going to be many reinforcements. Oh my gosh, these bots. Oh my gosh, they're getting very feisty today. Anyways, yeah, if you take a look at the Kislev army, they won't be reinforcing with their with infantry. Every single unit of infantry, ranged infantry for Kislev, that dies here is likely not coming back before the end of the battle. And I would expect them to, this is going to be pretty rough for them, I would say. Yeah, well, we'll see how it plays out. I will say, as long as they don't get Stream of Corruption by Kugath, then they're in a fairly safe position. Kugath's Stream of Corruption, if you take a look at the tooltip over here, it has a 100 meter range. And these guys sitting at a comfortable 140 range should be able to stay out of that. But retreating from Kugath means that they'll be dealing less damage for sure. We should start naming maneuvers like chess. That would be sick. Yeah, the wood elf. I'm not saying that, but yeah, there's a lot of gambits. Anyways, right now, yeah, the classic Nurgle. Nurgle does slow down the game, which means it's a perfect time to be entertaining on camera again. That's right, we're back. So, yeah, this gambit's gonna last. In chess, right? I guess gambits, they sort of last a certain amount of turns. In Warhammer, it's gonna last a certain amount of minutes. And a safe play from Nurgle like this, we're gonna expect, I would say, roughly 3 minutes before the first engagement. Roughly 3 minutes, maybe 2 minutes if Alfredino's feeling a bit feisty. Does the sub chat fix the spam? I read up on it. Apparently it only sometimes fixes it. Yeah, and then it forces people to have to sub to talk in chat. I'd rather just be really quick on the deleting of the spam bots. Hopefully nobody's clicking on those links. Remember, guys, if a suspicious bot comes to you and tells you to click on links, don't do it. Don't do it, please. Please, I need you guys to not get viruses for me. Anyways, I managed to miss a bit of a nice play here. Cultists are pretty good at harassing the chariots. They can actually catch them and get a little bit of poke damage. They're also pretty resistant to poke damage themselves because they have glorious regen over here. And this will allow them to sort of mitigate as much damage as possible and slowly build up more and more of an advantage for Nurgle. Overall, pretty nice. Kislev, on the other hand, it looks like they're going for a pretty passive play, opting to go for a line down here instead of a line down here. This is obviously much more scary because reinforcements show up about 20 seconds faster than they would usually, but it means that Kislev's not really capturing any points, and as long as they don't capture points, it's going to be pretty sketchy. Nurgle will have more and more time to build up their unstoppable wall of flesh, and Kislev is not exactly going to be getting more range. Instead, going for snow leopards and cavalry because that's the only thing in their reinforcement pool. And overall, I would say the favor is slowly going to Nurgle. Ever so slightly, though. Things could change on a rapid pace. Whew. All right, nice. Sorry, just keeping up with chat. But yeah, so overall, I would say things are going in the favor of Nurgle. Not to mention they have an absurd amount of healing. So all of this damage that Kislev is doing is not really that important. Also, Kugath getting in a little bit of poke damage here, reducing the overall DPS of this ranged line here. And still, we're seeing no aggressive captures for Kislev. Now, this isn't the end of the world. There is a chance that Kislev playing it safe could just result in them, you know, keeping their units alive. And it seems like that's what our player is going for today. The question is, when the army sizes get larger, who actually comes out on top? My vote is on Nurgle, but it seems like Kislev is feeling a bit different about that opinion. Especially with the sled still generating value. It's not like it's the end of the world. Like over here, pretty nice charge, and we're seeing no spawn or toads for Nurgle helping these guys out. So Kislev they're still generating value, slightly ahead, but nothing absolutely bonkers just yet. Phil McDonald saying I clicked the links. Praise Slanesh. You know, if you want to be a true Slanesh worshipper, that is the way to go. But I hope no one's actually fooled by that. Anyways, in the meantime, it is going to be just continuing the skirmish, with Kislev still trading up pretty well. Look at that. We're seeing a dive in on the cultists. The cats, they don't do pretty well against high DPS factions, but against low DPS cultists, you can see it takes about 8 hits for one of these cats to go down. And they're just going to be munching away and actually eating up one of the summons for Nurgle. This is a very nice win, because if you look over here, these guys, they basically won't be getting any value. They're simply going to time out after about a minute and a bit. And Kislev is honestly trading pretty well for themselves right now. Even a single cat still beating up this cultist. This is pretty huge, as these guys are almost required to be able to shut down this gun line. And sort of noticing this advantage in lead, it looks like Kislev is now going on the offensive. 2 snow leopards going for the high ground cap. Very nice, because they will be able to capture extremely quickly. And over here, some war sleds. They're actually delaying the Nurgle engagement by taking a fight over here. They are trading down, which is pretty sketchy, but it means that Nurgle can't really advance here without being shot at by about 8 different range units at the same time. Gonna be pretty scary. Nurglings also not the best, not the most cost-efficient unit in the world. They're better just as a faster unit, sort of like Furies with more HP. And more so, we're going to be keeping an eye on these Plague Bearers and how they do. Once again, we're seeing Nurgle is very good at shoving into a position that they want to be in. And immediately, Kislev does a little bit of a pullback to try and buy some space here. Actually, having some pretty nice concaves. We're seeing one major engagement here, getting a huge focus fire on by 4 units. And another one here with 4 units focusing down the Plague Bearers. The chariots have stalled out the units here, and the cavalry's doing a good job stalling here, but it means that Kislev has 2 choices now: retreat or continue the fight. It looks like they're going for retreat. A nice pull away from the stream of corruption. The range simply is not high enough to catch these guys out, and it looks like Kislev wants to go for an army wipe situation for Nurgle. This would be pretty good. As if they can just kill off all of these units, it's basically the end of Nurgle. Over here, Plague Bearer is getting ravaged by the chariots, but there is a little bit of a nice Nurgle push down the middle lane. Ice Guard are not firing, Kossars are not firing, but the cultists are getting ravaged. Their HP is looking so bad for how tanky they usually are. And yes, 1 point will be captured. It's buys time for Nurgle. It's going to take a while before this actually becomes a win for Nurgle. They will have 2 points though. So in roughly like 8-ish minutes, then they will have the win. But 8 minutes for Kislev to continue firing is a lot. That is a lot of time. And points are fewer in this patch, which means that Nurgle is going to be hurting from this value trade quite a bit. Minus 3,000 gold in value. Remember, Nurgle has some pretty nasty heals, but I haven't seen too many of them drop yet, which means that this is a pretty good representation of who is in the lead right now. And a lot of spells are dropping down too. Many of these Nurgle forces are looking pretty beat up, and the Toads, despite being quite tanky, they're not going to be trading exceptionally well into the cavalry. Toads simply are basically an anti-infantry tool, and look at that. This is like this is cinematic levels of a front line going on right now. The high ground fight is basically ignored, But another cultist is running away. One of them has to even be resummoned, but he could be a turning point for Kislev. Kislev choosing to retreat again. And slowly, inch by inch, Nurgle is still gaining ground on Kislev. It's not the end of the game just yet for them, because look at that. Value is slowly going on up. If Kislev had stayed, Nurgle would have even caught up on value. And they may still be able to win it, despite the early engagement looking pretty rough. When you have the range units on the run like this, you're looking pretty comfortable. Like, here's the problem. It's 600 victory points a minute, right? If we look at 8 minutes of victory, before victory, we must question, how long is it going to take Kislev to actually kill this army? They don't have a lot of units shooting anymore. It's mostly cavalry, and full HP plague bearers are even showing up now. But what is this? I believe that is a Heart of Winter coming in from the Ice Witch on basically the best blob they can possibly imagine. It's going to be doing a lot of damage, probably not as much as you would hope for. We'll keep an eye on that. Over here though, Kislev winning with their cavalry forces, but most of their ranged, the core units that are meant to trade up in value, they are sort of all dealt with now. They're not going to be coming back. Heart of Winter on its final stage, but it doesn't really matter. Did these guys get a heal or something? No, they're just tanking the Heart of Winter. Kislev spells, not the best in terms of damage. And Nurgle may very well even catch up in value now. The flanking toad attack, indeed. The toad pincer being quite scary. And now Kislev has to start thinking, how are they going to capture these points back? 1 point over here, even being stolen by Forsaken of Nurgle. And just the tide of bodies is enough. Zap Rannigan would be proud, as eventually they just ran out of ammunition and could not kill anymore. Kugat even taking a good amount of damage. Looks like he's going to be increasing the leadership here. Actually not helping too much. But overall, yeah, it looks like all the ranged firepower for Kislev is now down. They now must get value back off of their cavalry. If you actually look at the units that are on the battlefield right now, it almost looks like Nurgle has more in terms of gold than Kislev does. And I honestly wouldn't be too surprised, because a lot of value is generated off of healing. Kugath with his AoE healing spell. This bad boy, Fleshy Abundance, is insane. And the regeneration on the cultist is quite formidable. And that's going to be doing a lot for making sure that the armies are quite equal. So despite the early trading, I would say trading is actually pretty even in this matchup right now. And unless Kislev can start getting some hefty kills, Nurgle's gonna be quite scary. Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes, because Kugath is about to get surrounded by a bunch of snow leopards, and it looks like it's gonna be a big fight. No, yes, there you go. The snow leopards all move in. And Kugath is a pretty big beast. You look at his HP, you think he's low. He actually has 6,000 HP. He has more HP than all of the units here combined, minus the cavalry, and he's about to get infantry support. Not to mention some toads coming on in too, and they're going to be trying to stall the point, but just barely Kislev manages to steal it. This is such a huge win for Kislev, because it means they have a good few minutes more to try and army wipe Nurgle. But I think the hopes and dreams of that are starting to diminish. Look at the high ground, Forsaken winning against the Chariots. Look at the low ground, Kugath generating insane amounts of value in this blob fight. Take a look here. The Mortis engine is active, between 16 and 32 damage a second. That is huge. And the value is slowly creeping up the Nurgle way. Who would have guessed it? Toads, they're amazing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, all it took was one clean engagement on the infantry, and it started looking good. Like I said earlier, there were no reinforcements for these guys, and now Nurgle is starting to really show his strength here. I would say Nurgle even has a larger army than Kislev. You can ignore these numbers now, because definitely over the course of the game, Nurgle has done an insane amount of healing. You can tell because of just the raw value that is on the battlefield right now. Thousands of gold for Nurgle, and maybe like 1,500 best for Kislev. They took a few bad trades on the high ground too, and they're sort of on the run. Nurgle has the value in victory points, and that's gonna be it. Grandfather Nurgle, he would be proud. He would be very proud. And if you want to duplicate a build like this, focus mostly on infantry, toads, and don't take too many Furies. We saw a few of them being summoned this game, but honestly, most of the hard work was being done by the toads. The humble toads to catch out those Kislev range units. We also saw a delayed engagement, which helped out a lot. I believe if they took an engagement faster, it would have gone very badly for Nurgle. And then just make sure that you hold the points for the rest of the battle. Look at that, very decisive with the triple cap just securing these. Kislev was not even close to getting to 5,000 points, and Nurgle's going to be taking the win. Insane, insane. You love to see Nurgle do well, guys. One of the factions, I always say, Nurgle is one of the factions where people are generally more happy to see what do well than other guys in Warhammer. Yeah, everyone scoffed at the Toad army, even me by a little bit, I must say. I was a little bit worried. You can do something similar with Exalted Plague Bearers too, but yeah, look at that. 1 unit of Furies. A single unit of Furies in a Nurgle army. Most people take 4. They summon way too many and they trade badly. You want to be focusing on the infantry. A little bit less spawn than I usually play with, but who am I? I'm just a humble caster. Let's go ahead and move on to game number 3. Now this is pretty bad for Alfredino, who is now starting to play into the midnight, probably like 1 a.m. over there. That's going to be pretty brutal, but we will carry on. We will carry on, and hopefully we finish this in a reasonable amount of time. We'll see. It really depends on how the players stack up and whether or not they're fully conscious or not. If we have to, we might move the finals to another day, but fingers crossed everything goes by fairly quickly. Let's take a look at how the bracket has progressed. Zone has defeated Subutai. Random Nyx has defeated Katarchin. And now they're facing off in the semifinals. Very nice. In the meantime, we're over here. Oh, wait, that was Platypus. That was Platypus that took the win. My bad. I thought Alfredino took the win. Never mind. False alarm. False alarm. I bet chat's already telling me how wrong I am. Everybody, you don't need to say it. You don't need to say it. No. Mods, ban everybody. Ban everybody that's telling me I'm wrong. Oh, no. Oh, no, the ODM bias. Whoopsies. All right. Well, very well played. To Platypus is what I meant to say. Yeah, ODM pyramid schemes, it's true. It's all true. It's all on my Google tabs. All right, anyways, let's go ahead and host a battle. Let's go ahead and... We will be hosting as a spectator. Here we go. At Platypus. At Evenstar. I was looking at the tournament bracket and I saw Platypus had advanced. My brain was like, oh, that's weird. I thought Alfredino won. Oh boy. I blame the long stream. Yes, there you go. Yeah, I can't say anything now, right? Totally. Anyways, let's add player slots. Let's go ahead to domination. And for this semifinals, what do we got? It's the first map's gonna be It's amazing, I believe. Let's see, what are we at? Round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wonderful. So map number 1 is Itza. It's going to be Platypus against Evenstar. Very, very fun. Now, real quick, because I know chat is going to do their thing when I mention this. And I want my mods to have my back here, all right? There is some controversy involving Evenstar. The stance on it right now is that is not something we're going to moderate now, right? If there's something that comes up later, I have a method to deal with it, and it should be clean and fair for all participants. But right now, if you talk about the controversy about the tournament, we're gonna have to remove you from the chat to make sure that the environment is nice and more about the game than that stuff. All right. Yeah, for all the mods in chat should know about it. Most of the people that have been talking about it in chat, you know what I'm talking about. We'll discuss it after the tournament, all right? Anyways, Anyways, for now, we just sort of enjoy some very fun games with our players. Did they set up a lobby on their own? I'm going to double check. Yes, they set up a lobby on their own. All right, fine. I'll join that one. All right, what we got? Let's see. Platypus. There we go. At a 0 wins. And it's going to be up against Even Star. Even Star. There we go. At also 0 wins. Nice. All right. Thank you, more saying hammer at the ready. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can always just issue like temp timeouts is all. As for the people on Twitch, you can't say anything. So, you know, feel free to go ham. All right, you AFK'd a bit. Is something ban worthy? I'm pretty sure, Sip, anything that you say should be more or less fine. I'm pretty sure you're not in the know on that, but yeah. Alrighty. Now we just have to wait for Even Star to join on in. We sit back, relax, and enjoy the chat. Let's go ahead and talk about I don't know, what do we talk about? I see Twitch chat going ham now. But yeah, I guess we're in the semifinals. Look at that. And my voice is only slightly dying. How wonderful. In the meantime, I'll go once again. I must let's see. Don't worry. I'll give tails after the tournament. Let's see, we'll handle. I just gotta message some guy real quick. Handle. Let's see. Background checks. And let's see. And then there we go. Background checks, and I'll make sure every who is eligible has a fair chance. And now we play. All right, there we go. Everything's handled. Everything's good. Let's talk about matchups. Now, so far, I believe we've seen a 100% Corrin win rate, and we've seen a 100% Nurgle win rate. Oh my gosh. Someone put together a Sigvald on the Twitch chat. That is amazing. Anyways, yeah, Nurgle's very strong right now. We also got good old Corrin who has won, but we haven't seen Corrin versus Nurgle, the two highest win rate factions of the tournament so far. Let's see who manages to come out on top. Of course, Corrin is a pretty good counter to Nurgle, so most people don't take Nurgle into that matchup, but we'll see if it pops up, because it is a very fun matchup to watch, I must say. Romulan Dog saying, I am Sigvald, I don't deny it. Yeah, I would say Corrin wins in a Nurgle matchup most times out of 10. I would say like 8 out of 10 times if you're playing Corrin, if you're playing Corrin right. Obviously, if you just run yourself into a great unclean one, that generally results in a loss. Unstoppable force versus immovable object, very true. But yeah, the toads can't handle Gorby's chariots. Oh, if only. But yeah, the Corrin, generally Corrin has a huge advantage because his infantry actually do trade up in a long grind against Nurgle. Which is actually he's one of the only factions that will trade up in that situation, which is pretty crazy. So I'm just going to see real quick if there's another lobby up, because we may not have our other player here. If Evenstar doesn't show up, then we'll just have to continue without him. There's a 30-minute with notice, and I think 15 minutes without notice, where our players can sort of take their time to show up. Let's see. Is there where is Zone playing at? Zone versus what was it? Not Subutai. It was Zone versus Random Nicks. Let's see. At Zone, at Random. Do you have a lobby up? We'll just check with them real quick, but for now, it looks like we'll be playing here. Never mind. You can continue playing these semis. All right. And here we are. All right. Wait, what? I thought we had I thought the lobby was full. Interesting. We'll keep an eye out. Whew. And in the meantime, I guess we just sort of sit back and relax. Sit back and relax. Does Khorne win all matchups? Khorne overall, I would say is at the very least slightly favored or very favored in many matchups. But Khorne doesn't have too many extremely favored matchups, which is almost the perfect position to be in. Curious to see how Zone will do. Yeah, me too, man. I've been keeping a close eye on him. He's a very big up and coming player. He's teasing us with Nurgle. Yeah, this bad boy. Right over here. A little bit of Nurgle hovering. Alright, let's see. Where is our player at? I don't, what's it? Alright, nice. Ooh. I guess we wait. I know it could very well be very late for Even Star. If he has passed out, then we'll see. Not sure. Gonna DM. Hey, still around? If he's not around, then we will move on. We have about the time it takes Zone to finish his best of 3 to get into it. Let's see, let's refresh the screen. Zone and Random Nicks are still playing. I guess we wait around. I'll message Platypus about it too. If this is the case, then it means that we can move on with the tournament, but it is pretty sucky to see players sort of just disappear. We shall see. I believe Zone and Random Nicks are probably in a game right now. Let's see. I'll message Platypus. No message or update for 15 minutes means you move on in the tournament. All right, I've gone ahead and messaged over there. And you know what? This is another great time to take a break while we continue to wait. You guys want to join the lobby? Defu? Defu What is this? It's an open lobby. It doesn't even have a password. We got Spliff Squad. Pretty nice. I hope I'm not saying something terrible. Good old V. Test. Another test lobby. Very, very popular name among lobbies. We got Joel. Turn. Oh, is Turn the one? Let's see. Is there a... Whoops. I can't even spectate it. Can I join it? Come on. Tournament has... It has to stand for tournament, right? Is Random Nicks or Zone in here? Come on. Can we find him? No, it's Subutai. Dang it. He's AFK. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, we're sort of just sorting things out. If Evenstar doesn't respond in due time, then we'll have to move on without him. If he does respond, then he has, like, 30 minutes to set up. As should be fair for our players. And Hammond, thank you for the $2. Very much appreciated. All right. How about we join 1v1 LB? Why can't we chat? Oh, we got some propaganda over here in the lobbies. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I do hope that chat functionality comes back, I must say. Eventually it will, I'm sure of it. Let's see, what do we got? Yeah, I guess we sort of wait for Zone. Are they there? I'm not sure. They're probably in the game right now if neither of them are responding. Ah, here we go. Random Nicks. They don't have a spec slot. Dang it. Well, we'll take a look then. Romulan Dog saying, Enticity, your energy level seems pretty good after 6 hours of streaming. Yeah, that is true. I am dying inside right now. The suffering, it's true. I'm mostly living off of adrenaline, a little bit of starvation, and a little bit of hype to see some of my favorite players play right now. But I assure you, we will crash and burn immediately after the stream ends. Oh man, press C for chat to be returned? Sure, yeah. I don't know. I guess people on Twitch can spam whatever looks closest to a C if you want multiplayer chat to show up again. Let's see. Has Zone and Random Nicks finished their match? Let's see. Let's refresh the page. And no score has been reported yet. I guess we continue to wait. Platypus's lobby is still empty. It's empty. We got another RTK in the spec slot. Look at that. Let's see. When was the last time we messaged Evenstar? Sweet. If Even is a no-show, we'll move on in let's see here. So I messaged at 36. It's 48 right now, so it should be in 3 minutes. Yeah, so I believe I had set this up all correctly, right? Yeah, 15 minutes away without notice means that you will unfortunately have to be kicked from the tournament so that we can actually progress and all actually go to sleep. So yeah, we'll see how it plays out. 2 more minutes, guys, which means you guys have a sweet good old 2 minutes to chill and hang out and chat. I've already taken more than enough breaks today, so I'll keep on going. But if you guys want to bring up anything, feel free to. I am at your behest. Got your barber scheduled on Tuesday. Nice. Yeah, haircuts are great. You know, ever since the pandemic, we won't go into too much. Actually, yeah, we won't go into that at all. You can in chat, but I know that's not a fun topic for a lot of people. So let's just talk about barbershops again. Oh boy, it's always scary being a streamer. And like almost anything you say could be a landmine. It's always freaky, I must say, you know. I could say something and people will be screaming cancel Enticity for the rest of my career. Terrifying. But yeah, haircuts are great. It feels nice. I had like a huge mop on my head for about a year. When they finally cut it off and I could see again, it was amazing. You bet dwarves have barbershops? Yes, but they'd be very careful. It'd be mostly applying oils and stuff instead of cutting. Alright, anyways, we have about 1 minute left. 1 minute to respond, and if not, it means that it's going to be Zone and Random Nicks. The winner of that will be facing against Platypus. Let's see, who won? Zone and... Wait, oh, are they still playing? Is that what's happening? Let's see here. Is that what they meant? I hope they didn't start their second game. Multiplayer lobbies. Random Nicks. Oh. At Zone. At Random. Open a spec slot. There we go. That should be enough for him. Alright. We'll give 1 more minute just to be safe. I feel terrible about kicking out players. So if that's going to be the case, then Platypus will be moving on. Platypus will be moving forwards. Although a sad turn of events, I must say. All right, let's see. Yeah, we'll hang around. We will hang around. Let's go ahead and open up chat again. Make sure everything's running. Zone and Random Nicks, they still don't have a spectate slot. How dare they? How dare they? And Mohawk when? I wish. Hey, look at that. Look at that, it's open. All right, what is the score? Let's figure it out. They're on Death Pass. Is that Death Pass is a... Let's see here. Death Pass is the second map. So one of them has a win. And it looks like it's gonna be Zone. Zone with the first win. Attaboy, attaboy. ODM bias for the win. Alright, so the Zone's gonna be at 1 win. Random Nicks is a good friend of mine too. So honestly, it's gonna be sad watching one of them get taken out. But it should be quite exciting. Both of these players are very, very competitive. They've been going at it for a while. Random Nicks, especially at the beginning of Warhammer, Zone has been going pretty strong over the last few months. So this should be a fairly fairly good match, except for the fact that we're seeing Cathay. Glorious, glorious Cathay. Oh boy. Alright, it looks like we do not have a response from Evenstar. It's been 15 minutes. Let's see, has it been? Yeah, it's been 15 minutes, alright. Fortunately, we're gonna have to kick him. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and message it publicly. Okay, Platypus. Looks like Evenstar is AFK for 15 minutes with no one ringing with no response or update. You may progress. All right. So Platypus actually moves on to the finals. And that means that after this best of 3, we will be playing the finals of the qualifier, deciding who makes it into the grand finals for the summer championship. Pretty good, pretty good. Let's see. Enter 0-0 if you can. Whew, all right. Easiest semifinal ever for Platypus? Is it really? He had to beat Alfredino. What are you talking about? Okay, 1-0. Yeah, no. It was pretty stacked on both sides of the bracket. I'm not gonna lie. To make it, to progress, what the? Streamlabs wants to update? No, not now. What are you doing, Streamlabs? Oh my gosh, Streamlabs is just invading my PC setup. Anyways, yeah, no, it was not an easy qualifier at all. We had like 88 people playing today. We had Alfredino. We had loads of ODM members spread out across. He beat Magic Yang. Zyphos. How could you say Magic Yang was an easy win, you madman? Alright, anyways. Let's see how this matchup plays out now. As we've established earlier in the stream, Cathay's a bit of a meme today, but I will still refuse to count them out just because we have to give credit to our players. Random Nix. Now, here's the thing about Random Nix that is hilarious. Random Nix is one of the best players in terms of actually, he's one of the best players for experimenting and finding builds that people have not found anywhere else. In terms of pushing the meta forwards, we've seen him push the land battle meta very strongly, and we've seen him push the Warhammer, the Ogre Kingdoms meta really early in Warhammer 3's lifespan. So, all to say, I think Random Nix is going to bring some sort of shenanigans, and it may work insanely well. Immediately off the bat, we're seeing no range units and 2 Astromancers. Thankfully, they're on foot, but it's going to be a pretty high Winds of Magic build. I wonder what he's going to be summoning on it. Perhaps Woojing War Compasses, dare I say? We'll see. Oh, right. But yeah, they're both still very strong players. I really want to see Cathay win, but I also really want to see my own clanmate win. How does one cope? How does one cope? All right. Oh, Zyphos is saying the easiest semifinal ever. It was the easiest semifinal ever because it was not a match. I see. All right, never mind. We can untarnish the name of Zyphos. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Also, by the way, fun fact, guys. Fun fact, let's go into some ODM history. Let's talk about ODM, just because I don't know enough about XMT, sadly. But yeah, Zyphos he is the guy that really introduced me into the ODM clan as a whole. About a year and a half ago, my first experience with playing against Zyphos, I was so starry-eyed, because I thought he was an insane player. Looked up to him. And the first thing that I did, I was like, I want to show that I can beat your wood elves with my dwarves. Oh no, it's high elves with my dwarves. And he 5-0'd me. He crushed me into the dirt, spat on my corpse, and said, no, this matchup is not good for dwarves. And on that day, I transitioned to Vampire Coast for the rest of my life. It was glorious, and that is my permanent memory of Zyphos. Oh man, I was so happy-go-lucky. I thought I would totally do well. It was not close, guys. It was not close in the slightest. Oh my gosh. But it's been great ever since. And I have since finally taken some wins off of him. over the life cycle of Warhammer 2, so I like to call it even. Oh man, good times though, good times. Anyways, let's look at the matchup right now. Oh yeah, Vampire Coast. I beat his High Elves with Coast. Felt so good, guys. Oh my gosh. Man, it's nice. It's nice reminiscing about Warhammer's days long past. It's great. But yes, he did kill a dwarf main that day. All you dwarf mains. Many a dwarf was sad, yet they didn't know why. Anyways, we have a match on our hands. We have Khorne versus a glorious Cathay. Zone's gonna be actually going for the good old AFK strat to start off the battle. This, you know, he doesn't actually have to move, but there you go. There you go. We see a little bit of life coming on from Zone. We're seeing a very wide build. This is quite standard. Lots of very elite infantry, lots of shields. Cathay's gonna have a pretty hard time shutting this down without crane gunners. All the way over here, no crane gunners, a spawn summon. Gonna be making this quite a bit stronger. And all the way over here, we're seeing some infantry. A small infantry contingent moving on to secure this point, though they will lose against the Bloodletters. We'll see how that plays out, and if any more support comes down. Astromancers are basically mana batteries. If you look at their item, plus 60% Winds of Magic. It's great. They boost your overall damage, and that means that you're going to be seeing a lot of this today. A lot of claws. Everybody loves to see the claws for Cathay, but then they lose immediately after. This time around, actually not getting that many kills because it wasn't overcast by the looks of it. Pretty interesting. I guess he just didn't have the Winds of Magic just yet. So overall, I'll say that's a pretty good trade, being able to dodge out against the spells in the initial run of things. Not too much damage really traded out. And Khorne is sort of just biding their time, not playing too aggressively. A single unit of cavalry gets summoned. It's Jade Lancers, and that will actually help against the Bloodletters. Question is whether or not these Flesh Hounds will be activated, and they may run over this area. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Yes, Lanesh has arrived. It's true. Good old YouTube chat. A million bots. Now, in the meantime, over here, we are seeing lots and lots of infantry, even a Celestial Dragon Guard, the Dune Dragons. And overall, it's looking pretty good for Khorne, except for another big AoE. The claws are back. It won't do much against the spawn, but this one catches about half of the Khorne infantry here. Spawn are flailing around wildly, and will it get a lot of good value? Place your bets early. Let's take a look. It was okay, you know, got like another 500 gold value. Unfortunately, even though these guys do not have the magic resist that many Khorne units do, it's still not really, you know, it's 1,000 gold total. That's a pretty decent swing. But the problem is these two Astromancers also cost 1,000 gold total, which means that the general armies, the army size in the front line right now is actually about even, or maybe even slightly favored for Khorne. Because of the Dragon Lord not being the best duelist. But as I say that, she does go in for the fight, and she will be fighting a Cultist of Khorne, instantly disengaging. This is a pretty nice cycle charging. The Cultist just getting bullied, knocked down on his feet. He's actually not on a horse, which would make him a lot more tanky. And it looks like now Khorne is going to be taking the fight. Ancestral Warriors do drop. This is quite nice. The Khorne Warriors will be going down, and this is possibly a pretty nice early lead for the forces of Cathay. Cavalry, unfortunately, do get caught up here. This is a bad trade for them, but it does soften up the Bloodletters, and we'll see how this fight goes at this point. We're seeing Khorne spawn engaging in the front line, and we're seeing a fairly hefty Khorne infantry line trying to move on in. It's going to come down to the good old Talons of the Night to try and shift the balance of power in the middle. Right now, Cathay basically just getting a lot of basically just holding the point. They're spamming only infantry. That is insane. And even a debuff spell, the jankiest wind spell you've ever seen, it is Blossom Wind. Generally it applies, well, you know, it applies a 10-second debuff. It's already gone and didn't really do too much damage, but it did hurt up the Khorne Warriors a little bit. Overall, not too bad when you have more or less infinite winds of magic. And here we go, an Overcast Claws dropping on the Khorne Warriors. They're gonna be dead, yep. Now that That is a lot of value. Still though, despite all that, only a 500 gold lead for Glorious Cathay, and over here the Bloodletters are finally coming on in to cause some issue. No Celestial Dragon Guard there, so they are expected to win. In the meantime, the middle fight is now starting to trade up in the favor of Khorne. I wonder why that's happening. It's probably the Khorne spawn finally getting good coverage, and really Cathay only comes up in advantage whenever they use that big dragon spell. Another summon coming down too here for Khorne. This is going to be quite nice, and it looks like they want to get a big rear charge on the Celestial Dragon Guard, and they should be able to win quite handily. Meanwhile, the spawn are still continuing to try to trade up. Let's take a look at the Blossom Wind. How much damage will it do? Not actually terrible damage, about a quarter HP off of those guys, but Khorne is now starting to trade up in value. Bloodletters trading into the Jade Warriors. They're doing quite well. And how is this fight going? It's pretty good, but now we have something to consider. Come from behind points are now in active effect. We've had it for about 30 seconds, which means Khorne has essentially gotten 150 free value due to not having this capture point. Cathay going for the early capture gambit. We'll see how well it pays off, because as time goes on and on, it's going to get worse and worse for Cathay. If they don't manage to continue holding this point, Khorne will continue getting value from that. And oh man, another huge buff from the Herald. Gonna be giving the, yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, just a Revel in Slaughter buff. Gonna be still helping these guys out quite a bit, but the fighting grinds on, and actually, Cathay once again gets a little bit of a lead with the mass infantry of all things. Cultist over here, just fighting the Dragon-Blooded Lord. But Khorne does finally manage to capture the middle point, and this is where disaster can potentially strike. We're seeing a lot of capture weight now being sent on in, and Khorne has had the come from behind points for about 2 minutes now, which is an extra 600 gold, almost a free unit of Flesh Hounds, and that could be quite a bit here. They have managed to defend their back point over here. That's right, they also don't have Harmony, but despite that, they are still trading up, so I wouldn't count them out. But these the extra points that Khorne has, that does barely even it out. And even despite that, I think Cathay's slightly behind, because most of their value is off in the distance here, while Khorne is all in the middle, getting a ton of value for themselves. I guess they do have a bit on the flanks here, which is a bit wasted, so a bit of an inexplicable sort of being behind for Cathay. Potentially could be because most of their units are routing, while Khorne is actually losing in... while Khorne units have to get fully killed off, and that can sort of shift the value more in the favor for one faction. But honestly, right now it's looking a little bit sketchy. A lot of these... oh, I know why. It's because most of the value is in these guys. The Astromancers. They're giving value because of their extra Winds of Magic, but it means there's 1,000 less gold that could be here actually contributing to the fight, which means Khorne is actually not behind in value. Khorne is technically up in value because the Winds of Magic is what's kicking in. And that is what explains the lead that is happening now. A single range unit of Iron Hail Gunners gets summoned, but they get pounced on pretty readily. They'll be routing off now. And oh boy, the Sword of Khorne is gonna drop. Oh no, that is pretty bad for all of those guys. A bunch of Peasant Spears instantly drop down. And that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Khorne does not cast spells. He casts Sword on the battlefield, and that's going to be pretty bad now. A lot of look at this, the Herald of Khorne even getting his crazy buff now, an extra 20% damage from 80 kills. And I'm not seeing too much in the way that Cathay can come back now. Not to mention, they were they were behind in victory tickets enough to get about 700 gold extra. And that's going to be basically an extra unit of infantry here that's going to be helping in the grind. Imagine if this unit of halberds wasn't here. This would be a lot more sketchy, though still probably in the favor of Khorne. And now we're even seeing pretty even trading across the board. Value is equal for both sides, but 1,000 gold is in the force, of course. And we do see Celestial ROR getting summoned, but it's going to take him a while to actually reinforce this point. One of the major strengths for Khorne, all of his units are fairly fast and can get in the fight very, very quickly. And indeed, it's not looking very good for Grand Cathay at this point. Victory points are close enough where Zone simply needs to hold on to 2 capture points to win the game. And we're seeing basically no pressure over here. It all comes down to the middle point, but I'm not seeing too much that Cathay can really do. A nice cap. And Cathay did manage to hold it for a surprisingly long amount of time. I will say the mass infantry was a pretty fun strategy. It actually worked a lot better than most ranged strategies. But today it looks like Khorne will be the victor. Man, that flaming banner on the Herald too is just amazing. Looks like the Dragon Lord trying to fly in, and this could potentially be her doom too. Trying as hard as she can to try and pull a victory here. But against all of these armored Khorne warriors, I think not. We will get one last glorious AoE here though before she gets taken out. Will help her escape a little bit, but oh my gosh, the Herald comes in, smacks her right in the back. But she will be able to get a disengage. No, the dogs. Oh, absolutely brutal. And the spawn pile on in. She is not having a good day. She tries to she gets one attack animation on the Flesh Hounds, but look at that. Really nice coverage, attacking from all angles, and she is pinned now with basically no escape with the Herald on her back. She may even die in this situation. And I don't think Cathay has what it takes at this point. The Celestial Dragon Guard will be good, but not capture the point in 2 minutes good. Very nice surround. Look at that. Oh my gosh, not a chance. Not a chance. And when you get to this level of skill, you will generally see misplays get punished extremely quickly. And she may even die here when, strangely enough, when units are routing, they tend to escape a little bit easier. But not today. Herald of Khorne comes out with a pretty nice skull for himself. A good old Khorne daddy. Oh my gosh. Absolutely brutal. The trading was pretty bad. Well, the trading was pretty good, but then it got pretty bad due to the situation. Yeah, just the fact that the alchemists weren't contributing, it made the values a little bit more skewed than they actually were. And Khorne managed to pull out the victory, which means Zone moves on. Zone moves on. And here, any word from you? Standard is 15 minutes. Wait. All right, sorry, just some adminning, some real quick adminning. All right. All right, all right. There we go. Message is out. Oh, what a mess. What a mess. All right, all right. Hard to resist the call of Cathay. It's true. Cathay is... Cathay, it does have its allure, for sure. All right, gotta do a quick admin and then we're good. Oh boy, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. It's true. All right. Oof. God, this is tough. All right. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of a problem. Even Sir did return. He did return. But it was past the point of the rules. Before the tournament started, I had written a rule for if your opponent is AFK for 15 minutes without notice or 30 minutes with notice, then the player has the right to move on. And this is a rule that I've had in place for like half a year now. It's nothing against the player. But it's just a very unfortunate situation. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. All right, we'll get to this in a second. All right. Well, yep. We're gonna have to stick with the ruling. It's it sucks. It really, really sucks. But yeah. It's we're just gonna have to move on. Unfortunately. This is definitely going to cause problems for me down the line. But first of all, one thing we're gonna establish: we do not attack any of the players in the tournaments today. And you want to make sure that you are as unbiased for anyone as possible. For the tournament, we had a rule that is, if you are unresponsive in the tournament for 15 minutes when your opponent is meant to face up against you, then you're going to be kicked out so that the tournament can progress and finish at a reasonable time, and that it is on the player's choice to either move on or they can wait for the player if they so choose to. In this case, it has been chosen that the tournament will move on, and that is what we will be sticking with. So the finals will be played Platypus against Zone. All right, but we are not going to give any hate towards the players. If we see any of that in chat, we'll have to have the mods banish you. So just a heads up, it is just simply rules are rules. Very much, it's just very unfortunate. Have to move on. The Platypus Zone. You guys are up. Oh, geez, that sucks. I've had it before too. I've lost tournaments because my PC literally just fries itself and crashes. I think it was one of CA's big tournaments before, where I'm pretty sure I lost a game because my PC literally just crashed. And then I couldn't move my army, and I had a lead, which ended up causing a loss. It's just what you gotta do. And I personally do not have anything against players of my tournaments. These are simply rules that we are following that have been established for like months now. So we're just gonna have to do it. I can tell the Slanesh bots are very upset about the situation. But yeah, thankfully, for people playing the tournament, you can play in every single qualifier. And I think the players that have made it to the semifinals all have the skills to win these qualifiers. And they will be able to get in if they play in them. But for many people, it is going to be getting very late, especially for everyone in Europe. So we're going to have to move on. Oh boy. That sucks, though. That really sucks. Yeah. It's, oh, jeez. Because I've been in that situation, but it's just, you just have to do it. Otherwise, people are playing until like 5 a.m. in the morning. So we're going to get on with this. Because optimally, it would have been the other semifinals was played by now. Oh, boy. Dang. Dang, that sucks. The only thing we have left is Nakari. Oh, boy. Yep. Yeah. All right. All right. The ruling is done. Oh god. Jeez, that's All right. Well, anyways, we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and continue with the finals. Ugh. Jeez. It's my fault I recommend the bots. Yeah. Yeah, the bots are going crazy today. Reminds you of an AoE 2 tournament organizer, and if people are late, he just tells them to check Wikipedia for the result. That's brutal, man. That's brutal. Yeah. All right. All right, we're good. We're good. He's a very strong player. Even Star is undeniably a very strong player. Undeniably. And I think if he plays in the other tournaments with 7 other qualifiers, if he can make those, then I trust that he can win them. Like, he has the skills to win them. So yeah, so there is that. But yeah. We have to move on. We have to move on. And for now, we're seeing we're going to be doing picks and bans. All right, let's go ahead and message our participants at Platypus at Zone. Tournament is starting to run late. So 2 minutes for pick ban and 8 minutes max for army setup. All right, there we go. So both players should be good now. And we shall continue onwards. Continue onwards. New Blood is doing very good. I'm very happy with Zone. He is someone that I had personally trained with. So it's nice to see him move up. Platypus isn't new though. Platypus has been here for a while, I believe. Whew. You just want one Cathay win. They already got one. They beat the Ogre Kingdoms, you know, against the meme scrap launcher tech. New in RTK? Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, Platypus has been doing pretty good for himself. Demons of Chaos mirror match? That would be hilarious. If only it was possible. Hooray. Yeah. It was already way too good for Fresh Recruit League. Ah, yeah. For anyone, by the way, who is looking to get into multiplayer, there are quite a few ways to get into, to really do the deep dive. If you want to, if this stream has interested you at all, you can find people like, Human Boy Yes Yes. You can find people like, let's see, where is he? Where is he? I'm forgetting his name right now. Yeah, if you look up Human Boy Yes Yes, or look up Logic on Warhammer, and find, or even my son HW. I don't know if he's doing a lot of Warhammer tournaments nowadays, but you can find him. And all of these people have sort of systems to help out new players. I do myself too, although I try to support it as much as I can. And we all have our own personal discords where you can find many good matches and sort of get better at the game. I think Zone is actually one of the people that came out of my own training system, which is super duper exciting. Yeah, although obviously I don't take all the credit there. I don't even take most of the credit. Zone has done most of it. Someone saying Human HW isn't hosting anymore, sadly. Okay, that's a shame, but yeah. HW, my son HW, he is pretty good. He's pretty good. Or he was pretty good. But we do have many other people that are still hosting a ton of events for multiplayer. If you're interested in diving in, there's a lot of opportunities. Even a lot of people going over and doing Warhammer 2 tournaments, Human Boy especially. So check that out. We want to fight. Yeah, Shidoku, you'll get your fight. Give it some time. Give it some time. I gave them 2 minutes to army setup, so they have 7 minutes to set up. Yeah, 2 minutes for picks and then 7 minutes for army setup. So they're sort of doing that right now. Yeah, my training server is pretty active. So if you manage to find it, it'd be pretty good. My Discord link is in the description, and from that Discord, you can find the training server. So always pretty good. Always pretty good. Best of 15 versus Enticity. That would be fun. It depends on what matchup we play. Can we just do mirror matches? Best of 15? That sounds fun. And by the way, while we're waiting for this, for the armies to get set up, it is fairly high stakes. I'll remind them how much time they have to make the armies in a second. But yeah, I was gonna say something, but I forgot. You can tell the stream's been going on for too long now. But yeah. Oh man, I completely forgot what I was going to talk about. Whatever. Oh yes, I was going to talk about, if you do want to watch me play multiplayer, I will be streaming tomorrow. I believe I don't have anything going on, so I'll probably be playing as like, maybe playing on the ladder, trying out to get a bunch of wins on maybe Tzeentch or Kislev. Up till now, I've done a Slaanesh win run, and I've also done a Nurgle's win run, which has been quite great. Just trying to get, you know, more people familiar with multiplayer and hopefully excited. This is a pretty good community that I want to see grow. All right, and Ladder lives. And Ladder lives in the training gym. It's true. But here we go. We have a Khorne versus Tzeentch matchup. Let's go ahead and go over the details. A little bit of a hiccup out of the way. Let's take a look. So on the Khorne side of things, we are seeing a mass armored infantry with the cultist as the hero. This is pretty good as it makes the cultists extremely hard to snipe out. And generally, as long as Tzeentch isn't going a full snipe build, the cultist should be able to win or to survive the entirety of the battle. On the other hand, we also have just insane amounts of infantry, which are generally very good against Tzeentch because of his lack of armor-piercing damage. A single flamer is not going to be able to kill all of this, so that should be pretty good. Although it is definitely very immobile and very hard to find good engagements with. Over on the Tzeentch side, what are we seeing? We are seeing a good amount of blue horrors, Not really great for armor piercing damage, so they won't do much against these guys, but they do represent some pretty nice capture weight. And if we take a look over here, we also have some Forsaken, some Spawn, and some Chaos Knights. But we do run into, need to update the score. Thank you. Thank you. That's what people have been talking about for the score. All right, Platypus. There we go. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. And that is an O and O. Oh boy, it's getting late. It's getting late. But anyways, the battle has begun. And we are seeing some Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. These guys are pretty great. Although, did I do a misnaming? Oh my gosh. Let's see, did I do it right? Platypus. Platypus. No, it's good. We're good. All right. Anyways. Oh wait, yeah, no, we're good. Anyways, we're seeing Chaos Knights. I wanted to get into this. The Chaos Knights, they have decent armor piercing values. Just kidding. No, they're really bad at it. This means they'll basically do no damage to these Chaos Warriors, and they basically have to fight Bloodhounds if they want to get any damage at all. These guys over here, we have a solid amount of just massive infantry, but if you take a look at the actual impactful units, we have 2 Spawn, we have 2 Forsaken. That's about 4 units to like the 10 that Khorne is fielding right now. They're not going to be winning in a major grind. Most likely Tzeentch is going to need to either force Khorne to split up or try to get a lot of value with something like Flamers. Exalteds or Normals should all be good. And all the way over here we do see a Disc Herald flying around trying to get some harass off. But pretty instantly we do see a Fury Summon. This is still quite cost efficient for Tzeentch, because of course the Herald is actually no slouch in combat with fairly decent stats, 35-35, but more importantly he has a decent weapon strength, so he will actually trade quite well into Furies. Oh, is Random Nix? Oh wait, no, that was Random Nix's name was spelled wrong. Dang it. Anyways, but yeah, he trades fairly well into Furies, and with the support of extra Furies, he's going to be pretty safe overall in the air fight. So right now, these guys are going to have to find a home other than just trading in the air. And that's probably... Well, actually, right now, they don't have too many targets. So already, Tzeentch sort of forcing slightly inefficient units for Khorne. But as the battle goes on, we are seeing a fairly aggressive map-wide capture. So Khorne basically saying that they want to take a fight quite early and quite rapidly if they do decide to go for these caps. But this is an avenue for Tzeentch to possibly come back in. We're seeing 3 units of Khorne warriors, and they are not enough to really face up against this army over here. But Tzeentch has basically no chance in actually being able to take these flank points if Khorne decides to go for it. We're also seeing some Flesh Hounds. If you do bring 2 of them, that will be enough to defeat the Chaos Knights, and that should be enough to shoo these guys away, although the Herald is still getting some pretty good value against the Cultist. And right now, it's sort of just posturing for position. We're not seeing too much really going on right now. Overall, they're just sort of maneuvering around, and actually, it looks like Zone is going for the no-cap strategy. Now this, I would say this is an advantage, although it's sort of weird. Khorne, I would say, is favored against Tzeentch as their armies get larger, as we saw in the previous meta, which means that Khorne is incentivized to wait for the capture points. But on the Tzeentch side of things, Tzeentch is pretty happy to continue poking away at your lords. Perhaps Zone feels like the poke is a bit too slow to warrant him capturing the points. Or alternatively, well, yeah, that would be one of the explanations. Alternatively, he might just feel like he doesn't want to take a bad trade against Tzeentch, and he's just not going to go for this. In fact, both players opting not to cap, and Zone capturing the first point with immediately a pretty devastating AoE dropping on top of the Khorne units. They're going to be getting tossed around, and this specific Tzeentch spell does a whole lot of damage already. These Chaos Halberds almost down to half HP. So this could be pretty bad as an initial engagement for Khorne. Generally not too great. We're seeing over here some Pink Horrors. They're going ahead and firing away, and looks like actually Khorne's winning the air game of all things. All right, a pretty heavy commitment to Furies in the air, and they're doing pretty good. In the meantime, Khorne has gone for the full cap, and this is basically saying he wants to have a larger army before the fighting starts, but he's not going to be going for the comeback mechanic. I think this is pretty reasonable. And as for the Tzeentch side of things, they're sort of punishing Khorne for taking so long and just getting insane gold value. So overall, I'd say it's a pretty even trade on both sides, though now it's on the onus of Tzeentch to try and come back. If we take a look over here, Spawn and Forsaken will trade up into any single unit of Khorne warriors, not to mention they have a little bit of extra fire support, but overall I'd say the middle fight's going quite well, except for the Furies on the horizon, and we're even seeing a pretty heavy commitment of Tzeentch on the left hand side too, going for a pretty aggressive playstyle that you don't usually see from Tzeentch against Khorne. Usually it's a lot of mass flamers, but this one is actually taking a pretty straight up fight and just using spells to gain your advantage here. And right now it's a pretty good advantage, all the way up to over 2,000. And the Khorne's going to be feeling a little bit of pain if that climbs up a little bit more and the damage trading continues to go up. It's going to be less and less in the favor of Khorne. And instead, they might even change their victory condition to just win off victory points. This is not impossible, as Khorne is one of the most mobile factions in the game. But it's going to be pretty difficult if they trade pretty well. And given that we're seeing 2 battlefronts on both factions, it's going to be pretty heavy trading. But right now it seems like Khorne is holding their ground, and they have prevented these captures. Some really nice mobility surrounds on these guys too, but it's not without a lot of damage. These blues are layered very deep, and they are peppering away at the flesh hounds. A little bit more firepower on there could melt them away like these guys, and this could allow Tzeentch to secure a pretty nice concave on this infantry force, though it looks like Khorne reinforcing should be helping them out here. If you go onto this victory point where Tzeentch very much wants to capture it quickly, it seems like they will. At 2 units at basically full HP, if they manage to touch this point, they will capture it, and this is going to be a pretty nice play for Tzeentch. It depends on how quickly they capture the other points, but this will slow down the capture quite significantly. They're just pooling on in, and we're going to see if they manage to get on the point. Yes, it looks like they will. Single entity of Forsaken, single entity of Spawn, just barely touching it means that it will be going in the favor of Tzeentch. That's going to be pretty nice, but the clock is continuing to tick. Let's see their value. It's about 3,000 value now. At this point, it should be a fairly noticeable difference on the Tzeentch side of things in terms of general army value. They've been behind in victory tickets for a while, so I would expect probably an almost 700 gold lead for Tzeentch. Judging by the battlefield, it looks like that is roughly accurate. Maybe it's a little bit lower for Tzeentch. Nah, they're saving up some funds to summon. So generally right now, Tzeentch is pretty in the clear in terms of value, but they run into the problem that they have 2 capture points left to steal. If you look at the victory tickets, it's 600 tickets every minute off of 2 points, which means in about 3 minutes is how much time Tzeentch has to make some sort of play. And it seems like they will actually be able to do it. Spilling in with the blue horrors, they were not very useful earlier, but they are amazing for capture weight. Will they be able to capture fast enough to buy Tzeentch a little bit of time? If they capture this in about a minute, they'll have another 3 to capture the last point, and it looks like all hands are on deck. We're seeing a lot of units spill in here, and it's going to be a split push. So basically, Tzeentch is saying, I feel like I'm going to capture this in a relatively good amount of time, so I'm going to start pooling onto this point early because I really need to get the triple cap to win the game. And at this point, Zone is very far behind. Actually, not that far behind in value, but so much trading has gone down that he's just very low on units, and he basically has to stall the game now. He wants to just hold these victory points for a few more minutes, and that would be the victory condition. But we're seeing a huge summon of new Tzeentch forces, and they're going to be pooling into this area now. If you go back over here, the capture is going pretty slow, and this is going to be going in the disfavor of Tzeentch, but nice. We do have the blue horrors finally spilling on in, and the flamers opting to move over here instead to hopefully clear out this capture point a little bit faster. Some pink horrors are shooting from the back too, and they rout off the Khorne warriors. So now we should be seeing this tick up quite quickly, which is going to be a little bit scary for Khorne, I'm not gonna lie. It's going to take a little bit over 3 minutes, it seems, before Khorne manages to take a win. But if you take a look at the reinforcements, Zone has basically only been sending units here, except for the one Chaos Warrior on this point, which might have been a bad stall. We'll see how it plays out. But there are definitely a lot of units here trying to hold the point. The Chaos Warriors are valiantly holding on as long as they possibly can. This point is captured, and Tzeentch is down to about 1.5 minutes to capture this point. Clock is ticking, but it's not fully impossible to capture this. If Tzeentch can get about 3 units on it at the same time, they will capture it very quickly. And now it's just this last point. Khorne basically has no chances of capping any of the other 2 points. Just basically there isn't enough time, so all hands are on deck to try and pull in as fast as possible. Specifically, we're seeing Tzeentch make a lot of blue horrors, and they're trying to get on, and they're specifically being summoned just to capture really quickly. At this point, given that the clock is now starting to run pretty low, Tzeentch would want some flying units, but we don't know how many flying units Tzeentch actually took. Perhaps the Furies had recently died, and they can't be resummoned. And over here, despite the Flamers being able to rout off the Chaos Warriors, the worst feeling in the world, a unit of Spawn takes their place, and they're going to be preventing that capture. This is absolutely brutal. It seems like Tzeentch's trading was just a little bit too slow. They were a little bit too careful at the beginning, possibly. And that's going to just barely lose them the game, but it's not over just yet. There's 1 minute left to capture this point. If you look at the capture weight, it's basically all dogs. They're not going to stop these units from capturing at all because they hold the point very badly. And instead, they're going to be taking the fight outside of the point. This ensures that even though they're losing this fight over here, they're going to be pretty... it's going to be pretty easy to stop the Spawn from pushing on forwards. And at this point, it's looking pretty rough for Tzeentch. Khorne just barely able to hold it. I would say maybe another minute, and Tzeentch might have been able to capture this point. Maybe 1.5 minutes. It would have been very close. Some of these blue horrors are just trying to force path their way in, but it's just barely not enough. Very, very fun matchup. Indeed. And look at that, the Khorne cultist, he did just barely stick around. I think he got routed off, though, maybe some way, some part down the battle. GG, that's going to be game number 1 in this best of 5. Let's go ahead and update the score for Zone. Now we're going to be moving on to the second match. Very, very close. I think both sides were playing it more or less correctly. It just kind of came down to Tzeentch barely not being able to trade fast enough. If perhaps he had some more magic to throw down near the end, that could have done it. But of course, that is asking a lot given how close the game was. Very, very nice. Hopefully we get some more close matches. I would love to see more of these. And the next map is going to be Death Pass, one that we've seen a couple times before. Very popular for the ranged factions, although very often they've been losing on this map. Strangely enough, it seems this gap is wide enough where most melee factions seem to be able to push through pretty hard. See you later, Phil. See you later, Phil McDonald. Thank you so much for your moderation duty. And let's see how this goes. All right. So if I go all the way up here, and we're going to give them 2 minutes to do their picks and bans. Oh boy. So what's the second match gonna be? I would say, generally, because Khorne is quite strong, people are generally pretty Khorne trigger happy. They very much enjoy using that as a counter pick, as it's pretty safe to go for. And now we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I would say it's pretty good. It would also be a pretty nice win for Platypus. Would give him a lot of space to work on his counters, so on. And specifically, if he does plan to go for that sort of play style, it will come down to how the second matchup actually, how the third matchup, or it depends on what faction Zone decides to play. There we go, we got through it. Zone is going to have to, if Zone sort of admits defeat and assumes that he will lose against Khorne, he could very well just play Cathay and make a throwaway game if he really wanted to. But of course, his gambit means that your pick and ban situation is a little bit jankier. It's not something that you can do consistently, but we'll see sort of how it plays out once these picks are done. But yeah, that would be sort of the optimal situation there. The optimal situation for Platypus is if we see them... the optimal situation for Platypus is if they can sort of find a very good matchup. Like if they can take out Nurgle using their Khorne, that would be very nice. Yeah, that's true. We can use Slaanesh as a throwaway faction. That's very true. Honestly, I think Slaanesh has a bad matchup into everybody. So, yeah. Enticity, do you think any Game 3 factions could stand a chance against Wood Elves? Probably. It's very map dependent, though. Wood Elves are going to be brutal because of how quickly they can trade. And because Dryads can Vanguard. So, they sort of have they have everything that Khorne has, right? Very nice trading potential and very nice capture potential. The thing is, their melee is a little bit worse, so they'll capture a little bit slower, but their ranged is so much stronger that I think they're going to be a menace, I would say. There we go, picks are done. And Zone is playing Slaanesh, but it's not against Khorne, it's against Kislev. I don't know what happened in the pick ban phase, but alright. Alright, now we've been memeing on Slaanesh pretty hard, and I still stand by that. I don't think Slaanesh stands a good chance against Kislev, but this is pretty fun at the very least. Now here's the crazy thing. Neither of these players are really known for memeing, and this is a very high stakes tournament. This is extremely, extremely high stakes. So it can't be a meme, right? It could be Zone is doing a throwaway faction, because Kislev is one of the only counters to Tzeentch right now. And it could very well be that Zone wants to get a Tzeentch counter into Khorne. Or use Tzeentch for one of the picks, and then that way it can't be countered by Kislev. This is probably giving a little bit too much credit than is due, but that's the only way I can rationalize this situation. This is insane. Slaanesh, are you kidding me? We haven't seen Slaanesh. We've seen Slaanesh once this tournament, and they ended up losing to Kislev. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Platypus could potentially really wreck face here. I'm interested to see what the build is, but color me skeptical. Slaanesh has not gotten a buff in the recent patch, and if anything, they're a little bit weaker because trading is more punishing. So we'll see. Zone might just be going for a game, says man. Saying Zone might just be going for a game where he might be able to blitz and force a few mistakes. It's true. Definitely if Zone manages to win this match, it's going to be a massive advantage. This is a best of 5, yeah. So we're expected to see at least a few more games. And if it was a best of 3, I'd be appalled to see Slaanesh. But yeah, in a best of 5 where many factions end up getting played, it's not the worst thing to get it out there early. Remember in early access when people were thinking Slaanesh would be super OP? Good times, man, good times. I think honestly it's just their stats. Because for whatever reason, all of their infantry have less HP than everyone else's. At least last time I checked. Less HP, less armor. And they don't have that much of a boost in damage, unfortunately. Yeah, this is best of 5. Best of 5. So, we'll see. I'm going to remind the players. Platypus at zone. 3. 4 minutes to finish army setup. There we go. We have to push this along because it is getting late. The chariots are still a bit underwhelming. It's true. They don't really have a lot of mass. They have very little armor. It's painful. Now Slaanesh chariots are decent. Yeah, they are usable. I will not dispute that. And we may even see them today. I think people need to catch up on that. Yeah. We'll see. You know, if Zone proves us all wrong here and wins with mass chariots, that would be a shift in the meta that I was not prepared for. And I do know Zone has been practicing a lot of random matchups, just from me talking to him before. So perhaps this is something that he's done, but like I would rather be Platypus here if I was playing in this tournament. Very, very much so. More is Slaanesh confirmed. More needs to ban himself. He's clearly a Slaanesh bot. M saying, or Matthew saying, Slaanesh also worse in land battles. Yes, that's true. Slaanesh is pretty bad in land battles. Let's see. I think they might be favored against ogres, and that's basically it. In land battles, they have it pretty rough. I'd be excited to see a buff for them. It's true. Exalted Seeker Chariot does have a pretty nice buff. Essentially, it says all the units around it have an extra melee attack if there's more enemies around. So it's pretty nice if you're in a big sort of big blob fight. So we might see that there. Looks like they're readying up. And then we can dive on in to game number 2. The Kislev passive is so brutal versus Slaanesh. It is. The Kislev passive is just the raw counter to Slaanesh. Like, if you ask someone, like really, there aren't that many more mechanics other than Unbreakable that Slaanesh hates more. Slaanesh loves seeing people run. They love just chasing you from behind. But Kislev really denies that. Too staunch. I expect every vampire main to go for Nurgle. Yeah, Nurgle is very vampire counts-esque in their roster and playstyle. It's great. Lots of healing, lots of slow infantry. It's just that Nurgle's a little bit less focused on single entities is why. Yeah. Hammond, don't do that. I almost just banned you with the... I thought you were a bot. You freaked me out. Anyways, let's go into the builds here. For Slaanesh, we're seeing, my goodness, a mass infantry build. This is interesting. We're seeing an Exalted Keeper of Secrets, also pretty rare. And yeah, we'll see how well it does against Kislev. I did technically beat Kislev recently with the mass infantry build, but with a lot more demonettes. And for Kislev, we are seeing a pretty standard army. The bear is a little bit off meta maybe. I don't see it too often, but it's definitely very strong against Slaanesh, as it can essentially just hold a point forever. Very hard to take out. And also a lot of horse archers. These guys, skirmishers, something that you would usually see in Warhammer 2, making a little bit of an appearance here. Now, there is a bug with the horse archers. If you desummon them and resummon them, they won't be able to shoot anymore. CA, please fix this issue. But nevertheless, they are still a rather strong unit at poking down unshielded Slaanesh infantry. But Slaanesh, they did win the gambit today. Guess what? All of their infantry is shielded. They will actually do pretty well against the horse archers. They're not going to do amazing, but there's... Zone is not particularly worried about this situation, although many other Slaanesh builds would be quite unhappy seeing 3 horse archers here. Yeah, we'll see how the Marauder spam goes here. The limited ammo is going to be hurting them a little bit. Tiny bit of a pullback. Will we see a dodge against the arrows? No, they do land and get a little bit of chip damage. About 84. This is less damage than you would see from a single Blue Fire of Tzeentch. For perspective, it's not a lot. Not a lot so far, but the horse archers do have to be quite careful, because if they play too aggressively, they may very well get caught out by some summons, some reinforcements from Zone. Now, I'm very interested to see what playstyle he decides to go for in this tournament. He could very well go and try and capture these points. He could very well try and go for the comeback mechanic, perhaps, but it looks like he's pretty aggressively moving on to these flank points. So the horse archers are going to be loosing a volley, and it's going to be dodged pretty easily by Slaanesh. One of the easiest factions to dodge with. They generally won't be taking too much damage from these guys, and that's going to be hurting Kislev a tiny bit, but still, they do sort of have a lot of map dominance, especially in the middle here. Sardajan saying, Enticity, I think that if you recall them with at least one ammo left, they can shoot again. All right, well, we'll see if Platypus manages to make it work, because that would actually be pretty big. As for the continued volleys, it is slowly chipping away. We are at about 300 gold, but not enough to really change the tide of the major engagement, although I would expect these guys to rout off a little bit easier. And right now we are seeing actually a pretty heavy commitment towards these flank capture points. What is Zone's plan? Capture quickly or wait for the comeback mechanics? Let's see. All the way over here we are seeing... Whoops, I DM'd the wrong person. Anyways, over here, we are seeing some pretty fast, pretty aggressive movement for the capture points. It looks like Slaanesh, yes, they are going to be going for the quick capture. And now it's on the onus of Kislev to split up their forces in a way that does not expose themselves to huge dive in and murdering. So far, we're seeing 500 gold value now. This is a significant amount, and it could build up even more with these skirmishers actually opting to go over here. And it's going to be a pretty slow capture in this point too. In fact, Slaanesh, no, they're not going for the capture. Zone is going for the comeback mechanic. Look at that. All right. Now we ask a second question. Who is more favored when it comes to larger armies? And this is something that I have personally not experimented a lot with. I would say, oh man, I don't know. Kislev is pretty happy with a lot of units, but at some point, demonic factions do have a slight favor when it comes to having infinite funds. If you do a bit of theory crafting, the demon units will crumble away and thus come back into your roster much faster, while human and living factions have to rout off the battlefield before you can resummon them. So they'll generally be reinforcing a bit slower. And Slaanesh also has just a hideous amount of fast units who can easily get to where they need to be very, very quickly. So Slaanesh does have an advantage with an economy lead, but in this case, it's not even being built up. The middle point was not captured, thus Slaanesh will not be going for victory point. So instead, a bit of a misread for me. It looks like going for a delayed engagement instead. Sort of same theory, but without the comeback mechanic. Cool. As for this initial engagement, it looks like trading still going in the favor of Kislev. A 700 gold value with that huge volley on the Marauder Spears. Going to be making Slaanesh a little bit worried here. Some Marauders are on the point though, and they are capturing. And perhaps we might see a copy of the Khorne vs. Tzeentch game. A much more melee-centric, aggressive faction. Just winning with the 3 capture and getting advantage there. I'm not entirely sure, but Slaanesh does seem dedicated to this engagement. They're taking a ton of fire, and at this point, a turnaround is just a no-go. It would just result in tremendous losses on their infantry. So they're committed. Huge volley from the Kossars firing away and getting a pretty good poke. One of the Marauders is routed. A nice breath attack on these guys. I expect them to terror rout sometime soon. And the cavalry are moving in to engage. Slaanesh still waiting for their more elite units to come on in. And generally there isn't too much to really punish them right now, except for a single armored Kossar. Sneaky Kislev back capture on for that point too. We'll see if Slaanesh decides to respond or fight here. And now the main engagement is underway. This is the finals of the tournament, and we are seeing the Ice Witch does get caught up in a rampage. This is really, really bad for Kislev. They do have their extra leadership boost, but it's not gonna be... This basically completely negates the Kislev faction passive, because everything's gonna be routing off a good deal faster. Not to mention Slaanesh with the triple cap. Lord is nearly dead. And over here, trading is just going along. The Marauders are holding for a very long time. And how is that Lord looking? It really depends if she can escape. It looks like she's trying to path her way out, but the Soul Grinder with the really nice attack animation actually may be bad for Slaanesh. Pushes the caster out of there, and she will be able to escape that battle. That is huge for Kislev. Had she gone down, that may have just caused a loss immediately, but now we're sort of seeing a longer grind now. For Slaanesh, the delayed engagement does mean that they're not suffering as much from from the losses that they're taking. And oh my gosh, the Lord goes down. She's out of the battlefield. Everybody is worried now. All of the passives on basically every single unit is now triggered. And we're now seeing a lot of routes for Kislev. That is a brutal and a huge loss, which is going to set back their middle capture. Possibly minutes. This is hundreds of victory tickets at a time. And over here, they will be able to take out this point with the Zargard, but it looks like it may even have been a bit of an overcommit due to the Zargard just being such an elite unit. Perhaps they would have been needed here, although it was a tough call for Kislev. If they hadn't brought in Zargard, this point would have taken forever to capture also. Soul Grinder also getting a ton of damage over here. It is annihilating these snow leopards, but actually choosing to disengage. I think it would have done better fighting there, but perhaps worried about the range. I'm not entirely too sure. And over here, the snow bear, like I said earlier, a very hard target to kill, but at this point, not really a lot of battlefield presence. And against all odds, Slaanesh is actually only 1,000 gold behind at this point. Now, a lot of this is due to the fact that Kislev ended up getting pretty bogged down in the infantry, but who knows? Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the new innovation, Mass Marauder Slaanesh. I will say though, I am pretty surprised not to see any chariots from the Kislev side. Perhaps chariots are so meta that Platypus just assumed that Slaanesh would be bringing anti-chariot tech and so decided not to take them. But then the counter play where you just build around and not having to worry about chariots. Still though, I will say this build, I would have been pretty scared if we did see chariots for Kislev, but we may never know until the next tournament. The bear though still trading quite well, and I think this could be a turning point for Kislev. Despite the value lead, at this point they will need a triple cap against Slaanesh to take the win, but they are on their way to doing that. Look at that huge infantry force coming on in, huge mobility force here, and let's not forget a pretty massive comeback advantage. They've been behind for roughly 3-4 minutes. Each minute that they are behind is an extra 300 gold that Kislev has. And given that they've been behind for, oh man, the capture snow leopard is brutal here for Slaanesh too. Yeah, Kislev has been behind for about 3 to 4 minutes. That is, given this amount of difference in victory points, means that Kislev essentially, they probably have a few thousand extra gold because of the comeback mechanic that is helping them reinforce their units. This is basically an extra cat, an extra unit of cavalry, and maybe even another unit of Kossars that have been able to snipe the point from Slaanesh and secure this location. And at this point, Slaanesh, looking like they're running out of units despite fairly even trading. I doubt most of this value is coming from the Kislev healing. A lot of this lead is probably from the comeback mechanic. Now both players, before all of you guys get yourselves in a knot about the comeback mechanic, both players are fully aware of the comeback mechanic and are trying to play around it as much as they humanly can. So it was definitely a pretty big gambit for Slaanesh to try and get these 3 points, and essentially Zone was banking on being able to sustain enough of a lead while trading into Kislev. In this case, we'll see how well it pays off, because they have managed to take back this point, and they have enough of a lead where if they can hold this for a long time, Slaanesh will still win. Kislev, not the fastest faction in the world, and really they rely on their cats to capture quickly. One of them is routing off, one of them is damaged. I don't know if Kislev will have enough to actually secure this point in time, but we're looking at about 4 minutes for Slaanesh to hold here. And now we've entered the stage of the game where we're looking at it's going to be a 4-minute holdout. 4 minutes is a very long time. There's a lot of infantry here. Slaanesh either wants to hold them, Slaanesh has to hold them back for a very long amount of time and try to avoid taking damage. The moment they lose their army here, Kislev can easily just walk onto the point and win it. But it's not a very good position for Kislev to actually conquer. This choke point over here is very, very thin, and it means that infantry, they'll take forever to loop around and capture this point. You have to kill everything here for them to hold. And over on this flank, you're getting constantly summoned behind on by Slaanesh. It's not the best situation in the world. I see one person in chat cheering for Slaanesh. Will they win it? I can't believe it. It looks like they may very well hold it. We're looking at under 3 minutes now for a Slaanesh holdout. And we're seeing a single unit of heroic Spear Marauders holding back against an elemental bear of Kislev, and another 2 units of Marauders holding against a barrage of arrows coming in here. Not to mention this unit over here, Spawn of Slaanesh, one of the most annoying units ever to face up against if you're trying to capture a point quickly. This unit is basically going to hold in melee for the rest of the battle. I don't see them going down very quickly, and that means that it's going to have to be a loop around. Kislev needs to find some sort of way to loop around into the back. They could try to shove their cavalry, but that's almost a death sentence with all of the Slaanesh reinforcements. But you're seeing they are trying to push through with the cavalry moving on in. A few of them managed to slip through, but now we're looking at about a minute and a half for Kislev to try and win it. But they do have the elemental bear on the point. It is slowly getting captured, and that's a pretty good sign for them. But what is this? Oh my gosh, this sneaky back capture. How did this happen? We're seeing about 4 beat up Marauder units. These guys are definitely getting marks of Slaanesh after this. They're doing good job for Slaanesh, because if Kislev has overcommitted here and they manage to take back this point, it doesn't matter if Kislev manages to take this, and an emergency Snow Leopard has to be summoned for the middle. This was a brilliant feint for Slaanesh and forces a very high capture unit to essentially be on the opposite side of the map. Look at that. And now in about 3 seconds, we're looking at a 1 minute holdout time. And Slaanesh, against all odds, has actually managed to catch up in gold value. What is going on? What is going on? How is this possible? What? Platypus taps out. Oh my gosh, what? What? No. No. No, this goes against everything that I thought about multiplayer. What? Oh my gosh. What? What just happened? Oh my gosh. No, there's no way. There's no way. It was surely a misplay on Kislev. There's no way this build works. Oh my gosh. Moore was right. What? No. Okay, well. Okay, I guess we have to pray to our new Slaanesh overlords. Bring back the Slaanesh bots. Where are they? They all got summoned onto the battlefield, apparently. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling lightheaded because of just I'm so aghast. I'm so aghast. Now, there was a big pick here on the Lord. We have to accept that. We have to accept that there weren't chariots, which would have been almost the perfect solution to mass infantry. Maybe it was just a 5D mind games play for both players. So we got the 2D mind games and then the 4D, 5D chess over here. Exposing yourself and going more all in is generally what you want to do in a bad matchup. But honestly, I don't even know how this build performs against different Kislev builds now. I guess time will tell, but for now, in this case, Zone looks like he actually did it. He actually did it. He pulled out a win with Slaanesh. Bonkers. Bonkers, guys. Soul Grinder did great. I think the Lord snipings did great. The Snow Bear, it seemed like it was almost the perfect build into what Platypus bought. That's the crazy thing, right? It countered the Horse Archers. It pretty easily countered the Snow Bear. And it also managed to take out the Patriarchs extremely quickly. It may have come down to just a really nice build mind games. That's sort of what I'm settling on right now. But Platypus most likely is pretty shook by that, I must say. Taking a matchup where you feel like you are favored against and actually losing in it is is brutal, but it's not over yet. We've seen many upsets, or not ace. We've seen many reverse sweeps in the multiplayer scene before, and we could very well see it here. Platypus simply has to start coming back. He has a lot of very strong factions that he can take, and we're already seeing a corn pick, a corn hover perhaps, into whatever Zone brings out. This could be it, because Zone, they have played their corn already. And Platypus, he'll get his win, and then it'll come down to the next match, assuming that he wins here. Who knows? Zone might win with Cathay. Who knows? I don't know. My entire view of the meta has just been shattered. Just punched in the gut. Just like Zyphos demolishing my dwarves. Completely unexpected, except this is huge. Oh my gosh. Now, yeah, the Slaanesh bots, they did come back. I saw that. So now we're on Arnheim. Now we're in Arnheim, and we're seeing a corn pick. Zone fighting for his tournament survival. Not Zone, Platypus fighting for his tournament survival. If he loses this match, he's out, and Zone will be progressing into the into the tournament. Zone will be moving on into the grand finals with early access to Immortal Empires. A huge win for anyone that is invested into the multiplayer scene. Both of these players definitely want to be playing as hard as they can, but let's not forget, it's pretty late right now. I would expect Zone to be quite tired. I know what time zone he's in, and he really wants to end this now. Otherwise, I could expect diminishing play as time goes on. He might even be seeing the sunrise at this point. So we'll see. I do know that Platypus is still a very strong player, though, and especially on one of the strongest factions in the game. I would say he's pretty comfortable with this game, at least. On Arnheim means that he might be able to squeeze out one of Zone's better. It means that ranged heavy factions will be seen less and less. For example, if you take a look at the next few maps, they're actually quite favored for melee armies, and Zone has played Slaanesh and Khorne. They basically have to start taking more ranged heavy armies now, and this is a way for Platypus to come back. They can focus on their Khornes, their Nurgles, who knows, maybe their Slaanesh, and that could be a 3-win for him. We'll see. It's 2 a.m. for Zone. Okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness. That's not too bad then, although that's still pretty late. I know I have played my fair share of extremely late tournaments myself, though. The multiplayer scene can be brutal sometimes, but let's see how it goes. Man, I can't believe that win was insane. Oh yes, ogres. Yeah, we could see ogres. Ogres are a little bit favored on larger maps because of their mobility, and they can pretty well abuse human factions because of it. So we might see that too. They also have quite a bit of ranged DPS, and they sort of play like Tzeentch. A little bit like Tzeentch. One thing that I would worry about, though, for Platypus, he has already played as Tzeentch, which means Zone can pretty easily play as another faction, and yeah, Zone could play as jeez, I can't think right now. Platypus has played as Tzeentch, which means Zone has a Nurgle option if he so wishes. Oh my gosh, and it's a Nurgle mirror. Now here's the fun thing about Nurgle mirrors, guys. Oh boy. Now, basically everything that I've told you about multiplayer up until this point, for the past 7 hours, we've been explaining to you guys the cool tactics of multiplayer, the ebb and flow of capture points and value trading. Throw it out the window. Nurgle does not care about your theory crafting for the game. Nurgle instead sort of operates on an idea, in the mirror anyways, that the first person to get on the point wins. The DPS of Nurgle is not fast enough to kill Nurgle. The armies only grow as the game progresses. So if you think about it that way, and I have done a lot of theory crafting on the Nurgle mirror, is that yeah, you both just want to jump the point as fast as possible, and you want to make sure the fight is further from the point, so that you actually have the capture weight. But if you go too hard on the speed front and go all in, like I'm gonna get Furies, I'm gonna go for Rot Flies, right? And they actually all end up dying, Nurgle's gonna easily 3-cap you. So it's a fine balance of speed and reinforcing versus actually just, you know, just being able to fight long enough and to not die. And all of the it's all gonna come down to that. And it comes down a bit to sort of a math equation that both players are trying to fight for extremely hard. You have 2 devastating spells for both sides too. Stream of Corruption, we've seen that a lot this tournament, and it does devastating damage. Guess what, Nurgle, very high HP infantry, actually not as painful here. But Fecundity, no. Whatever the heal spell for Nurgle is huge. It heals about 30% HP on every unit that it touches in an AoE. And if you can land even one of those, it means that you'll basically be sitting there and fighting for a long time. So if you want to push forwards as Nurgle, you use Stream of Corruption. If you want to have higher capture weight, there you go. Fleshy Abundance. Chat knows what's up. Fleshy Abundance. Okay, you guys can cut it out. Everyone's spamming Fleshy Abundance now. So Fleshy Abundance is very good for capping the point faster. And these are sort of the tools that we'll be seeing here. Many people that take a look at this matchup will see 2 tides of flesh slamming into each other, and they won't see the beautiful nuance that comes down to the number crunching here. It's all about who can push further. It's basically trench warfare, all right? No one's going to be making a lot of ground, but there's going to be a lot of suffering and a lot of trading and a few pushes to try and make that forward progress. Not to mention, there's also 2 areas where you're going to be fighting. You're going to be fighting on the low ground and the high ground at the same time, and an overcommitment in one area is going to be pretty bad for you in the other area. And there we go, Zone readies up right as I'm about to let him know that he needs his army to be ready. Let's go ahead and see how this goes. But no, honestly, this matchup is actually pretty fun, and we do see a Herald of Nurgle instead of the Mortis engine. Zone going for the gambit of I am going to be losing on value, but I will hold long enough such that you will never get to the point. This is Zone's methodology. We're seeing Platypus, his methodology. Lots of infantry, very slow, very high trading value. 2 cultists too. They capture points at 1 time speed, infantry capture at 3 times speed, which means that cultists, they'll trade well because of their summons, but they won't actually cap very quickly. So the big question is now, can Platypus kill Zone fast enough to capture these points? And it's all gonna come down to that. So let's get into this game. We see a pretty speedy list. Spawn, 42 speed, way faster than the infantry. Furies, a whopping 110 speed, bonkers fast when we're talking about Nurgle. Toads, 59 speed, double the speed of the infantry, very speedy, trades terribly, not gonna win over the long run. Over here, on the side of Platypus, on what may be potentially his very last game. That's true, cultists are fast and they could summon to slow down Zone. Very important point, Zone. We may very well see that. Cultists, wait a second, oh my gosh. Disaster, they're on foot. 34 speed, not as fast as their cavalry variant, which is about 80, 75 speed. And over here, on the Platypus side of things, he's capped out. He's capped out at 72 speed, at the fastest 34. He really wants to win these trades, and he's going to be moving on up immediately, trying to secure these first 2 points. And right off the bat, the Furies are blitzing it across the field. And McWriterface getting banned by Nightbot. Hilarious. Here we go. Let's see how this goes. Nightbot, how could you? McWriterface is a member. Anyways, we're seeing the Furies blitz across the battlefield, and their single sole duty is to stall this army and sacrifice their lives doing so. They are not going to do any damage. They're not going to trade very well. And that's basically what they want to do right now, sort of deciding to delay an engagement, possibly choosing who they want to fight. Maybe these guys are stealthed and they don't see them. And it's a little bit of a slow push. The point is right over here. I'll make a line to make it a little bit more clear. If Nurgle hits this point, they're guaranteed to capture this. This army has a lot less capture weight, but perhaps this is what Zone wants. Take a look here. Nurgle only needs to hold 2 points to win the game. But if you don't get a triple cap, it's going to take a little bit longer. Apparently 8 is spam. Dang it. I'll take a look at Nightbot later. Anyways. Yeah, perhaps actually just giving up this point over here. As for the Furies, they're going to be stopping the spawn. Not a terrible choice. These are one of the faster units. And actually getting a pretty good amount of damage, not gonna lie, on those spawn. Furies do magic damage, and they will be, well, actually that doesn't help for spawn, but their charge does do a lot of damage, and that does help a lot. In the meantime, these guys get into position, but they slow their engagement, and instead it looks like they are going for the value trades. Zone is now pooling in. You see 2 units moving onto this capture point, and they do want to actually go for the capture. Zone deciding to take a pretty early trade. Will he run out of units now is the big question. And will these guys bring on capture weight? Oh my gosh, a stream of corruption. An early gambit, expending about 8 winds of magic to basically slow down the capture weight of these plague bearers. I guarantee you they're not going to die anytime soon. So that is purely there so that these 2 units of infantry can hold longer. And the toads valiantly sacrificing their lives for this point. But I don't know if the gambit will pay off. 40 seconds to unlock means that Platypus likely is pretty happy about this situation. I think he has enough capture weight to take this, and we may see a disengage here. We see, yes, that's right, the spawn of Nurgle, they are starting to pull back. Stream of corruption drops here, and units are positioned precariously close to the point. They may very well not be able to stop these guys, but it looks like just enough space where none of these guys will be able to swipe the point, the middle point away. In the meantime, the middle is going to be unlocking in 9 seconds, but not a particularly quick cap should be happening. Only 1 unit of infantry there. Over here for Zone, it looks like he did leave some of his units of infantry barely touching. They will cap point number 1 in fairly quick succession, and on the high ground, the Toads will go for the slow cap. So already we are seeing a victory ticket lead for Zone. Meanwhile, we are seeing a lot of damage trading, and Zone is falling pretty far behind in damage value. Is this an issue though? We'll see in a second. Alright, yeah, Platypus, he did play the Woodland Slumber Party opening, it's true. Oh my gosh, I love chat so much. Anyways, we are seeing some damage getting dropped down. Plague Bearers, it hit Kugat, not to kill him, but also just mostly just to slow down his capture weight, and damage is now starting to drop. Point number 2 gets captured, high ground point gets captured, and now the fighting is going to begin on who can secure a victory point. Right now we're seeing Nurgle pushing in pretty hard. This engagement was taken pretty close to this victory point, which means that Nurgle can quite comfortably force themselves onto the point. And now Zone has to worry about value trading. He doesn't have that many units of infantry here, and if he trades down in value, it's slowly going to be getting captured. Had this fight taken place over, whoopsie daisies, wrong tool, had this fight taken place over here instead, it would have been very comfortable for Zone. He could continue trading downwards and he'd be good, but so far it looks like this continues to hold. Over here, we are seeing a double summon on the high ground, and the Toads are moving up early to engage to stop them from reaching here. It's going to be very hard to maneuver around the Toads, so I don't think that's going to happen. And over here, we are seeing the value trading is paying off for Platypus. The engagement being taken slightly too closely here. Perhaps it was worrying about reinforcements from this angle, but it did allow sort of bounce in for these guys. And it's looking pretty bad for Zone in terms of capture weight. He is slowly losing the point, and only a single unit of extra infantry would shift it for either player right now. And look at that, 1 unit of Plague Bearers. They're slowly slipping on in to try and help. And now, instead of fleshy abundances, we might see fleshy abundances instead of streams of corruption. And over here, the Toads doing some very good work. They are holding up roughly 2,000 gold right now, 2,500 gold from capturing this point. If they do slip around, it'll go down quickly, but the spawn, basically insurance saying, I'm going to hold this point for another 2 minutes, and I'm willing to spend 1,300 gold to make sure you're not gonna get on this point anytime soon. But is that an overcommitment? Let's take a look over here. Maybe not. This value trading is actually going fairly well for Zone. And I'm honestly pretty surprised. I guess it's because the infantry are trading up into the Plague Toads. The Plague Bearers generally will trade up in that situation. And especially the Festering Stooges. Not to mention the forced path in did mean that they took a little bit more damage. And it looks like this area is actually pretty secured. A summon comes down, but it doesn't stop the Toads. And they're going to be holding the point. Meanwhile, over here at this point, even getting contested by a single Plague Bearer, this has to be a bit annoying. But it does mean that Platypus has to worry about that a little bit here. And this point number 1, it's just not going down. But we're still quite a ways away before this match is over. Yeah, it's going to be at least a few minutes. And these spawn up on the high ground. They're holding. They're continuing to hold. The Plague Toads are doing quite well. And a Nurgling counter means at this point it's not even going to be creeping up in value. You can see charge commands being given. They're going to be trading out on the point. But soon enough, when the spawn get thinned down enough, we could see a pretty heavy push over here. And if Platypus manages to get a second point within the next few minutes, he will still win the game, assuming that he can hold it for long enough. He does have the value, so the opportunity is definitely there. Let's take a look at the trading. A sneaky Nurgling unit just slowly moving on to point number 2. This demands a response from Platypus, or they're gonna go there, and there's a response. A juicy slow on the Nurglings, slowing them down, meaning that he will get a few more victory tickets. And over here, it looks like the capture point number 3 is finally getting taken down. A huge commit over here, and it is going to be in time for Platypus to win the game, assuming that he holds it. Some summons for Furies and a Beast of Nurgle, but it's a little bit too late. Nurgle mirror matches is all a game about timings, and in this case, Zone had a slight miscalculation, 800 gold in the wrong position right now. Furies, they're not going to do anything for slowing this down, and even the Herald a little bit caught up over there. He has managed to commit and take the center, but now he has to worry about this point. Honestly, it looks like it is a little bit ripe for the taking, but there's not a lot of units here. And okay, we are seeing a rotation from Zone. Plague Toads going to be taking the maneuver, going straight down here, and they're going to be trying to steal the point off of Platypus. There's only 1 unit of infantry, not any single unit in sight. This should be a fairly easy take. The only risk is that the middle point could go down. Only 2 units of infantry left for Zone, and if any more pools on this point, it's going to go to Platypus. Over here at Beast of Nurgle, deciding to stay on the high ground. This is a bit of a sketchy maneuver because capture weight is king here, and the Beast of Nurgle isn't really doing much in terms of capture weight. This is still very much in the favor of Platypus, and I don't think that's going to change hands very soon, but what is definitely over here. Toads, little did you know, Toads have infantry capture weight. That means that they capture 3 times as fast as occultists, and as long as they're not taking damage, they're going to be taking this very quickly. 2 units as a lead, or no, a 1 unit lead plus a little bit of Plague Bearers, going to be capping quite quickly, a lot faster than one might expect. And this puts the onus back on Platypus. Can he retake a point within a decent amount of time? We're seeing the middle here starting to crumble away, but is this a big heal for Zone? Yes it is. It's going to be Fleshy Abundance upgraded. Means that all of these units are going to see heal caps. This unit of Plague Bearers, they basically shut down these guys. They're never going to take this point, but a potentially pretty big shift here. The Toads are coming, and 1 unit of Toads here is going to cap this in under 30 seconds. That is an extremely fast capture rate, and looks like there we go, a huge force path. Middle point's going to be lost for Zone. Once again, just barely not having enough units to block up the choke points. This map is much more difficult to get the advantage on in terms of just blocking up your opponent, because look at this is huge, such a wide maneuverable space and another really wide lane. It can be quite difficult stopping your opponents from capping, and just like that, Nurgle, the king of capture weight, going to be stealing this point over here. Now, very quick math question. They're capping at 2 times speed over here. Zone needs 1,500 points to win the game. For over here, it's going to take 1,250 points of ticks for Platypus to win. That means Platypus is just barely winning But Platypus is just barely winning, but if he loses one of these points, he's gonna be just barely losing the game. So, can Zone manage to take back a point? We're seeing a double summon up on the high ground and a Beast of Nurgle. Another fun fact, Beasts of Nurgle have infantry capture weight. Who would have guessed it? Apparently everybody on the Nurgle roster has infantry capture weight, and we're seeing Zone going for pressure on all angles over here. Capture point 2 is not in too much danger because of the low HP of the Festering Stooges, but point number 3 is looking pretty scary. A response spawn summon is going to be getting there, and I think they will be getting there in time. If you go over towards the middle, we're seeing a big mosh pit fight. Trading is about even, which means Zone has a chance to come back here, but I'm a little bit skeptical. If you go back over here, for the Chaos Spawn, they are getting in here pretty quickly. Zone sees that this is a problem, instantly sends his Herald to try and stall them, and this is going to be a very close call. I don't think the middle's going to switch hands anytime soon, but over here, if this point gets captured by Zone, I think the battle is over, and the Beast of Nurgle, slowed by the passive ability of the opponent, Platypus, is going to be making here a little bit slower. But will the spawn be able to delay it? I don't think they will. The double Nurgling spawn deployment instead of the spawn actually working out quite well. And right before they touch it, oh my goodness. Brutal. That is absolutely brutal. And now, just like that, we're seeing, it looks like Zone's gonna make it. Oh my gosh, he lost the top point. He retook it. He lost the middle point. He's gonna lose this point. But the margins were so close that just having this for a mere few seconds is going to be enough to secure the victory. Over here, the Nurglings are just stalling it out for as long as humanly possible, but look at the capture weight. One Beast of Nurgle, one full HP Toad, another Beast of Nurgle. It's going to be so hard to capture this back for Platypus. He would have to, you know, he'd capture this point, but he just can't get the triple cap. I think that's going to be it. Razor thin game. Oh my gosh. Honestly though, unironically one of my most favorite matchups. It's such a timing game. It's such an insane timing game back and forth. I can't believe people say the Nurgle mirror matchup is boring. Shame on all of you for thinking this is a boring matchup. There were so many plays all back and forth over here. And Platypus's gambit on hard powering in the middle finally did pay off, but the slightly more mobile army just managed to snipe the flank points, and that's gonna be it. Zone did it. No game 4, unfortunately. But definitely a pretty fun match. Very unexpected build from Zone, but I will say this was a playstyle that I may or may not have had a part in influencing. I was one of I was one of the first people that really experimented with this matchup, and I very much favor the mobile playstyle. It's very fun, although you do live on a knife's edge when you try it out. Very, very, very good stuff. I thoroughly enjoyed that, even if you guys are not fans of the Nurgle Mirror. GG, well played. Zone with a 3-0 decisive victory. He is going to be the first qualifier for the Summer Championship of Creative Assembly. Look at that. Playing far into the AM hours for him. Playing for basically back-to-back games for the better part of 7.5 hours. Congratulations to all of our players here. I think all of them have just had a very, very, very good showing. I thoroughly enjoyed those games, and hopefully we see more in the next qualifier. If you want to see that, it's in the description of my Discord. You can find that just right down below. For those of you on Twitch, you can find me on Enticity/YouTube, YouTube/Enticity, same thing, whatever. And if you want to see some more multiplayer in-depth dives, maybe a little bit of hype casting, maybe a little bit of playing multiplayer myself. We saw a lot of me talking today, but can I actually prove that I know what I'm talking about? Well, if you catch my stream tomorrow, starting at the same time we did today, you will see me playing some matches. Maybe as Zinch, maybe as Ogres. Who knows? I've already proven that you can win as Slanesh and Nurgle, so that might be something you want to check out at youtube.com/Enticity. I think that's basically it. Yeah, I don't have much else to say. Thank you very much, guys, for coming in to watch. This has been an extraordinary stream. I will say it's been a pleasure that CA invited me to this. We had a few hiccups towards the start, but honestly, this was an amazing experience. CA, thank you so much for sponsoring the tournament and also saving me in my time of need when the bracket broke, partially due to my error. We had a wonderful member at CA. I won't name them just in case they don't want to be named, but they absolutely saved me today, and I could not be more grateful. They really put out a lot of fires, and just sort of staying around during the weekend too when they're not supposed to be working. It was wonderful, guys. So with all that out of the way, I am about ready to pass out onto my bed. I hope you guys had a wonderful stream, and I will see you hopefully tomorrow for some multiplayer action. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day, guys. Peace out.